BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Frankfurt.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of BUCS Regatta 2024. We are back for another fantastic day of racing. We are very shortly going to be getting underway with our semi-finals and our repêchages before we go on to our A and B finals where all the prizes get given out. My name is Will Hadland-Torrix and I'm joined here by Charlie Keeling in the commentary box. We've got our last of our time trial crews just finishing off, so we've got the Women's Championship 8 on the course now, and as soon as they're done, we'll be getting underway with the first of our semi-finals for the Open Beginner Singles very shortly.
It's amazing, like I've done a competitive sport my whole life, but BUCS is quite something else, racing with all these different teams from all over the country. The atmosphere is just incredible, all the crews are so friendly and everyone's here for everyone.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2023.
Honestly, it's been brilliant. Like, this pub is the best pub ever. Everyone's so lively, cheering each other on. Doesn't matter what level, beginner, whatever. If you make it in a C final, then we're cheering you on either way. So, honestly, I couldn't ask for a better pub.
No place I'd rather be. That's what it's all about. You know, you've got 7 other good blokes and Rose, who you just can't help but love. That's what it's all about.
My last BUCS, so I just thought I just got to give it everything. It's been so good. You can hear everyone from the banks. Yeah, it's just been incredible.
Like a lot of hard work paid off. That's what we came to do, so I'm so happy.
I was 4th here last year, so close to a medal, to come back and win it, just really special.
I've run in a bunch of countries, but there's nothing like it, and for us and for this team, it means the world.
So that's a little teaser of what we've got coming up. You can see still we've got around about 7 or 8 of our time trial crews just finishing off our first side-by-side race due to start at 12 o'clock. Think likely we'll be starting that just a few minutes behind schedule, but shouldn't be too long until we are underway. We had an absolutely fantastic day of racing yesterday. Fantastic performances all across the field. Oxford Brookes dominating in the men's 8s as per usual, but with an absolutely incredible level of performance across the championship and intermediate 8s. We've got some of our highlights coming up today. We're going to have the women's 8s being awarded. That's what we've got the time trial on the course for now. We've got the men's 4s, the women's single, the men's double, women's beginner 4s, women's beginner quads, men's beginner 8s, men's lightweight doubles and women's lightweight 4s. So you can already see on your screen there we've got the first of our semi-finals on, just getting onto the state boats now, and they'll be getting started very shortly. So we've got the University of Strathclyde, Ben Huckle in lane number 1, Kieran Wright of Nottingham Trent in lane number 2, Josh Knight of Liverpool in lane number 3, Conor McCann of Queen's Belfast in 4, Sam Leonard of Birmingham in 5, and Matthew Charbonnier of Heriot Watt in lane number 6. So I've got Charlie here in the commentary box with me. Charlie, welcome along. Your first time on the YouTube commentary. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, hi there, Will. Nice to be here. I'm excited to get started with this. My first time commentating. I hope it all goes well. But we've got a lovely day for a bit of rowing, and hopefully that everyone can have a great race today and enjoy the sun.
Yeah, you mentioned those conditions really looking picture perfect here at Nottingham. We had a bit of a headwind yesterday, which tailed off during the day. But I'm looking across the windsock opposite us here in the finish tower, and there is little to no wind at all. It really has been perfect conditions. The sun is shining, not too hot, kind of around 17 degrees or so. Pretty perfect racing conditions for all of these athletes. And the first athletes that we have on the course are going to be the beginner single sculls. So if you weren't watching yesterday, or it's your first time following BUCS Regatta, all of these beginner athletes are athletes who are in their first year of rowing. So all of them would have started rowing this academic year. A lot of them will have started around about in September or October, when their universities would have held beginner camps for, it's a lot of, oftentimes it's a lot of people in their first year, but it can be people in pretty much any year at all at university, as long as you are an academic student. So a huge effort for these athletes to just to have got here. Charlie, as a beginner yourself, having sort of learned along, it's been a massive step just coming to your first 2,000 metre regatta, but doing it in a single, very impressive indeed.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, these beginners have got a long way to go down this course, and it'll be interesting to see how they fare. I know that during the time trials there were a few mishaps among the beginners. Of course, being in a single scull is the hardest boat that you can do, especially by yourself. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys fare in possibly one of their first race starts.
Yeah, and just as you say that, we are underway. So you can see from our fantastic camera down on the start line, all 6 of our scullers making a clean getaway from the state boats, and the umpire's launch just dropping in behind. So we're racing over 2,000 metres. In these races where we've got semi-finals, it will generally be the first 3 that go through to the A final. The remaining 3 will go through to the B final. We've then also got some repêchages in our championship events. So in those repêchages, the top 2 crews from the time trials generally would have gone straight through into the A final, and repêchage, a second chance for some of those crews a little bit lower down in the time trial. Well, I say lower down, just not in the very top 2. They will get another chance to get themselves into the A final. But here we're going to have the fastest crews from the time trials here in the semi-finals, and generally you'll find we're going to have the faster crews in the 2 centre lanes. So with the 6 scullers you can see on your screen, the 2 in the middle, you've got Liverpool's Josh Knight on your left, and Liverpool's Josh Knight on your right, and Queen's Belfast's Conor McCann on your left. In those 2 centre lanes, they'll have been the 2 fastest in this race from the time trial. And so generally, it's not always going to happen, but you'll generally see that we're going to have the fastest crews coming from those 2 centre lanes. It's not always just about the win in these semi-finals, it's the battle for third. So you might often see some of those, if they get 2 boats out in front, they might just back off a little bit, save some of their battery for later on when they've got the A final and the medals are on the line. So because it's our first race of the day, we get the opportunity of being able to follow this race all the way down the course, which is fantastic. Usually the races are around about 5 minutes apart, and they take between 6 to 8 minutes to complete, depending on the boat class. So we usually will pick up the next race when it's getting around about towards the 1,000 metre marker. But great that in this first semi-final we get to see it all the way down, and it looks like it is Josh Knight of Liverpool University who is out in front of this one. Looks like he's built a commanding lead with already through 500 metres. This camera is at around about the 1,000 metre marker, so we'll see Josh Knight coming through that 1,000 metre marker in just a second. But going through the 500 metres, it was Josh Knight ahead of Conor McCann of Queen's Belfast, and he'd opened up an advantage of 12 seconds. 12 seconds, Charlie, in 500 metres. That's really going some.
Yes, it is indeed. I mean, it's hard to see how someone ahead that quick can drop off, but the first 1,000 metres is where this race is decided sometimes. With the starting, you don't want to go off too quick, but obviously you want to make sure that you've got that pace, and some people find that they could blow out too quick, but Josh seems to be well underway, with, it looks like Conor McCann following him just behind, as you can see there, in lane 4.
Yeah, huge advantage of around about 50 metres or so that Josh Knight has opened up. Conor McCann sitting in that second position. He does have an advantage currently over lane 1, so that is Ben Huckle of Strathclyde University, who's currently in that 3rd qualifying spot, and it's Kieran Wright of Nottingham Trent currently sitting in 4th position. He's got about a length to catch up in the second half of this race for Kieran Knight, the local athlete from Nottingham Trent. He's got the Nottingham Trent Lycra and the Nottingham Rowing Club blades. And so, as you mentioned earlier, Charlie, it's a long race, especially in a single scull, and especially when you're fairly new to the sport and actually working out how you can get the best of yourself out of the 2,000 meters. It's very easy in a single scull to go out a bit too hard and run out of energy.
Of course, it's very important that these athletes don't get in their heads and get frustrated with their rowing. They need to stick to their race plan. It can get very exciting when you're racing among other people side by side. They need to stick to their plan and make sure that they row their own race, ignoring other people.
Yeah, you can see the Strathclyde sculler on the left of the shot there, just as we move to our camera at 500 meters to go. But I mentioned that sometimes you'll see the sculler in the lead just being able to ease off the gas ever so slightly, and I think that's exactly what Josh Knight has been able to do. He's done all the work in the beginning of the race, and he's now able to enjoy the benefits of that. I'm just going to bring up the time trial results from this time trial earlier just to see. And oh my word, Josh Knight won the time trial for this event by 21 seconds, and that was over the second place athlete. Conor McCann, who was fourth in the time trial, was I'm just having to do some quick maths, almost 30 seconds behind. So that's a massive margin. You've really showing his class as an athlete to and see that, like, if you looked at many of our intermediate or even championship scullers, I don't think you'd say that they would be able to row that well in there. And the fact that Josh in his first year of sculling is looking so composed, so long, just there's so little disruption on the boat, the body's staying so still, just looking incredibly impressive.
Lane 4, Liverpool, lane 5, Cardiff, lane 6, 4 minutes.
David, you'll be the umpire for the third race. Second race has just started, over. You mentioned resume training down there. No. Next, you are the all-state number 4 now. That is correct, they will have
Into the last 250 metres now for Josh Knight of Liverpool University. Still leading over Conor McCann of Queen's Belfast, but the race is definitely going to be for that third position, the final qualifying spot. Lanes 1 and 2, Strathclyde and Nottingham Trent. I think Strathclyde still has a small advantage over Nottingham Trent, but not a huge amount in it. As you can see though, that Josh Knight just looking cool, calm, collected, coming towards the last 100 metres. The red buoys that signify 100 metres to go. And has just been able to cruise the second 1,000 metres of this race, hasn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, he takes a quick look behind him, but I think he knows that he's going to be winning this race today. We see for the fight for third is very close at the minute, with Ben and Kieran giving a good fight towards each other. It looks like there's about maybe quarter of a boat length between them. It's going to be a tight finish.
Yeah, so coming up to the line for our remaining spaces, as we see Josh Knight just able to, doesn't even look tired, does he? Just paddling away. So here we've got Conor McCann of Queen's Belfast coming over the line, and in that battle for third, they're just going to pop down at the bottom of the screen. Strathclyde just over Kieran Wright at that lead, just expanded out a little bit in the last few strokes. We've got Harriet Watts, Matthew Charbonnier and Sam Leonard of Birmingham, who will round out the field in that first semi-final of the Open Beginner Single Sculls. But I can see we've already got the second of our semi-finals on the court now, as Birmingham's Sam Leonard comes over the line. It will be the second semi-final of the Open Beginner Singles, which looks like it is around about the 1,000 metre marker.
Yeah, great effort from these boys today. You can see that they gave it their all clearly. They're very exhausted, you can see from the tower here, taking quite a long time to get in, but hopefully they're all right, and they put on a great show today for the first race opening up.
Yep, and we've got that second semi-final coming through the 1,000 metre marker now, and it looks like we've got a much tighter race going on here between lanes 5, 4 and 3. I'll give a quick rundown here. We've got St Andrews, Finley Cooper in 1, Cameron Henderson of Queens in 2, Gia Balmer of Bath in 3, David Clark of Durham in 4, Charlie Drew of Leeds in 5, and William Lennox of Heriot Watt in 6. And I think it was Charlie Drew of Leeds in lane number 5 who had a small advantage, but there were 3 athletes, Leeds, Bath and Durham, who were the 3 scullers who had marked themselves out at the front of this race. You see those gorgeous conditions here, perfect sculling conditions here at the National Water Sports Centre. Just the slightest bit of headwind, which actually can be quite nice to row into, just something to really push back against, but nothing that's going to disrupt the water too much. See the St Andrews sculler Finley Cooper on the left of your shot, rowing away from our 1,000 metre marker.
Yeah, all of these boys, they seem to be very close in this race together. For the second race is quite exciting. We'll hopefully see that someone pulls ahead in a bit, and we can have a first place.
Yeah, I'd say it still looks like that top 3, lanes 5, 4 and 3, have established themselves in those top 3 positions, and I think it's going to be hard for any of the other scullers to work their way up into one of those qualifying spots. Just catching a look at the official times from that first semi-final, and it was a 21-second advantage in the end for Josh Knight of Liverpool, which, considering how much he was taking it down towards the end, is a bit ridiculous, to be honest. But we can see our shot there from up near the finish line into the last 500 metres. Our scullers have gone. It's still those 3 in the middle of your shot at the moment in lanes 5, 4 and 3, going from left to right, Leeds, Durham and Bath. So often we'll see that a lot, I think Josh Knight in the previous race was, and both the Leeds and Bath athletes, I think most likely will be on the British Rowing Development Pathway, what was formerly known as the START programme, where you spend a lot of time out in singles, where British rowing centres based in rowing clubs around the country. They try and identify athletes who've often come from other sports, but they don't have to necessarily have to come from another sport. They might already be rowing already, but they have the physical potential of what British Rowing have identified is necessary to become a rower at the very top level of this sport, and a huge number of the current and former athletes in the British Rowing senior squad have come through that pathway. And so often you'll see a British Rowing sticker, I think I can see it on both of the Bath boat on your left, sorry, the Leeds boat on your left and the Bath boat on your right. Whereas Durham University in the centre, big university rowing programme, has always prided itself on how it develops its university beginners. They take people not often in their first year of rowing, and while they're not spending their time solely in singles, we saw the Durham women's begin at 8 get a silver medal yesterday. All of the best athletes do spend a lot of time in singles. We're into the closing stages, and these 3 scullers really are all very comfortable, and I think actually I don't think the three of them are racing too hard, do you think, Charlie? I think that because they know they've got those 3 spots sorted, I don't think they're really going flat out. Doesn't really matter whether they finish first, second or third.
No, I don't think so, but it seems that the lane 4, I think that is pulled away from lane 5, who seems to have had an upset.
Yeah, I think the lead scull actually just caught I sort of cursed it as to say that they were just relaxing up to the line as Bath actually goes through in first ahead of Durham. I think the lead sculler had just caught a bit of a crab, maybe just getting a little bit complacent into the closing stages as Queens is sprinting really hard to try and get up there. Charlie Drew of Leeds has still got that qualifying spot. Is still going to go through, but I think we'll want to look for a slightly cleaner race in
and we
the
have
final.
At the end.
Oh no! I was just about to call William Lennox of Heriot Watt over the line, but 5 metres, if that, before the finish line.
We see him swimming what looks like. He seems to be okay, holding onto the boat. We have the pilot boat making his way over. I think he should be okay. It looks like he's trying to swim his boat, Will, over the finish.
Yeah, there you can see William Lennox there. He looks okay, which is, of course, the main thing, but I think he's trying to swim his boat across the line.
Good for him, I'd say.
I think unfortunately the rules do specify that you need to be in your boat when you cross the line, so I'm not sure that William is going to get classified there, unfortunately. But he's swimming across looking for the beep.
I think that shows how exhausted these boys were at the end there. You get to the end and they seem to be, you know, they could make that one final mistake. They've gotten tired, and sadly that can ruin a race.
Yeah, and you mentioned about how difficult it is to row in a single, and especially when you're quite new to the sport and you just haven't developed that real muscle memory around it. It can be so easy just to catch a blade at the finish, and just before you've even had a second to think, you're in the water. But we're going straight on to our next race now, race number 321. It's the first of our semi-finals in the women's beginner coxed fours. University of East Anglia in 1, Southampton A in 2, Surrey A in 3, Glasgow in 4, Liverpool A in 5, and Cardiff in lane number 6. They're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. Again, it's 3 through to the A final, the remainder to the B final, and it is Surrey, the winner of the time trial earlier, who are going through the 1,000 metre marker with around about a length, maybe just a little bit more, over Glasgow in second. Very tight in that battle for third. It's currently the University of East Anglia, but UEA, Southampton and Liverpool only half a length separating them for that final qualifying spot, going up towards that 1,000 metre marker now. Surrey, they had a fantastic win yesterday in the women's beginner 8s. They rode through Durham and Queen's University Belfast to take what was a really, really thrilling event, and it looks like some of those athletes have jumped out of the 8 and jumped into the 4, and they're trying to double up on their silverware for the weekend to take home the beginner 4s as well as the beginner 8s.
You see that they're clearly putting in a lot of effort here, Will. They seem to be absolutely swinging their head backs. You can understand that they're going to be extremely tired by now, but they need to make sure that they power on through. They're only halfway at the minute.
Yeah, so a little bit of a quicker race here in a coxed 4 than in the single scull. We've moved into a 4-man boat, but we've also changed from sculling to sweep. So if you're not that common with rowing terminology, sculling is where you have 2 smaller blades, 1 in each hand. So you see that in the single, the double and the quad for 1, 2 and 4 person boats. But then you have sweep rowing, which is what you would see, for example, in the university boat race, where each rower just has 1 longer oar and they just turn round to one side. So you're either a stroke sider where you turn to the right, or you're a bow sider where you turn to the left. And you see these in pairs, 4s and 8s, so 2, 4 and 8 person boats, and here we've got the beginner Coxed 4s, so a 4-person boat, being a very, very popular beginner event for a very long time. We also have the beginner coxless quads, which we're going to be seeing in around about 10 minutes time. But it's Surrey, the class of the field at the moment, who have pushed out in this one at the 1,000-metre marker. They had established an advantage over the University of Glasgow. This Surrey crew of Bella Cockwell, Freya Stone, Caitlin Hall, Bilda Rosendahl Wattum and coxed by Ella Collins. See them on the right, they've been perfectly kit coordinated all weekend with these pink base layers and their yellow hairbands as well, ribbons in their hair. It really makes these Surrey crews very distinctive, and I do love that about BUCS, that you get this kind of club culture where everyone goes for this one look, really kind of unifies everyone together, and just kind of makes it enjoyable and fun, as well as it just being about the kind of the serious part of racing.
Of course, I mean, my university that I row for, the University of the West of England, I'll give a quick shout out to them. The girls tied their, they have a little thing where they tie their hair with a red ribbon. They tie their hair up, just as you can see that the Surrey crew have done here, and it creates a real nice camaraderie within the boat, and I think it probably encourages them more, just to represent their university. But coming into the final 200 here, we see that Surrey's still in the league. Glasgow seem to close that gap slightly, but they have dropped back again. We see quite a close fight for third at the minute between lanes 1, 2 and possibly even 5 by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is this battle for third and the final qualifying spot through to the final. UEA, Southampton and Liverpool in lanes 1, 2 and 5 respectively. We've got Surrey and Glasgow, our two leading crews. They're going to book their way through to the A final, no problem at all. But the real battle behind is going to be for this third spot, as Surrey come across the line around about a length and a half over Glasgow. But who's going to take this third spot? And I think just about to come into our picture now, it's going to be the University of Southampton, just ahead of UEA, who are just out of the bottom, just kind of lingering on the bottom of the shot there in lane 1, and Liverpool in lane 5. So that was a good example of what we were saying about the race isn't just for that top spot at the moment. When we get to the finals, obviously it will be, but in these semi-finals, those qualifying spots into the A final are so important, as we have the Cardiff crew coming over the line now to round out that first AB semi-final of the women's beginner coxed 4s.
See just how exhausted that stroke seat from the Cardiff University is. She's absolutely exhausted there.
Yeah, it shows how much it can take out of you. And we're mentioning that this is one of the first regattas of the season, and it's probably the only real 2,000-metre regatta that any of these athletes will have been able to enter. So especially as a beginner coming here and having to do a time trial first thing this morning. They were also probably in the 8s yesterday, a lot of these athletes, so they're maybe looking at this is probably their 5th race in 2 days, which when you're at that level is a huge amount of effort. So we're moving straight on to our second semi-final now. We've got Manchester A in 1, Queen's Belfast A in 2, Durham in 3, Oxford Brookes in 4, Bristol in 5 and East Anglia in lane number 6. Going through the 1,000 metres, it's Oxford Brookes in lane number 4 who are out in front of this one, just ahead of Durham University. Queen's, Belfast and Bristol, they're currently fighting for that third spot. Now Oxford Brookes, I think I find this interesting. Not usually a university that we'd associate with beginner rowing. They've been so dominant on the sweep scene at the championship and intermediate level over the last few years, decades even. But they've got a women's beginner 4 entered here. I think they also have a men's beginner 8, and showing a really classy race here, leading out this semi-final through the 1,000 metres over Durham, who managed to get a silver medal in the women's beginner 8s yesterday, and are a very established beginner programme. So great to see that BUCS are expanding out of just coming here and doing the Championship 8s and Championship 4s, and that they're pushing into the other categories as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they're expanding into the beginner categories. I mean, Oxford BUCS, everyone knows the university, everyone knows the name, especially within rowing. Be interesting to see how their beginner program does in this, in these coxed 4s. It seems that they are pulling ahead though in the lane 4.
Yep, so as they come up towards 500 metres to go, can see Oxford BUCS third from left. So I mentioned earlier about how we'd expect to see the fastest crews in the centre. This is a perfect example of it. This is what we call a chevron formation, where you have the 2 fastest crews in the middle, the 3rd and 4th fastest crews in lanes 2 and lane 5, and then the slowest crews in this semi-final. Not to say that they're slow at all, but just the slowest times from the time trial, in lanes 1 and 6. And there was a huge entry for this event actually, so I think we're going to be seeing minor finals in the beginner 4s all the way down to an F final in our events later on. So even just getting into these AB semis, a really impressive result for them. But Oxford BUCS and Durham looking like the class at the moment, but it's that race for third, and you're probably going to get bored of me saying it because you're stuck with me for the next, well, at least until 2 o'clock today here on our YouTube commentary, covering a lot of these semi-finals, and it's a recurring theme that it's not just the race for those top spots, it's the race that's going on behind. But we're through 500 metres to go already, and I can see Oxford BUCS already coming up towards...
Lane 6 seems to have had a little bit of an incident there, turning their boat sideways. They're trying to get back into their lane, coming into lane 4 in the meantime, or lane 5, sorry, I should say.
Yeah, so that's the University of East Anglia crew in lane 6, just having a few difficulties. You can see them on the right of your shot now, but just starting to get themselves back up and running now. I can see though that Durham are putting on a pretty impressive sprint. I think BUCS are taking the... BUCS usually try and make sure that throughout a race day they put as little energy in as possible. It's often very, very calculated. They want to make sure that they've got as much left for the final as possible, and this beginner crew, I think they seem to have learned from their more experienced club mates. They are really relaxing, and they might even get rowed through by Durham. Wonder if the Durham Cox has kind of realised, I think it probably has, it is trying to, because you do get a better lane draw. You get to be in that centre lane, you get to be able to see what's going on, and indeed Oxford BUCS have just completely taken their feet off the gas and have they've just allowed Durham to just completely row through them. You can see the difference in rating between the two crews, the number of strokes per minute that Durham are taking on the bottom of your screen versus Oxford BUCS above. Oxford BUCS really took that down, but the battle for third, it is going to be Queen's Belfast, bronze medalists in the women's beginner 8 yesterday. They come through to take that final qualifying spot, and devastating for Bristol in lane 5, just missing out there. You can see our Durham crew with their platinum blades, a slap on the back from the 3 seat for the stroke seat, just saying job well done for sprinting through Oxford BUCS there. But yeah, I don't know, because usually you don't mind kind of laying off the gas a little bit, but motivation, would you rather know that you've gone into, even though you know that you could have won it, would you rather have go into your final knowing that you're the quickest boat there, that you've taken that win, and now you then just need to go and knock off the winner of the other semi-final?
Well, you've got to think about the motivation that's probably given to the Durham women there, overtaking the Oxford BUCS. You've got to think, what's that actually going to do for them? That's probably going to encourage them a lot, make them feel better about their race just as a whole. I mean, Oxford Brookes may have a plan, as it seemed. We saw that they slowed down their rate massively, giving up the win there. Maybe they have a plan and that doesn't affect them as much as we think it does.
So we're going to jump straight back to the 1,000 metres, and we're moving on to the women's beginner quad sculls now, where we've got Birmingham, Queen's A, Edinburgh A, Plymouth, Loughborough B and Sussex already through the 1,000 metre marker. And I'm going to have to try and not be too biased here and show my former leanings, but no surprise to see that it is Edinburgh University who are out in front of this beginner quads event. They won the time trial, and it feels as I've said this a lot over the last few years, but Mike Hughes and his beginner program at Edinburgh University have absolutely done it again. They really focus on their single sculling all the way throughout the year, and they move into bigger boats later on. And the Edinburgh program had 4 of their scullers. I don't know if it's exactly these 4, but they had 4 of the 6 A finalists in the women's beginner single yesterday, and they had 1 more in the B final. And I can see definitely that Katie Robertson, who won that gold medal in the beginner single, is in this. So they got a gold and a bronze there, as well as 4th and 5th, I believe, but I don't quote me on that. And they've stuck at least a good number of those athletes into this quad and are just dominating this field. I think Queen's University Belfast in lane 2, my guess would be that's the other half of their 8 from yesterday, is in a strong position, as are the University of Plymouth, 4th place in the time trial earlier. But the Baby Blues of Edinburgh really dominating this field, and such an impressive beginner setup they have, especially on the women's side.
We seem to be able to see the same formation that we had last race, with the centre lane coming out in front, and as we go back you can see that on your screen just behind them, and the slower boats on the outside, still giving that their all though, which is very important to see in this race.
These beginner quads, I keep realising that I keep wanting to say that it's a relatively new event, but I think it's actually been around for 5 or 6 years by now. So I'm really aging myself. But I can remember commentating at BUCS long before this was an event, and how excited I was when it got introduced. But it's great to see just how much it has been embraced by these university programs, and the level where you saw maybe kind of 5 or 6 in the first year, and now we had about 30 or so, maybe even more, entered into this event. And the quality of sculling that you see in these events now is just absolutely astonishing. We saw it in the beginner singles earlier with Josh Knight of Liverpool saying that wouldn't look amiss in an intermediate single event, and I think I'm going to say the same thing about Edinburgh University here, that just a class apart, probably about 150 metres or so ahead of Queen's University Belfast in 2nd, who are ahead of Plymouth in 3rd. So our 3 qualifying spots pretty set in this race at the moment. I don't think there's going to be, unless there's an unfortunate issue for any of these crews, I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of drama in the closing stages here, is there, Charlie?
No, hopefully not. I mean, as we said before, these girls can get very tired as they're coming into the last stretch. They're trying to give it their all. It seems that Edinburgh, like we said with Oxford Brookes, will be able to lighten off the load a little bit for themselves. I must say, it's good to see that Plymouth have got a quad coming in to go into a final. As we know that they haven't entered too many boats this year, but it's good to see that they're representing, and those girls are coming through to happily take 3rd place.
Yeah, as we see Queen's University Belfast coming across the line now. So they book their space, and yeah, as you say, Plymouth coming across, and it's really great that in these beginner events it's not always the same universities that we see performing at a really high level in the intermediate and champ events. It's really great that there's opportunities for performance all over the from sort of variety of different universities that you can, if you can just have a really good setup, you can get some good quality athletes, and you've got some good dedicated coaches. A lot of the coaches here will be volunteer coaches, often students themselves that row in the senior squads. All but just had a crab there for the Birmingham crew at the lower end of your shot, and it's just allowed Sussex to come through in 5th position ahead of Birmingham. We had Loughborough coming through in 4th as well to round out that semi-final of the women's beginner quads.
Unfortunate, she seems very upset with herself there, just with that final crab.
Yeah, frustrating to have got so close to the line and then just have a small mistake there that cost you a spot, but unfortunately didn't cost the space in the A final, and have the opportunity to make up for that later on. So moving on to our next semi-final here, and we've got Lincoln A in 1, Leeds A in 2, Edinburgh B in 3, Nottingham A, Trent A in 4, Nottingham Trent B in 5, and Loughborough A in lane 6. And it's Edinburgh again. Just,
you need to stop this. This isn't biased commentary.
Oh, wait for some University of the West of England crews to come down, and I'll let you take over the mic at that point. Yeah, through the 1,000 metres, and it is the B crew from Edinburgh University who went through the 1,000 metres with a handy advantage over the Nottingham Trent A crew in lane number 4. Just see our crew in lane 1, Lincoln, just rowing away from the 1,000 metres. You can see the on the bow seats just taking a look over her right shoulder, and she's the one who's making the calls in that beginner boat. Now often in these quads, when you don't have a cox, there'll be one person in the boat who is responsible for steering. If you don't know a huge amount about how these boats are designed, one of the foot plates in the boat where the rowers put their feet into, one of those feet will be able to pivot left and right. That is attached by cables to a rudder down the stern end, the back end of the boat. They'll be able to turn that, and it's a pretty difficult job, especially if you're a beginner, to have to steer these beginner quads down this course. Like I didn't really enjoy steering boats down this course when I'd been rowing for 10 years, so I'm not sure how these female athletes here are able to do it in their first year of rowing. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, as you say, it's hard to steer these quad boats. My home university, we row on the river up to Gloucester, and that is a very windy and tight river, and it's hard to steer around these corners. So hopefully they'll have an easier time, these universities, just rowing on a straight line. But as you know, these people can get very distracted with their own rowing, and being able to put down enough power while focusing on that steering can be a difficult job.
So we haven't really talked too much about the leading crew here, Edinburgh University, and just yeah, it's a astonishing strength in depth from Edinburgh here, that they've been able to field 2 quads of such high quality that came 1st and 3rd in the time trial, and that we're now seeing the Edinburgh quad here well out in front of this second semi-final ahead of Nottingham Trent, and looking like they're setting themselves up really well for a good push at the medals later on today. So if we looking like we might be seeing 2 Edinburgh University quads on the podium, which would be a really impressive feat.
I think we've just seen Nottingham A team just coming up on their left there, and it seems that second place is fairly safe at the minute for them. Just to the right of Edinburgh, you might see coming onto your screen in a sec, in lane 2 is Leeds University. They seem to have a fairly good lead from the other universities, but it might be a competition for 4th place here.
Yeah, I think the similarly to the last race, I think our 3 qualifying spots are going to go without a huge amount of drama in the closing stages. Edinburgh, Nottingham Trent A and Leeds A are going to take those 3 short of any issues. But yeah, very close between Lincoln A, Nottingham Trent B and Loughborough A in the battles for 4th, 5th and 6th. They're fighting for the that lane draw, that preferential lane draw in the centre of the course in the B final, which they will of course be racing in later. But Edinburgh University, their B crew up to the line, 2 wins out of 2 in the semi-finals for the women's beginner quads here by the University of Edinburgh. Nottingham Trent A coming across the line in 2nd position, and it will be Leeds who book the 3rd and final spot into the A final there. In that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, it looks like it's going to be Loughborough over on the far side of the course, just coming into your shot now, who are going to take 4th position. It'll then be Nottingham Trent B, and then Lincoln just out of shot at the bottom of the screen, coming through in 6th position, rounding out that 2nd semi-final of the women's beginner quads.
Race 327.
And we're going to be moving on almost straight away to our next race. There we go, it's already through the 1,000 metres, and this is the first of our repêchages. So it's the Women's Championship Single Sculls. So when I say repêchage, it's a second opportunity to get through into the A finals. There were 9 athletes who contested the time trial for this event. The first 2 of those went straight through to the A final. So that was Katie Mole of the University of Birmingham and Ellie Cook of the University of Reading. So the remaining 7, they're split between this repêchage and the next one, and the first 2 from that repêchage will go through to the A final. But if you don't get in that top 2 spots, that's it, I'm afraid. Your day is done. But so there's just 3 boats, and it's a race not to be last.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight race and a tough one. You realise you don't want to finish in last, just with the 2 top places going, moving on to their final. It's going to be a tough race. They need to make sure that they don't get too distracted by these other boats, but also they still need to make sure that they come either 1st or 2nd.
Yes, so we've got Hannah Supple of Edinburgh in lane 2, Poppy Baker of Nottingham in lane 3, and Gemma King of Cambridge in lane 4. Gemma King fresh off a win in the university boat race, racing for Cambridge just a few weeks ago. Fantastic to see so many of the Cambridge athletes on both the men's and women's sides who are really embracing BUCS, and whilst obviously the boat race is probably their biggest priority of the season, that they're still coming in force to these events. And I think from what I've heard, they're going to be doing similar for the rest of the year at Henley Women's and Henley Royal as well, which is fantastic to see. But we've got Poppy Baker on the right of your screen now and Gemma King on the left. I think at the moment those are the 2 scullers who have pole position in this race, and I think it's Hannah Supple of Edinburgh University, who hopefully we're just going to see on the right of our shot in a second, who is in that 3rd spot. There she is in the baby blue lycra on the right hand side, and is in the unenviable position of 3rd in this repêchage, and looks like, as it currently stands, Hannah Supple of Edinburgh is going to be the one to miss out on that spot in the A final. So the repêchage is a interesting concept because it means it rewards those athletes that really push it hard in the time trial. If you can nail the time trial and get in that top 2, you can just go and put your feet up for a few hours, whilst everyone else in your competition is having to race repêchages that can be really, really tough. If you were watching yesterday, the repêchages for the men's championship 8 were brutal. Hardly anything separating the top crews in that event, whereas Oxford Brookes A and B, they were fastest in the time trial. They were able to just go and put their feet up recover, get some nutrition on, and then meant that when it came to the A and B final, they were in the best position. Obviously, they were the fastest 2 crews as well, as the time trial proved. But we've got Poppy Baker and Gemma King coming up to the line, and while Poppy Baker from Nottingham just not bothering to sprint too much, I think Gemma King wants to make sure she gets that preferential lane draw and sprints through the Nottingham sculler in the last few hundred metres. So those 2 will be the ones that go through to the A final, and it is Hannah Supple of Edinburgh who is going to come through in the 3rd position and unfortunately miss out on that qualifying spot. So we see Gemma King with the red stripe down the side of her all-in-one that signifies the fact that she was in the Cambridge Blue Boat for the boat race. But we can jump straight to our 2nd semi-final now, which is just through the 1,000 metres. Charlie, who have we got racing in this one?
So in lane 2 we have Annabelle Stevens for the Cambridge B. In lane 3 we have Lena Kuhn, I apologise if I said that wrong, of the London University. We have Ella Fulham in lane 4 for Bath, and we have Cleo Allen representing Exeter University in lane 5.
So 4 boats in this one, but still just 2 spots available. So 2 of our scullers here are going to miss out on a spot in the next round, and well, it was just past our camera position, so I couldn't see too clearly, but I think it is the 2 scullers in the centre of the course, which is what you'd expect from the time trial. Lena Kuhn of London and Ella Fullman of Bath in those 2 centre lanes, who are in the prime positions as it currently stands, looking like they're going to be the ones going through to the A final. But Cleo Allen of Exeter and Annabelle Stevens of Cambridge will be doing everything in their power to try and prevent that. As we zoom in there on our 2 leading scullers from Bath and the University of London, the royal blue and yellow of Bath on the left of the screen, and the dark purple of the University of London, based on the base of the sort of further reaches of the tideway beyond Chiswick Bridge, up by Kew Rail Bridge, the University of London boathouse, whereas Bath, University of Bath, obviously down in the southwest of England, around your neck of the woods, Charlie.
Yeah, that's actually where I'm from. I'm from Devon myself, and I was born in Bath. It's a beautiful place, and I know that their rowing facilities are very impressive. I know that Bath have turned out in full strength today, and it's very exciting to see them represent themselves here at Nottingham.
Yeah, Bath, one of the those programs that forms one of the British Rowing Development Academies. I won't try and guess whether Ella Fullman herself is one of those athletes or not, trained by Dan Harris, but it looks like herself and Lena Kuhn of London still looking like our 2 leading scullers. I'd say that Cleo Allen of Exeter sitting in that 3rd spot at the moment, and Annabelle Stevens of Cambridge in 4th. They're the 2 that I think are unfortunately going to be missing out, and not going to be having 2 Cambridge scullers in the A final of this one. Well, they'll be going up against the Birmingham and Reading scullers, who qualified directly from the time trial earlier on today. But into the closing stages, and it is Ella Fullman of the University of Bath, just around about a length and a half, maybe a tiny bit more, up ahead of Lena Kuhn of the University of London. Into the last few strokes for those 2. No need to sprint too hard to the line here, and it is Bath and the University of London who will be taking those 2 qualifying spots through. We see Ella Fullman there on your screen. Cleo Allen of Exeter coming through in that 3rd spot ahead of Annabelle Stevens of Cambridge.
Cambridge, lane 1. Oxford Brooks, lane 2.
And our next race is already very well advanced along the course. I think our umpires were just running about 5 or 10 minutes behind, so I think they've set off a few races in very quick succession, so we'll hopefully be able to jump down to that very soon. We've got the repêchages of the championship, Open Championship lightweight doubles, and a really tough event that we've got going on here. So it's another repêchage. We've got Oxford in 1, Birmingham in 2, Queen's in 3, Harper Adams in 4, Newcastle A in 5, and Strathclyde in lane number 6. So we've got a full repêchage field here, and so what that means is that the top 2 are going to go straight to the A final. Crews 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the B final, and unfortunately the crew that finishes in 6th place will be eliminated. Nottingham and Reading took the qualifying spot in this earlier, and it's Queen's Belfast. They were the fastest of the crews that have gone to the repêchages. They were 3rd in the time trial, and they are currently in the top position, but the battle for 2nd behind is going to be tight. We've got Birmingham in lane 2 and Harper Adams in lane number 3. You can see on your screen Newcastle sitting in 4th position, just a little bit of a way off. Queen's Belfast are going to go out and win this, but Birmingham versus Harper Adams fighting it out for that final spot in the A final.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd cheering now. They're really into this race. It looks like, from what I can see, that lane 5 with Newcastle, they're trying to close that gap on Harper Adams, but I think it's gonna actually be more of a fight between lane 2 here.
Yeah, I think Birmingham might just have the edge in this one. We've got Queen's Belfast coming up to the line now, but there's only a canvas in it in the fight for 2nd, the final qualifying spot, and it is Birmingham ahead of Harper Adams. The athletes in the Harper Adams boat sink back in their seat as Newcastle come across in 4th. So Harper Adams and Newcastle will be going to the B final, where they're going to be joined by Oxford, who are going to come through in 5th position, and it will be Strathclyde who round out this first repêchage. But we're going to go straight on to our 2nd repêchage of the Championship lightweight doubles. Exeter in 1, University of the West of England in 2, De Montfort in 3, Surrey A in 4, Newcastle B in 5, and Surrey B in lane number 6. And it is De Montfort in lane number 3, currently up in this ahead. Sorry, I think I might have just called that ever so slightly wrong. Yes, it was, yeah, De Montfort ahead of the University of the West of England.
Yeah, I know these 2 boys in this UE boat. I know that they're very strong rowers. We see, well, just coming off the screen there, but we have Ewan Johnson and Felix Cook in that boat. Very strong rowers. No, there they are, just you see on the right-hand side of their screen, some very strong technical rowers. I've rowed with them myself. I know that they're some very strong boys, and I hope to see a good result for them. I know that they definitely deserve it.
So this is the first of our lightweight side-by-side races. So all of our lightweight athletes will have had to have weighed in this morning between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, so they're here bright and early. For the men, I'm probably going to get this wrong. I think it might be 72.5 kilos that they have to be under.
That's correct, yes.
You can tell I was never a lightweight, can't you? Was never high on my priority list. So very tough to be as physically strong as you need to be for this sport to go as fast as possible, but also keeping that weight down underneath that magic number. And what you end up with in these lightweight races, often very, very tight racing, because it's not where you've got 1 or 2 real physical anomalies, where you've got a guy who's 6'6" and 100 kilos and can pull a 550, ergo that there's very little separating these athletes physically, and it's how well you're training and it's how well you can move the boat, which is going to make the difference in these races. We can see De Montfort second from right at the moment there in lane number 3. They are leading this one out, but that battle between University of the West of England and Surrey A for that final qualifying spot is going to be really tight all the way to the line. What do you reckon, Charlie? Do you think that UE can hold on to it?
Well, if I know anything about these boys, I know that they've got a lot of push at the end, and I know that they can do a lot of screaming at each other just to get themselves going. Felix actually coxing the women's UE beginner 8 into the first position of their final, so he's got a lot of power behind him and in his voice as well. So I'm hoping that he can push his way ahead into second and get into that final.
There was just 0.2 of a second separating UE and Surrey in favour of UE as they went through 500 metres to go, but you can see the Surrey crew in the white caps in the middle of your screen. Newcastle as well, they were only 2 seconds off, and if they've got a sprint on them, I think they're going to have something to say. So 3 boats. I think De Montfort are probably out in front, but Surrey, Newcastle, University of the West of England all going for the final spot in the A final here in the Open Championship lightweight doubles. 2 of these 4 crews that you can see on your screen now are going to miss out and have to take the consolation prize of the B final, but actually I'd say that the Newcastle crew, the Blue Star from the northeast, have sprinted through. We're going to have De Montfort coming onto our screen in just a second, but the battle for second, UE, Newcastle and Surrey going for it, hammer and tongs. It's UE versus Newcastle. Surrey are out of it. Here comes De Montfort, but University of the West of England and Newcastle coming up to the line. University of the West of England, provisionally, I think, just took that over Newcastle. Surrey dropping off slightly down into 4th position. Those results are all provisional until confirmed, especially on a finish as close as that. I think they're going to want to have a little look at the photo finish just to make sure that it was as it looked as it came over the line. But you called it. You said that they had some push at the end of the race, and that was absolutely true. What a sprint!
Yeah, I'm proud of these boys here. I could see that they upped their rate just at that final 200 metres. I'm sure that Felix was screaming at Ewan down the boat to pick up that rate, but I'm proud of them. They've pushed hard, and it looks like the gap from what I saw was less than half a second between those boys, which I think was probably actually even less than that from what we could see from the tower here.
Yes, well, when we get the results up, we'll try and confirm that to you in that second repechage of the Open Championship lightweight doubles. But we're moving back to semi-finals now. We're moving back to beginners, and it's our first 8 of the day. We've got the Open Beginner 8 on the course now, and it's Cambridge in 1, Oxford Brookes in 2, Surrey A in 3, Warwick in 4, York in 5, and Leeds in lane number 6. And we can see the frenetic action that is an 8th race. You've got 6 crews, 8 athletes, so 48 rowers and 6 coxes going absolutely flat out. And Surrey, who won the women's beginner 8s, I think they also might have won the men's beginner 4s yesterday, showing that they are the dominant sweep beginner program this year. They've opened up clear water ahead of Warwick, who are in 2nd, and then closest to our camera, just coming through in 3rd, it is Cambridge. But looking at that, I think that looks like a college. I think that might be Jesus College, Cambridge, who are sitting in 3rd position. York in 4th, Oxford Brookes in 5th, and Leeds in 6th.
Again, we see a representation of the beginner squad from Oxford Brookes. It'd be interesting to see what they can pull out in this race. With an 8, clearly one of the hardest team working events that we have 4 rowing here at BUCS. We'll be interested to see what these boys can pull out.
Yeah, Oxford BUCS obviously not short of talent, so I think probably the case that they're able to find athletes with that real pure physical potential, maybe a little bit more raw in terms of the technique, but that if they can harness that power and fitness that they have, that they'll be able to do something pretty special with it. But it is Surrey who are the class of this field today in this first semi-final.
I'd just like to mention here, Will, looking across from me, I can see that the windsock has actually picked up, and we seem to have picked up a decent bit of wind here, actually.
Yeah, it's just sort of ever so slightly starting to sort of flutter towards about 45 degrees or so. It's not enough to make the water rough, but sort of enough that you'll start to feel that as a rower. It's just going to make the races just that tiny bit longer, a little bit more than you would like. I think when I used to row, I think actually conditions like this I used to quite enjoy, where there's just a bit of a headwind. I think I used to find it a bit easier just to hold onto that blade a little bit longer. You can sort of rely on your length and your power, whereas rowing in a tailwind, you've got to kind of really stay on top of the boat and keep it sharp, which I think maybe I just wasn't quite skilled enough to do. We mentioned that we'd give you the results of that previous race, and can confirm it is the University of the West of England who took that second spot in the A final. It was in the end 0.3 of a second in favour of UE over Newcastle. Surrey just missing out a further 1.5 seconds behind that, and Exeter taking the last spot in the B final. So into the closing stages now, less than 500 metres to go, and it is the University of Surrey with an advantage over Warwick with about 200 or so metres to go now. Surrey have looked unbeatable, but Warwick have done a really good job to stay with them, considering that advantage was out over a length at the 1,000 metre marker, that they've held on and they haven't lost really any more water. But the fight for third is on. Jesus College, Cambridge, Oxford BUCS and York fighting for that final spot. I think York may be out of it, but Jesus Cambridge and BUCS going for that final spot as Surrey and Warwick come up to the line.
It's going to be a very tight finish here again here, Will. I think that Oxford BUCS, by the looks of it, could be pulling ahead slightly. Yes, I think that Oxford have just put on their a little bit more beans towards the end there.
Really tight in that battle for the final spot. Oh! We're definitely going to need the photo finish on that, because I think our fantastic production team have just been shifting that camera around slightly, so we're going to have to redraw that yellow line, which obviously is completely unofficial. It's just there as a bit of a guide. There's the results from that previous race, and in a minute or so, once our Finnish judges have had the chance to check the photo finish for that race, we'll be able to bring you the official result. Oxford BUCS and Jesus College, Cambridge. You've got the David versus Goliath going on there. The biggest and best university program in the country versus a Cambridge College crew. And if Jesus could have held off Oxford BUCS there, I think that would be mighty, mighty impressive. We are going to say goodbye to Charlie in the commentary box now. He's going to jump down onto our other commentary team, and we're going to be joined by Finley as we go into this next race. So I'll introduce that now. We've got the second semi-final of the Open Beginner 8s on the course. Southampton in 1, Nottingham in 2, Exeter A in 3, Queens in 4, Bristol in 5, and Surrey B are in lane number 6. They're just coming through that 1,000 metre marker, and it is Exeter and Queens who have the advantage here. Nottingham sitting in that third position as it currently stands. That all-important final qualifying spot. So back to the racing here in this second semi-final, and delighted to say I've got Finley alongside me now. Finley, you've just been down in the commentary downstairs. You looking to joining us up here, up in our tower, where we can overlook the racing and get to pontificate about rowing for the next hour?
I know, it's quite a pleasure to be joined with you, Will. Very excited because we've had some great racing today. Very close. I think a highlight for me downstairs was watching the two Edinburgh crews dominate in the quads. I think that was a rather impressive display of skill, and if they meet each other in the final, it'll be quite a race for the two crew, and maybe even a replay of what we saw yesterday with the two Lancaster crews going toe-to-toe with each other and the A crew just about edging out the C crew.
Yeah, that really will be something when those two Edinburgh beginner quads go up against each other. But we've got Exeter here in lane number 3. They are out in front. I believe they won this event at the BUCS 4s and 8s Head of the River up in Newcastle back in February, so racing over a slightly longer course, 3,000 metres, and all done as a time trial rather than side-by-side racing. But Exeter have shown they've got the pedigree in this event this year. Queen's University Belfast in that second position, and Nottingham sitting in third. We've got our times the top left corner of the screen there. So Nottingham about 4 seconds ahead of Bristol in that battle for the third spot. So I think Nottingham, the local crew, they row on this lake very, very regularly, and I think it looks like Nottingham at the moment are going to take that third and all-important spot in the final.
Interesting to see that Exeter still gaining that sort of dominance and clearly showing that they're still very much an informed crew as they lead this next race now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised yesterday not to see their beginner fours a little bit further up, knowing how dominant they'd been in the 8 earlier in the year, but maybe they've spent their time focusing on this 8. They want to really get the most out of BUCS Regatta and focusing on one event rather than splitting their time and energy. Queen's University Belfast, their women won a bronze in the women's event yesterday. Can their open crew go one better? So we've got Exeter coming into the closing stages just around about a length ahead. A little bit of clear water over Queen's University Belfast, who are going to come through in the second spot, and it'll then be Nottingham with the yellow blades coming through in third. Then we've got Southampton in 4th, Bristol in 5th, and it will be the Surrey B crew, unfortunately not able to join their A crew in the final, and that is our lineup for the A final all sorted. Our Exeter crew just gentlemanly giving a cheer and a clap to some of their competitors in that event. It's fantastic to see that you can go absolutely hammer and tongs for 2,000 metres, and then at the end you still say well done to your rival.
Absolutely, it's an excellent display of sportsmanship, and what BUCS is really all about. It's universities coming together in a display of sportsmanship and really giving it their all.
So, moving on to our next race now, which is the Open Championship Hoxless Fours. And I think this is going to be an interesting one. So it's a repechage. We've got a very full lineup. Oxford Brookes E in 1, Newcastle A in 2, Oxford Brookes C in 3, Oxford Brookes B in 4, Oxford Brookes F in 5, and Strathclyde in lane number 6. You did hear that right. Their is an F crew from Oxford Brookes in this championship event. They entered 6 championship Coxless 4s, which frankly is just a little bit ridiculous, but it's considering their performance yesterday, it is probably absolutely deserved. So again, 2 of the crews went straight through into the A final in this event. I'm just, if my internet will allow me, pulling up the results from that time trial, and it was Cambridge and the Oxford Brookes A crew who took those qualifying spots. Now there's only 2 spots available from this repechage, and it is currently the Oxford Brookes C crew, it looks like, in the centre of the lake, who have the upper hand here at the moment, but I think the battle for second is going to be really tight. Oxford Brookes C, they were the 3rd fastest crew in the time trial, so they are the quickest crew in these repechages, and they are out in front. But I think the battle for second here between the Oxford Brookes B crew and Newcastle and some of the other boats is going to be really, really tight, Finley.
Absolutely, Matt. It could be very exciting though if another Oxford Brookes boat pull in, because we could be seeing a Cambridge Brookes final, which would be quite the thing to see, with the boat race winner crew of Cambridge going up against Oxford Brookes' finest.
Yeah, that Cambridge crew really is stacked with athletes from their Blue Boat 4 going through 500 metres. It is the 2 Oxford Brookes boats in first and second, but just 0.7 of a second separating Oxford Brookes B in lane number separating the Oxford Brookes F crew, my apologies, not their B crew, and Newcastle in lane number 2. There are 4 boats, 3 of them are Brookes and 1 of them is Newcastle, fighting for 1 spot, and this is going to be so exciting. I'm going to apologise now, Finley, I'm probably going to get quite excited when this comes up to the line. Oxford Brookes C in lane number 3, they're definitely the class of this race. They're going to go through, but 3 Oxford Brookes and 1 Newcastle. Can the Blue Stars spoil the party for the Oxford Brookes gang?
It would be quite the upset.
It really would, and I think Newcastle have got a good chance of doing it. Ooh. I can see the Newcastle supporters down on the bank. They're always in loud voice here, and they are cheering on their crew. Into the closing stages they go. Oxford Brookes C in lane number 3, they're out in front, they're definitely going to book a spot, but in this sprint Newcastle have dropped the 3 other Oxford Brookes crews, and they do take the spot in the A final. The hands go up in the bow seat of the Newcastle crew, the heads go down in the Oxford Brookes boats, and Strathclyde come across in that final position. So those 3 Oxford Brookes boats will all go through to the B final, and Strathclyde unfortunately will miss out. And I obviously have no ill will at all against any of those athletes on an individual level, but it's really good to see another university that's able to punch up there with Oxford Brookes, and it's just great for us to have a bit of we're going to have a bit of competition later.
Absolutely, and credit where credit is due to Newcastle for spoiling the party, making it an interesting final. They're proving that they're ready to fight with Brookes and Cambridge for that all-important victory.
Certainly. And so we're on to our second repechage now, and there's more familiar representation in this. We've got Durham in 1, Edinburgh A in 2, University of London in 3, Oxford Brookes D in 4, Imperial C in 5, and Nottingham in lane number 6. We can see Edinburgh University in your picture now, rowing in the Rufus Schofield Henley Royal Regatta winner for Edinburgh back in 2016. So good to see that he's still being remembered here. But it is the University of London crew in the centre of your shot in lane number 3 who went through the 1,000 metres in the lead, with Oxford Brookes D were in that second position. So we've currently got 2 Oxford Brookes crews, 1 Cambridge and 1 Newcastle, and as it stands we're going to get UL and a 3rd Oxford Brookes boat joining them in that A final. The quality of this Championship Coxless 4 field this year is just so high. I feel like we're getting the real top end of a lot of these university programs, all concentrating in on this Coxless 4 event, and that's really exciting to see.
It's incredible as well how many Brooks boats we're getting, as well as the fact that this really is sort of being set up to be a creme de la creme, a real clash of the titans for you BUCS viewers at home, which is really exciting to see.
So into the last 500 metres now of this race. University of London and Oxford Brookes in the centre. It was still University of London, but Brookes had closed that gap. It was just down to 0.6 of a second. Durham in lane number 1, sitting in third, but 4.3 seconds back on Oxford Brookes. So I think it's going to be hard for Durham, Edinburgh, Imperial or Nottingham really to challenge the battle for the top spots. Only 2 going through. 3, 4 and 5 go to the B final. We're unfortunately going to be saying goodbye to whoever comes through in 6th position in this event, and it does look like it's still UL and Brookes. They're having their own little personal private ding-dong in the centre of the course, and I think Oxford Brookes D might have rode through University of London here and trying to just make their place in this A final a little bit more secure.
Interested to see now whether London can regain or whether it will be Oxford Brookes taking that pole position.
The battle behind, I know that it's only 2 spots through, but the battle behind for 3rd place is absolutely electric. I think the B final here, if everyone turns up to the B final, is going to be incredible. Really not much separating a lot of these boats. But we got Oxford Brookes. They have dropped University of London in this last 500, and they're going to come up to the line, crossing the line in first, a length ahead of the University of London. And in this battle behind, oh my word,
stunning.
4 boats, less than a canvas separating them. We've just had 2 astonishing races there. And even just the fact that there's
photo finish at the moment, aren't we, Will?
Yeah, there's the fact that there's going to be one of those boats that is going to miss out on the B final is just a sign of the level of quality in this Championship Coxless Fours event. But they're coming thick and fast, these races. We've already got the Championship Cox Fours repêchages on the course. So not quite as full in this Champ Cox Fours event, but we've got Durham, Cambridge A, Cambridge B and Imperial just fighting for those 2 spots. And certainly the Cambridge crew in lane number 3 well out in front. The second Cambridge crew in lane number 4 holding a 2-second advantage over Durham as they move into the second half of this race. Great that we're getting these accurate intermediate times coming through now. It's helpful for us as commentators just to know that we're not making any glaring errors when it comes to who is doing well.
Absolutely. The only real stress of being a commentator is making sure that you do relay information with accuracy. Otherwise, though, commentating is such a pleasurable job. Sat up here in the sun, enjoying some lovely British racing from the best of the best of British universities.
Yeah, the view you can see from your camera shot now is pretty much the view that Finley and I have as we look down the course. We are situated in the finish tower here at the National Water Sports Centre, right up on the top floor, where we can gaze out over everything that is going on. But it is the Cambridge boat in lane 3, many of them resplendent in their Goldie lycras, Goldie representing the Cambridge Reserve boat, and they are out in front. But the battle between Durham and the Cambridge B crew is going to be very tight. William Morgan-Jones, Callum Betterley, Charlie Warren, George Reed and coxed by Elizabeth Boyle for Durham. William Warchope, Cameron McKenzie, James Trotman, Ben Jones, Garrett Overholser, and cocked by James Trotman. And yeah, not a huge amount separating. Goes they've just come through the 1500 meters. Wait to see if we get that time for Durham as well. That Cambridge A crew definitely ahead by around about 10 seconds or so, but I think the battle between Cambridge and Durham here, Finley, for this final spot in the A final is going to be pretty electric.
Absolutely, it's really ramping up now as we approach the finish line. These finishes being absolutely the crucial and most exciting bit of the race really as well, where we really see what reserves these racers have left in the tank.
So the two Oxford BUCS crews won the time trial in this event, perhaps no surprise there. So they're straight through to the A final. Cambridge A are definitely going to join them, but I think Durham are going to spoil Cambridge's party. There's not going to be two Cambridge boats in this final because Durham have moved through in this one. Cambridge A crossed the line, but Durham are going to come through in second position, go through to the A final. Cambridge B are going to miss out, and Imperial coming across the line in fourth position.
Yet again, we're witnessing some spoilers of races really, with Newcastle A and now Durham also joining this championship final now, really adding a variety of mixes and mixed boats into these compositions, which is nice to see. I think I think it's nicer to have a much more variety of boats. Makes competition a lot more interesting for you viewers at home.
Yeah, definitely, not just seeing the same programs over and over again. But we're going straight on to the next one now. We've got Oxford, Edinburgh, the University of London, and Newcastle. So again, 4 of the big university programs represented here, and look, we've got 4 fantastic 4s racing. Now, I often see that in this championship Cox 4 event, especially on the open side, it's often a bit of a preparation event for some of these universities for looking towards the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. So you might see some of these combinations or something very, very much like them at the Gracing the Water at Henley. Oh, it feels like it's getting very, very close. It's not quite Henley yet, but it is coming very, very soon. Pims is on its way.
Absolutely, let Pims flow freely once we get there.
So coming up towards 500 metres to go in this second repechage of the men's championship Cox 4s. And again, just 2 spots available. It looks like we've got a very, very tight race going on here. Haven't quite got times that we can bring you for this one, unfortunately, so we're just going to have to rely on our eyes. I would say maybe the Oxford crew on the right of your shot, they're just a little bit out of it, and if I had to suggest, maybe the Newcastle crew on the left are a little bit up, and yet that's as you would see from those. I don't think the times themselves are accurate, but I think the gaps probably are. So Newcastle around about 1.5 seconds ahead of University of London, themselves 2 seconds ahead of Edinburgh. So we pan across, and it is pretty much in that order, going left to right: Newcastle, UL, Edinburgh, and Oxford. So Oxford, the Dark Blues, recently announced that their coach Sean Bowden would be stepping down after so many decades in charge of the Oxford men's programme. But Newcastle, we saw their Coxless 4 sprinting so well to deny Oxford BUCS, and I think their Cox 4 is in a pretty good position as well. But Edinburgh and UL, my apologies, really fighting for that second spot, Finley.
Absolutely, and again, we're being treated to some really, really tight, exciting races. I wonder who is going to come out on top now. It's really, really tight from where we stood at the commentary box.
Yeah, 3 4s, nothing separating them with 50 metres to go. I think actually if any of them, Edinburgh have maybe just snuck their bow ball ahead. UL maybe looking like they're going to be the ones that miss out. They're coming up to the finish line now, and oh, so close. I would hazard a guess that Edinburgh just took that And if I had to suggest, I would say probably Newcastle, but we are definitely going to need the photo finish to confirm who takes that second spot into the A final later on today. Oxford in third. They are certainly going to be missing out. And we are on to our final repechage of the day now. We're about to get into the finals. We're about to start handing out some medals. But we've got the repechage for the Women's Championship 8s. Nottingham, Newcastle, UL, Cambridge, Edinburgh and Imperial. So just one repechage here because we only had 8 crews entered into this event. 2 of them went directly through into the A final, and 4 of them will go through from this repechage. So 2 of them are going to miss out. Just going to try and pull up the time trial results to tell you who were the ones that went straight through. Oxford, Brookes and Durham, they were the ones who qualified directly. So 4 spots, 2 boats are going to miss out here. They're coming up towards 1,000, and I'd say Newcastle, UL and Edinburgh probably the leading 3 crews as it currently stands.
Not much between these crews at the moment though. I think as the race emerges though, we will see some kind of ground being made by those clubs.
Yeah, definitely. Cambridge sitting in that 4th qualifying spot at the moment, and Imperial and Nottingham, as the time trial results would probably suggest us towards, on opposite sides of the course in lanes 1 and 6. They are in 5th and 6th at the moment and are currently, as it stands, going to be the ones that miss out. Just taking a look up at our scoreboard, it was Edinburgh who took that previous repechage. Newcastle did get that 2nd spot, so they did qualify, and the University of London were in 3rd, so UL just painfully missing out by 0.15 of a second behind Newcastle. Really came down to the last few strokes there. A really fantastic race there in the Championship Cox 4s, but we've got this brilliant 8th race with about 750 metres left to run. And you can see on the times there, it was Edinburgh who were just ahead of UL and Newcastle, Cambridge a little bit further back, then Imperial and Nottingham. And again, it's not about who wins this repechage, it's about who manages to take the spots into the A final, because 2 of these crews, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their day racing.
And there really is nothing in it between these top 3 boats. Cambridge, though, may have to step it up if they just want to retain that 4th spot, because I think ICL really are looking and gunning for that spot. It really is anyone's.
So coming up towards 500 metres to go.
East Anglia, Queen's University, De Montfort, Elliot Watt, Sunderland. Attention.
Those 4 boats in the middle. Newcastle, UL, Cambridge and Edinburgh going from right to left. Looking like there's really not much separating them. There you go, there's the times. Yeah, just 2 seconds separating those top 4 boats. Imperial and Nottingham, I think, are the ones unfortunately looking like they're a little bit out of it as it currently stands. So I think we might have our 4 qualifiers to join Oxford, Brookes and Durham in the final.
Absolutely nothing in it at the moment for those top 4 boats. Their job right now is to just bring home that qualification and focus on that win, respectively.
Women's intermediate lightweight single skill.
4 8s side by side. Doesn't really get much better than this in the sun here at the National Water Sports Centre. Once again, the noise of the crowd goes up. The Blue Star supporters down on the bank are up in voice. Newcastle, UL, Cambridge and Edinburgh, they're going to be our 4 qualifiers that go through, but who's going to get the best lanes? There's bragging rights on the line here. No one wants to lose this race. into the last few strokes then for these four fantastic crews. University of London just about to canvas ahead. Newcastle, Cambridge, Edinburgh round out the top four.
Almost in perfect tandem there as well. Just shows the quality of these crews and how there really is not much in it.
Yeah, really is spectacular. UL, Newcastle, Cambridge and Edinburgh, and I think the battle there, just to one of those crews later, well, at least one of those crews, we assume that if Brooks and Durham are the two fastest, they might get the gold and silver, but we've seen things change before. At least one of those crews is going to get a medal. So if that's going to be the battle for the medal later, if they were that close in the repechage, if they repeat that later on, that is going to be incredible. So we've got the first of our B finals on the course now. I'm going to introduce that in just a second, but I just wanted to cast our minds back about 15-20 minutes or so to the Championship Coxlers Falls repechages, which was so exciting, and mention just how close one of those races was, where it was the first two crews, Oxford Brookes and the University of London, were kind of out in front. But the battle behind for 3rd through 6th, so the battle just to get into the B final, it was the University of Edinburgh that came 3rd in 6:36.62. The University of Nottingham in 4th, 6:36.77. Imperial College London in 5th, 6:36.82. And Durham University in 6th, 6:36.85. So if those of you have been doing your maths very quickly, that's 4 crews separated by 0.2 of a second. We really have been treated to some astonishing racing here this weekend. I feel very lucky to be in this position talking to you all on the YouTube commentary for BUCS Regatta 2024 because I've got the best seat in the house and I get to talk about fantastic rowing in beautiful conditions, and it really is rather special. So thank you just for indulging me in that little moment, but we can move now on to our first of the B finals, which is the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. We've got Ayame Yano of University of East Anglia in 1, Madison Kay of University of East Anglia in 2, Evelyn Moore of Queen's Belfast in 3, Hannah Milnes of De Montfort in 4, Elizabeth Liu of Heriot Watt in 5, and Sophie Milburn of University of Sunderland in lane number 6. So they're just through the 1,000-metre marker here. Can confirm that it was UL, Newcastle, Cambridge and Edinburgh in that one, in the last race, the repechage. But in this first B final, we've got De Montfort, Queen's, UEA, Heriot Watt and Sunderland. So it is the De Montfort sculler Hannah Milnes who is currently out in front by around about 5 seconds ahead of the Queen's University Belfast sculler Evelyn Moore. So these B finals, so in these intermediate events we didn't have semi-finals earlier, so these A and B finals determined directly from the time trials. The top 6 went straight through to the A final. Athletes 7 through 12 will have gone directly to the B final. So it's the first time that these scullers will have raced side by side in these boats so far this weekend. They may have obviously have raced yesterday, they may have raced in another event today.
But this side-by-side racing is what we're all here for, really. It's what makes rowing the sport that it is. That grappling with not just yourself and making sure that you deliver your best performance, but then beating out others who are also trying to do the exact same thing. It's what we as commentators also live for as well, to see that side-by-side racing, especially when we're right up at the finish line, right down to the wire, like you've seen in the previous couple of races. We live for this kind of thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Fidley. And yeah, just the drama and the energy that you can get from being alongside thrown into that gladiatorial situation. I think a lot of athletes find that they can push themselves a lot deeper than they ever thought they may have been able to.
University of Newcastle, obviously, I think also having that bit of advantage as they have. From where our commentary tower, we can just see a line of Newcastle supporters all supporting that university, which I think may have been a little bit of a psychological boost there for Newcastle when they managed to book their place into the final following their championship repechage.
And you just, I think, as a Newcastle athlete, you know you're always going to get that support. That regardless of who's racing, when they're racing, even if you'll think, oh, there's not that many Newcastle fans there, there's Newcastle boat coming up, and every single time, 2 minutes before the finish, you'll just hear this you'll hear this stampede of feet as they come charging down from wherever they've been resting in between races, and they'll come down and they'll cheer and shout as loud as they can. And yeah, obviously not every other university does that as well. Newcastle are by no means alone, but it's always noticeable how reliable they are with their support. So, jumping back to this B final of the intermediate lightweight single sculls now, and we have Hannah Milnes of De Montfort out in front by around about 9 seconds. So into the closing stages for this B final. So no medals on offer in the B finals, but still absolutely want to get the best place you possibly can. And Hannah Milnes of De Montfort is doing exactly that at the moment, dominating this.
Absolutely, she's clear of the rest of her competition as she rounds out these last 50 metres coming to the finish. Strong display there by Hannah Milnes of De Montfort University there.
Ooh, little bit of a crab just out of shot for the Queen's University Belfast sculler that is unfortunately going to drop her down a position. So it is then University of East Anglia's Madison Kay who managed to come through in second, and Evelyn Moore of Queen's just catching a crab with about 2 strokes to go and unfortunately dropping her down a position.
That really is the tragedy of rowing, a crab being the only thing that could make the difference between that second and third spot. But you have to be ready to pounce, obviously, if the opportunity arises, which makes rowing such this beautiful gladiatorial sport that we get to witness and commentate on.
2 minutes.
Certainly, and the rest of our athletes coming across the line there, but I can see already that our first A final of the day is already on the course. Our first medals about to be given out in the A final of the women's intermediate lightweight single scull.
Lovely little note to make is how efficiently BUCS is run. As soon as we've just finished commentating on one final, another final is taking place, charging down the road. So credit where credit is due to the umpires for their incredible organisation and planning. I think sometimes these are heroes of the events that sometimes don't get the credit that they deserve, and I think sometimes our job as commentators is to highlight and thank the skill, time, passion and dedication of all of these various different people coming together to make events like these what they are.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point, Finley, very well said. So we have our first A finals, so gold, silver and bronze is going to be on the line here. We've got Helen Gilbody of Birmingham in 1, Leonie Kennedy of Surrey in 2, Erin Meredith of Birmingham in 3, Emily O'Connor of Birmingham in 4, Kat Lucas of Exeter in 5, and Claire Cooper of Cambridge in lane number 6.
Loughborough, Reading, Queens, Leeds, Oxford, Gloucestershire.
So, coming up towards 500 metres to go, these two Birmingham scullers in the centre lanes, they were the first and second in the time trial, and they also were in the double that won the Women's Championship lightweight double sculls yesterday. Leonie Kennedy of Surrey, she was in the Surrey double that, I can't remember, I think they got a medal as well in that same event. And going through the 1,000 metres, Leonie Kennedy was sandwiched in between the two Birmingham athletes. Coming up towards 500 metres, and that was still the case, so still Erin Meredith in first place, Leonie Kennedy in second, and Emily O'Connor sitting in that third position, but only just over a second separating those two in second and third. Exeter in fourth, Birmingham in fifth, and Cambridge in lane number 6.
St Andrews, lane 5, Heriot Watts A, lane 6. 5 minutes.
It looks as though from where we're sat as well that there is an emergence from the University of Birmingham now making a charge as we approach final 500.
Yeah, can Emily O'Connor make it a 1-2 for Birmingham? I think Erin Meredith is out in front pretty comfortably here, and I think is going to take some beating, but Emily O'Connor, who you can see just above her in the white boat, so Erin Meredith on the bottom in the black, Emily O'Connor in the white, and Leonie Kennedy of Surrey just out of screen on the right hand side was sitting in that second position, but I think is maybe going backwards a little bit in this last 500 metres. It's a little bit hard to tell from our position, but I think that Emily O'Connor is sprinting hard and maybe putting herself in a position to nab a silver medal. Is it going to be silver or bronze? Can Birmingham take home that 1-2 in this event to go on top of their gold in the championship lightweight double sculls yesterday? I think Erin Meredith has rode through Leonie Kennedy, and the Birmingham fans are cheering down at the bottom of the tower. I can see Alex Darby, who's going to be joining us on commentary very, very soon. He's got his phone out, ready to upload it straight to Uni Rowing. And it is a 1-2 for Birmingham. A punch from Erin Meredith before she immediately looks over to her left and cheers on her crewmate from yesterday. It is a 1-2 for Birmingham. Surrey come third. A thumbs up from Leonie Kennedy. It is then over in lane number 4, Exeter, who come through in 5th. Birmingham C in 5th and Cambridge in 6th. How impressive for Birmingham that they had 3 scullers in that A finals. Those are our first 3 medalists. We will hopefully be able to yesterday we were able to show you those scullers getting their medals down on the pontoon here on our live coverage, so I'm very much hoping that we'll be able to do that for you very soon.
Absolutely, very nice to show the Birmingham 1-2, as I think both scullers have worked incredibly hard, performing in their pair, as well as today getting 1-2 victories.
Yep, we are moving straight on to our next A finals. We've had the intermediate lightweight, we've now got the championship lightweight. Lara Britton of Loughborough in lane number 1, who's hopefully going to be joining us on the commentary team actually. Izzy Lancaster of Reading in 2, Sam McCormick of Queens in 3, Laura Bates of Leeds in 4, Hazel Wake of Oxford in 5, and Heidi Taylor of Gloucester in lane number 6. So the real crop of lightweight rowers racing here, and we can see the that those athletes in lane 4 and 5, Laura Bates and Hazel Wake, are really leading the way. Sam McCormick of Queens, that really strong back end, really ripping it through into the body. You can see how the blades are being accelerated. So I am trying to think. No, there was definitely a time trial for. No, I'm complete. Ignore me. There was just 6 entries in this event, so there was no time trial in this event. They have just gone straight through into this A final, so we can't take anything from the lane seeding at all. It's just completely randomly allocated. So we'll have to wait and see who is going to come out on top of this one. But I'd say it's those who in lanes 5 and 4, Hazel Wake and Laura Bates, who are looking very strong at the moment. So we can see in your shot there, Hazel Wake of Oxford University, I believe previously of the Oxford Lightweight programme, and then trains separately to them in lane number 5, who is out in front. Our timing there is saying Gloucester, but I don't think that is quite right. I think it is the Sculler in lane number 5 from Oxford, but we've really got a race on for the remainder of the medals. Laura Bates of Leeds, Izzy Lancaster of Reading, and Lara Britton of Loughborough up there as well. I would say probably those first 2, Leeds and Reading, in the pole position at the moment, but I don't think anyone's going to touch Hazel Wake in these last few stages. As we can see, our medal winners of the intermediate lightweight single sculls on your screen now. Big medals being presented by Imogen Grant of the GB rowing team, who has, I believe, won the championship event of this event before. The Birmingham coach in there for a photo with his 2 athletes. But you can see Hazel Wake now in your shot, looking absolutely dominant in this championship lightweight single sculls event. They really have done a fantastic job to move away from the field, but a great sprint is going on, and I think Lara Britton of Loughborough has really turned it on in the closing stages. And as they come into our screen, I think you're going to see that the Sculler from Loughborough is going to move through into the silver medal position. Very tight for bronze. Oh, we're going to need a photo finish to confirm that one. I would hazard a guess that it was Laura Bates over Izzy Lancaster of Reading, but very, very tight. Just provisionally on our screens, 0.2 of a second separating them. Sam McCormick of Queen's Belfast and Heidi Taylor of Gloucester rounding out the field in that second final of the day.
Absolutely, and a brilliant sprint then for Lara Britton of Loughborough, making sure that she could creep in there and get that silver medal position.
We'll hopefully be able to ask her about that on the commentary when she joins us later on, around about 4 o'clock. I think you'll be able to hear her on the you'll be able to hear on the YouTube commentary here around 5 o'clock with Carol Wallace. So we have got our next race on the course now, which is the B final for the Open Beginner Single Sculls. Sam Leonard of Birmingham in 1, Matthew Charbonnier of Heriot Watts in 2, Kieran Bright of Nottingham Trent in 3, Cameron Henderson of Queen's Belfast in 4, Finley Cooper of St Andrews in 5, and William Lennox of Heriot Watts in lane number 6. Our beginners here are off the start. We're running pretty much bang on time. This race was due to start at 1:52. Sorry, 1:48. It is currently 1:52. And they are through 500 metres and coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker. And it was the St Andrews sculler Finley Cooper who had the advantage over Nottingham Trent. Queen's Belfast sitting in 3rd, the 2 Heriot Watts scullers in 4th and 5th as it currently stands. Looks like we might not have the Birmingham sculler in lane number 1 in this race. So just 5 scullers represented here in this B final of the Open Beginner Single Sculls.
Final A, women's, sorry, Open Beginner It will be in 1 minute. Do you want us to detach them and get the next one off first?
So on the way up towards the 1,000 metre marker here in this race, not a huge amount separating these scullers as we come up towards the 1,000 metre marker. I would say it's still St Andrews, Finley Cooper who has the advantage at the moment. Can confirm, by the way, that it was Leeds who took that bronze medal over the University of Reading by just 0.15 of a second. We'll hopefully be able to show you those medals being awarded in just a second. There is indeed our lead sculler Laura Bates collecting her bronze medal. Through the 1,000 metres we go then, and it is St Andrews still out in front, but a pretty close race we've got going on here. Lara Britton of Loughborough, formerly of Reading University, collecting her silver medal from Imogen Grant.
And it'll be exciting to obviously see, what you said, as you said before, Will, what went through her head, because that was really a brilliant sprint by Lara Britton at that final 50 to sneak in to second, which is all that's needed sometimes with rowing. That final little push, that final bit of push when you think you might not have it, but yet you do, and you prove to yourself that you do, which is the beautiful thing about this sport.
Certainly, and there's Hazel Wake collecting her gold medal. So we've got a bit of development in the timings here. So St Andrews at the 1,000 metres, 3 seconds ahead of Heriot Watts in lane number 6. That's William Lennox, ahead of the B sculler from Heriot Watts, Matthew Charbonnier. So those 2 Heriot Watts scullers moving up in that second 500 metres, although it looks unfortunately as though we have had a capsize in this event for one of our scullers. You can see in the background of our shot, unfortunately. I think that looks as though it is probably for either the St Andrews sculler or the Heriot Watts sculler. So if it's the St Andrews sculler, oh, now that's the most important thing, that Lara Britton gets to celebrate with her dog.
Absolutely.
Dogs and rowing regattas go absolutely hand in hand. But yes, I think unfortunately it was the St Andrews sculler, so it was the sculler who was in the leading position who has unfortunately taken to the water there, which is a shame to see his race here in the B final come to a premature end.
Absolutely devastating as well, as he did have the lead, and it's really is a shame because we could have seen perhaps the St Andrews win there. Always unfortunate when we do see capsizing, as especially in a lead, as that's the only way that a race really could have been blown, or a race might have been lost.
Yeah, as we go through the 1500 metres now, it is now allowed the Harriet Watt sculler William Lennox to move into the lead. And by quite a convincing margin, so very impressive from William Lennox there. A bit of a gap back to those other 3 scullers who are all quite close together. So just 4 scullers racing in this event now. So they're coming up towards 250 metres to go. It is William Lennox with a big advantage over the rest of the 3 other scullers in this race.
William Lennox still on this lead there. The question is, who's going to fight for 2nd and 3rd? I can't see from where our angle. I don't know if you have a better view, Matt.
I think it's going to be the 2nd Harriet Watt sculler. I think we're going to have a Harriet Watt 1-2 in this B final of the Open Beginner Singles, which is going to be very impressive for them. I'm sure they'll be a little bit frustrated not to have made the A final, but the 2 of them looking very impressive here. There's William Lennox now at the top of your screen, coming into the closing stages of this race, and is going to cross the line in 1st position ahead of Matthew Charbonnier, his teammate also from Harriet Watt. Be close for 3rd, but I think it is going to be Kieran Wright. Oh, he's just slowing down a little bit towards the line. Oh, he was trying to play a few games there. Was looking over his left shoulder every stroke, and there's some gesturing going on between the 2, so I'm not sure if there's a little bit of a backstory there between the Nottingham Trent and Queen's Belfast sculler, but it is Nottingham Trent that comes through in 3rd and Queen's Belfast in 4th. William Lennox, good to see him just raising a hand to his teammate Matthew Charbonnier over on the other side of the course. So our A final is underway at the moment. We'll bring you the lineup for that in just a second.
Bristol, lane 4, Manchester, lane 5, East Anglia, Leeds, lane 6. 4 minutes.
So this A final of the Open Beginner Single Sculls. We just had the B final. Ben Huckle of Strathclyde in 1, Conor McCann of Queen's in 2, Josh Knight of Liverpool in 3, Gear Balmer of Bath in 4, David Clark of Durham in 5, and Charlie Drew of Leeds in lane number 6. Now, I don't know about you, if you were, I think you were watching the semi-finals earlier when Josh Knight of Liverpool just blew away the field, was 11 seconds up or something by 500 metres, and then just chilled for the second half of the race. But I think it looks like something very similar is happening here in the A final. This Liverpool University sculler in the white in the centre of your screen. It's just looking incredibly comfortable at the moment.
Absolutely, Will. I was commentating on it, and we just saw some absolutely brilliant, comfortable racing, actually, for Liverpool's Josh Knight. I wonder if he can produce a similar performance today. I think he's raced really, really well, and he did obviously sail comfortably into his final spot when I was commentating on his semi-final race there.
Yeah, a great zoomed in shot there of Josh Knight, already looking very relaxed, and just for a beginner just looks so smooth and controlled, and just the way he's holding his body so still in the way into the catch, I think is just very, very impressive for someone in their first year of rowing. And look at the margin that he has opened up on this field in the first 1,000 metres. I'd say that's already looking like it's about 20 seconds or so. He did win the time trial by almost 30. Very, very impressive. You can cut to that wide shot, you can just see the other scullers who are all done incredibly well. We've all, like, bear in mind, have qualified for the AB semi-finals and then come in the top 3 in their semi-final, but just not quite able to stick with Josh Knight as it currently stands.
Indeed, it is credit where credit is due to all of these athletes who have done today and raced multiple times. It really is a straining event rowing, and so when they finish their events today, they can definitely put up their feet for a well-earned rest. So yeah, Liverpool's Josh Knight coming in at first still at the 1,000 metre mark, followed by Leeds University, Durham University, and then Bath and Strathclyde, and Queen's Belfast in 5th and Strathclyde in 6th.
Yeah, so very close in that battle for the silver medal between Leeds and Durham as it currently stands. But a 16-second gap for Liverpool going through that 1,000 metres, and it'll be interesting to see whether he pushes all the way down the course or if he just takes off the gas a little bit and enjoys the feeling of being so far in front of the rest of the field.
Absolutely, as someone that is absolutely dominating his competition at the moment, Josh Knight, whether he decides to settle into that rhythm or decides to push, it will be exciting to see from our commentary box if Josh Knight does go for that push towards the finish line. It'd be exciting to see that push if he does.
So you can see that at the moment the person in your shot behind Josh Knight is Guillaume Balmer of Bath, who won the other semi-final, and the gap between them is just astonishing. You can see that there was a little bit of gamesmanship going on in that other semi-final about who won it. So I think they were trying to save some energy as well, but it's Durham University who pushed out a little bit in the battle for the silver medal. Leeds dropping back slightly and maybe into the grasps of the Bath sculler in the battle for bronze. Queen's still sitting in 5th and Strathclyde in 6th position. But really the class of this beginner single event from the beginning of today through the time trials, through the semi-finals and into this A final has been Josh Knight of Liverpool University. It's just shown to be an absolute step above into the last 200 metres or so now, and yeah, I'd say definitely not going absolutely hammer and tongs, maybe just raising the rate a little bit now into these closing stages, but still just applying a huge amount of power down.
Indeed, Josh Knight is racing very comfortably now as he cruises towards our finish line. I must say, what a race for us to finish our commentary shift on, Will, as Josh Knight looks to steam or casually roll in to this finish line now.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Really classy sculling for Josh Knight as he crosses the line in the battle behind for the medal. As Finley said, our last race on commentary before we hand you over to the next one. But it is Durham University who are currently in the second position, and Leeds and Queen's Belfast actually fighting it out for third. In the battle for bronze, Leeds actually just having a little bit of an issue. He did have this in the semi-final as well. Durham crosses the line in the silver medal, and Queen's does come through to get the bronze again just in the last few strokes. Some difficulties for the Leeds sculler, and dropping him out. Oh, and a punch of the handle. Yeah, looked frustrated with that, and I can completely understand why. Bath coming through in 5th and Strathclyde in 6th. So that wraps up the A final of the Open Beginner Single, and it also wraps up Finley and mine time on commentary. So we're going to jump off the microphone now, and when you hear the commentary again, you're going to be joined by Alex Darby and Yaz Griffin.
Race 3-4-3, women's beginner quad sculls, final B.
So coming into the 1500 metre mark,
Birmingham,
it seems as though the University of East Anglia is coming out on top there, but it seems really close between Bristol and Liverpool for second and third place. From this angle, it's kind of a bit tricky to see.
Lane 4,
You can see
University B.
as beginners, they're doing a really good job. They're keeping pace, keeping rhythm. All crews looking very calm. It's amazing to think, Alex, that this was their first year rowing.
Yeah, beginner racing is so good just because level playing field, and then the time trial should sort crews into like good matched finals. And you can see here, okay, it's the B final, but the three in the middle really battling it out. Like any one of those three could win in this last 500 metres. So like, you know, lane 1, they've dropped back a bit, but lanes 2, 3, 4 really close together. And you can see lane 6 really trying to push off of lane 5. So we got some really good racing to come down in this last 500 metres. And you can probably see on the screen there as well, the Queen's Sculler just picking up a medal as well. So it's good that we can cut to some of our other medal winners.
You can see, even though they're beginners, the aggression between places first, second and third, they're really just going for it, and it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a seasoned thrower, you know, it's just having that intent and just getting across the line.
So it looks to me like Cox in lane 2 needs to get out of lane 3. I can see the umpires telling them to move across. They have made that move. I think that crew is actually out in front just. There hasn't been a clash of blades. It looked like they moved away enough. Although it looks like the crew in lane 3's followed them over as well.
Could we see a blade clash? That may be on the cards.
So yeah, the umpire's now calling the crew in lane 3 to get back to their lane. So lane 2 has gone back into their lane. So just a reminder of who we're looking at here. So Liverpool in lane 2, they were kind of impeding a little bit onto East Anglia, who then in turn came into Liverpool's lane. Just across from them, you've got Bristol trying to keep their powder clean. But looks to me like this sprint to the line has Liverpool out in front at the moment, being chased hard by East Anglia, who's just holding off Bristol for third place. Over on that far side, we've got UEA as well. 2 UEA crews in here, being chased hard by Manchester. And then to round it out on this side, you can
see Liverpool just walking through the crews. They were in third place and they've just come out on top there, and they have taken first place in that round.
So yeah, Liverpool do overcome a bit of late drama. The hands go up in celebration from the UEA. Cox as well. They do finish second, holding off Bristol. We can see over on that far side the other UEA crew and the Manchester crew just coming through the line now. And then to round it out, we have Cardiff. So that was the women's beginner 4B final. Yasmin, do you want to take us through who's going to make up the medal-winning race in the A final?
Yeah, so in the A final, we have, in the women's beginner Cox 4, we have the University of Southampton in lane 1, the University of Glasgow in lane 2, the University of Surrey in lane 3, Durham University in 4, Oxford Brookes University in lane 5, and Queen's Belfast in lane 6. Now this is going to be an exciting one to watch, and they've already started through the 500 metre mark. We can see that the University of Surrey is out on top, and Surrey is known to have such a good novice programme. Every year they just perform.
Yeah, agreed. Every year they just perform. I think the wild card here, we know Surrey have been good at beginners. Our wild card, Oxford Brookes, making a return to the beginner rowing scene. They're in lane 5, and they're definitely in the mix for the medals here as we look down the course. You can see on the screen the crews really close together. You've also got the scores up there in the top corner at the 1K mark. So that gap between Brookes and Surrey was just about 0.8 of a second. Sorry, my maths is awful today. 0.7 of a second difference there. And then just really close on that as well, Durham. If you look, less than a second between Brookes and Durham. Then Glasgow not far out at 3:59. So I think we have 4 crews going for these 3 medals here, Yasmin.
It's going to be a really close one, a fun one to watch. I'm not really familiar with the Oxford Brookes novice programme. I
think a lot of us aren't familiar with it. It hasn't been around for a little while. They used to do it, they've gone way back. So we'll have to see whether it bears fruit today. Let's see if they can add to what I assume is going to be quite a lot of medals later on in the women's inter and.
So going through the 1500 metre mark, we've got Oxford Brookes out on top. So obviously, I suppose they still got it. Yeah, and then followed very closely by Surrey. There's nothing much in it, maybe 0.3 of a second there, so we'll see how this last 500 metre pans out. There may be a sprint to the line.
Yeah, you can see the field's actually really broken out quite a lot in this last 500. It was so close through the K, but Brookes and Surrey are really close together up at the top there. And then there's now a bit of a 7-second gap gone to Durham, and then Glasgow as well, just fallen off the pace. So there was obviously a big shift in that third 500 that some crews could handle and some couldn't. So we got Surrey back in their kind of classic pink base layer, and Brookes, they're separated by 2 lanes, so they're not side by side, but you can see here coming down towards the last sort of 350 metres, it's going to be a 2-way fight for this gold medal. Now I know the Surrey supporters are going to be really shouting loud. I'm sure the Brookes supporters are going to be shouting loud as well, and just in between them you can see that Durham trying to hold on to that bronze medal. Looks like I think they will, but yeah, do you want to take us down this finish line?
So it looks like it's just going to be between the University of BUCS and very closely followed by Surrey. I can't tell from this angle, but it seems like it might be a sprint to the line. There's nothing much in it. It's really exciting. You can hear the crowds. You can hear Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, from up here, we're at the top of the tower, and I can hear, yeah, sorry, yeah, Brooks being shouted. Still within half a length.
It seems that Brooks and Surrey are pushing off.
Yeah,
Durham left behind there.
Yeah, so Durham, there's clear water between those front two, back to Durham.
So from this angle, it seems that Surrey's just putting in a bit of a sprint there, upping the rate, and it does seem that Surrey is out on top there, maybe by half a boat. That it does seem that Surrey, there we go. That is Surrey for first place, Brooks for second.
Well spotted there. Surrey were able to just up the rate and go.
And Durham, look at that celebration there.
Yeah, wonderful celebration. Yeah, Surrey stepped it up in that last 250. Brooks went with like the power, didn't quite have the ability to go up with the rate as well. So Surrey did just move it out. So elation in that boat. Absolutely loving it. These are the scenes we like. It doesn't matter what level you win that, inter, beginner, champ, like it means a lot when you can come home with that gold medal.
I think that was 4th for Glasgow University there.
Yeah, and then we got Southampton as well.
You know, see, look at that. Look, it's just,
Queens,
you know, probably their first medal for their university.
Yeah,
their first BUCS.
I can't remember what they did at the head, but certainly the regatta, absolutely. You put a lot of time in, like, you know, we're both rowers or have rowed. Put a lot of time into this sport, and you know, it's always nice to have that payoff at the end.
Yep, so we can see now that the beginners women's quads, the final B has just started. So the University of Birmingham in lane 1, the University of Sussex in lane 2, with Loughborough University in lane 3. Again, Loughborough A in lane 4. Lane 3 was Loughborough B, Nottingham Trent in 5, and then the University of Lincoln in 6. So just coming through the 500 metre mark, we can see Lincoln is out on top there, closely followed by Loughborough University. But at this point in the race, anything can happen, especially with beginner crews, because there is a crab that could just happen, for instance, or that kind of lack of consistency, being unfamiliar with a 2K race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking out the window here now. I'm biased because I coach at Birmingham, but Birmingham look pretty good here in lane 1 to me. I know their coach would have absolutely fired them up for this. So, like, it looks like lane 1, they're just sneaking it down. Now we got the two Loughborough crews battling each other in the middle of the lanes, 3 and 4. You got Birmingham 1 getting a little bit close to that buoy line in lane 0, I would say. So hopefully just straighten up a little bit there. Iona, good work. But yeah, it looks like a good race across here. Lane 2, I think, have dropped off the pace just a touch. That's Sussex, but we certainly, to me, look like we have three crews in contention for the win. Lane 1, lane 3, lane 4. That's Birmingham and the two Loughborough crews, and then quite a nice battle going on in lanes 5 and 6. As well, I think, over on that far side.
Yes, it does seem fairly close between the top 3 crews, I'd say. It does seem that Sussex has maybe dropped off a bit.
Yeah. Just on your screen, it was zoomed in, you had Loughborough and Trent just in the middle of the picture there. So the crews you can see at the moment, the one, oh, look at that, there might have been a bit of a crab there. Trent with a quick steering correction, zigzag wiggle in the middle of the course there. But yeah, over on that far side, we've got kind of a late move coming from Lincoln. They're pushing up. We've got the two Loughborough crews in the middle. They're not quite on screen at the moment. And as I say, like sneaking up, I think, and still in the lead there to the right. You've got Birmingham, not on your screen at the moment, but just outshot to the right. Just looking out the tower here, we can see Birmingham storming up in lane 1. And I think they are out in the lead.
It does seem that Birmingham is out in the lead there.
So I reckon, just looking where the markers are, these crews have about 350 metres to go. Camera's just panning out. You can now see we brought the other crews into it. So the two Loughborough crews and Birmingham are the ones fighting out for this win. Looks like Birmingham just moving again towards lane 0. Just need to straighten up just another time, because, I mean, have you ever hit the buoys in a course, Yaz?
I can say I never have, but I know people who have, especially at Henley Royal, those booms, and steering is very hard to recover from in a race. It does drop your speed quite considerably, and for these novice crews, steering is probably the last. You know, they want to be focusing on their rowing, but then they've also got to be focusing on steering, and that combined with the lack of experience, it's just a lot. So these crews are doing very well considering.
Yeah, of course they do have to. They have to, you know, steer themselves. And it looks like we've got a good three-way battle here. The two Loughborough crews have pushed firmly back into contention. I think it's actually the two Loughborough crews might enter the last 100 pretty much in line. These three crews. So it's a 100-meter sprint to the finish here, featuring the two crews from Loughborough and Birmingham. So whoever can up it the most, I'd say the Loughborough crew in 3, they would have been the seeded crew into this. They're the ones who probably had the most impetus in the last 250 metres. Just looking out, you can't see them on the screen at the moment because they've cut to the finish line. It looks like and then just as I say, it could have been Loughborough, but
Loughborough A, a big grab, but can they recover from that? Loughborough B taking their chance and moving ahead. But Birmingham's still in there. I think that Loughborough B may have it.
And they may have just pipped it, but Loughborough A, I think, had the move just before that, and then the three you can see. She's very disappointed.
You can see the disappointment in their faces there.
We've seen it so many times, sprinting for the line, not just at beginner, but just that tiny fraction of an error that just turns itself into a big one. You know, might have just put the blade in at slightly the wrong angle, and you get caught at the finish. But
I
great
think
racing there. You know, what's that? 1,950 really good meters of racing.
I think they've got to keep their heads high and not be disappointed by that performance, because that was superb. You know, catching crab in the last 5 strokes, it's gutting, but they performed amazingly throughout, and a third is still a great achievement. So very well done.
Yeah, very well done to all those crews in that very exciting B final of the women's beginner quad. So there's no medals handed out in that one. The next race is actually in the bottom 1,000. I reckon they're about 800 meters from the finish line. This will be a medal winning race. I'll just quickly do the lineup, and then Gaz can tell us what the state of play is. So this final for the medals in the women's beginner quads are going to feature Plymouth, Queens, Edinburgh, Nottingham, Trent and Leeds.
Yes, so just coming up past the 1,500 metre mark, we can see that Edinburgh B is out on top, but very, very, very closely followed by Edinburgh A, so there's nothing much in that, so it's good to see that pan out. It's really, really nice to see crews from the same university, you know, battling it out in the final, and especially during training, they must have been, you know, working towards that top crew, you know, working off each other, and I think that's how you improve as a rower. You know, you always want to work off the people around you, and that's great to have.
Yeah, and it definitely helps when you have other quick rowers around. We were talking about Brooks's beginner program making a reappearance. You know, I appreciate they're probably not rowing in with the seniors, but when you're just surrounded by that culture of this is how we train, this is how we make boats go fast, this is how we perform on the big day, like it's gonna rub off on other people around. So with these beginners, we've seen how good Edinburgh's beginner program has been the last 4 years at least, maybe even going back before that, to be fair, but particularly these last 4 years, how good their programs looked. You know, they obviously have in-house, like, how do we make beginners go fast, and that just must be filtering down year after year. And obviously they have some fantastic coaching of their beginners there as well. So, you know, this is the reason for all that hard work. This is why the coaches put that time in. This is why the club invest in the athletes, so that they can come to what really is like the pinnacle of the university only calendar. Obviously we have events at Women's Henley, events at Henley Royal, but you know, in terms of like the domestic rowing calendar, this is the pinnacle event. And you know, Edinburgh have obviously shown how to coach beginners, to move quads, to move singles, to move doubles.
I completely agree, and just looking at the visuals now, it looks like Edinburgh B is actually about 3 lengths in front of Edinburgh A there, so that's quite fun to see. You know, doesn't matter what boat you're in, if you're put in boat C or boat D, I suppose you just got to try your best and treat every race like it's your last, I suppose.
Yeah, well, you know, really for these girls, this is their last race as a beginner quad, because then it splits out into sort of the summer season where that event doesn't really exist. And obviously not like next year you can't be a beginner either. But Edinburgh do secure themselves another gold medal in the women's beginner quads. They'll also secure the silver. You can just see that crew crossing the line now. That's fantastic. Queens have been fantastic at developing beginner scullers as well, and they will pick up the bronze here in the women's beginner quad. So 1, 2, 3 go Edinburgh, Edinburgh, Queens. Following them just on this side, Plymouth just rode out of it, unfortunately. Trent as well just rode out of the medals. And then rounding out this final over there on that far side, we have Leeds.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. 3 minutes.
So we now have the inter-women's singles, the B final there. So we've got Durham 1, Queen's 2, Nottingham in 3, De Montfort University in 4, Cardiff University 5, and Cambridge in 6. They've just come past the halfway mark, and Queen's is out on top there, followed by Nottingham and then De Montfort University. De Montfort and Nottingham looking very close indeed, 0.2 of a second there.
3, 4, 6. Women's intermediate single sculls.
It does seem that Cambridge is a fair few lengths behind the pack there, but you know, in a single it's always hard being the one that's behind because you've got nothing really to work towards, and it's quite hard to, you've only got yourself in a crew, and it's hard to find the motivation in a way, but you've got to not give up in a way and just go through the motions, do what you know how, and then just get the job done, I suppose.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to aim for your own like personal best, like come off the water and think, yeah, no, I moved that pretty good. I might have been 6th, might have been 5th, you know, it might not have been where I really wanted to be, but I made sure I pushed myself all the way down. You know, you always come into a race with a race plan, and I think if you've executed it, even if you don't come out on top, like you've done the best that you could have done, and at the end of the day, like that is all you can kind of do.
100%. When you come off the water, you want to know that you've given your all, and that's all you could have done. So whatever the result, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and it's as we watch this race come down, you can also see. So we just mentioned it. Edinburgh did pick up 2 of the medals, and Edinburgh, as I say, have picked up 2 of the medals, and trying to come over to the medal pontoon with a little bit of bit too much speed. There was Queens, but they did have to clear the race course. You can just kind of see Edinburgh here picking up medals on the screen. Wonderful achievement for them. Fantastic stuff from those Edinburgh quads. But as I say, we got some inter racing in the inter women's singles. This is the B final, so there's no medals for this. I'd say that crew, that sculler in 6, the Cambridge sculler, they've kept on it. They're back in contention with the crew in 5, and I think both of those crews have actually managed to work each other past. The sculler in lane number 1, who to me looks like the rate of striking has gone down. They might have just tried to do a little bit too much in the first 1500 and just couldn't hang with the pace, and have just dropped off. But
Queens
a
is
bit more
doing
interesting up the front here.
Queens is doing a great job there. Sorry to interrupt, Alex.
No, go on. Take us to the line.
They just look very, very calm, relaxed, and it's crazy to think, you know, in an inter-category, you've got loads of people that you're working off. They're not flusters, they're just getting the job done. But it looks that Queens, and it does look that De Montfort University may have something in the tank there. They've kind of just come out of nowhere, up the rate.
Whose sprint do you like the most? Is De Montfort theirs, or do you like this Nottingham sprint?
I like De Montfort's passion there. They're really just going for it. And I do think that De Montfort It does seem that Demont is making a move there, and it does. But
It's
Queens
very,
is
very close, isn't it? Yeah, we'll have to see what the official verdict
I don't
is
know
on
if
that
Queens might have just.
Yeah, this line on your screen, you can see it's just a guide. So you might be shouting at the screen, going, "Oh, it was definitely them. It was definitely," but we don't know. Like this, that's just the unofficial line. We have to have the official. There's actually a photo finish if they need it. Downstairs is always how it used to be.
I really feel for these crews now. They've given. You can see on the screen, she's giving it her all, and it's it's just that it's that weight.
The provisional result does have Queens winning that by half a second over DMU, with Nottingham about 3 seconds in behind. But it was really close. When you're within like half a second like that, it can just really come down to where you are in the phase of your stroke. I don't know if you can't really do it in rowing, but you ever watch any swimming and like, you know, when the hand comes over and they're just not quite there, and it's like, do you put your hand over for another stroke or do you just reach? It's a bit like with rowing, like you don't really have that. You kind of have to go for the next stroke. But yeah, you know, if there was a way of timing your finish, it might give you a little bit of an advantage.
I completely agree on that.
Yeah, now we got a little bit of a gap here. So
that was Lizzie Webster from Demont University and Frances Curtis from Queens. Those are the two that are just waiting on confirmation of who may have got first and second place there. So we'll let you know the results as they pan out, but it seems that we have now started the inter-women's single A final. So I'll just read out the crews. So we've got Aberdeen in 1, Durham 2, Reading 3, Hartpury University 4, Bath 5, and Hartpury 2 in 6. So
yeah,
just
these have quite a long way, so we might just let you watch the footage for a couple of minutes, because these crews still have about just over a K, maybe 1,200 meters still to go. So we'll just let you just watch that while just before we cut away for a moment, we'll just show you the Queens crew picking up their medals. They got the bronze medal in the women's beginner quads just a few minutes ago, and they're receiving their medals right now.
You can see the delight in their faces. Their first, probably one of their first medals for their university there.
Yeah,
so it's great to see.
And similarly to what we said before, in terms of like Edinburgh have worked out how to pick up these medals, Queens have done that as well. So good for another 4 athletes to have delivered another medal over to Belfast there.
Shout out to Queens, well done there. So just coming through the 500 metre mark in the A final of the inter-women's single. So, 1,000 mark, sorry about that. Reading coming out on top, followed by Hartpury University, and then Bath in 3 there. It does look like there's a lot to play for here. There's a few crews in contention for first place there.
Edinburgh, attention.
So inter singles, that's tough as well. Obviously champ is tough, but inter's tough as well.
It's stacked in that there are a lot of entries. There are a lot of entries in this category, and it's hard. It's just hard. There's about, I'm not really sure on how many finals there are. There's A, B, there are a few, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember if in this they're going down to G, but that would be, you know, 7 finals. So there's a lot. There's always a lot of entries in here, and the depth is, like, there are a lot of entries, but there are also a lot of good entries too. So it's always a deep field. Do you want to take us through who the actual rowers are in this one, just to give them a bit of name dropping here?
Yep. So we've got Maisie Aspinall for Aberdeen. We've got Ella Darrington for Durham, Zara Povey, I hope I pronounced that right, for Reading, Ellie Dash for Hartpury, Rebecca Courts for Bath, and Chloe Shepherd for Hartpury again, and that's in lane 6.
Yeah, and you know, these athletes, I bet they've spent a long time in their small boats, you know, singles, doubles especially, and so, you know, they've been working towards this, because if you win into single, like, that's a really high-end achievement. You know, you've got a lot of respect for anyone who picks up a inter-single medal here at the regatta.
You know, it's just you and your boat, and you've moved that from A to B really fast, and you've achieved a medal in that, and that's good on you. I mean, I feel like it's different racing a single as opposed to a crew boat, because for me anyway, there's always that, oh, I had my other friends pushing me along, or my other crewmates, but with a single, it's an amazing achievement. It's you and your boat, and you did that, and no one else did, and no one can take that away from you.
Yeah, no one can take it away from you, and no one can move the boat for you either. Like, literally, as you say, like, you moved it from A to B, no one else did. And even if there is like a tailwind or something like that, everyone's getting a bit of a tailwind. You still have to be the best in those conditions on the day. And it looks to me like there is actually, this might sound a bit strange because we're in Nottingham, but there is a very, very slight tailwind at the moment. Just a very slight tailwind.
Whenever I'm on the tideway and I'm tired in my single, I just let the stream take me. So I suppose that is a, a life hack there. So coming into the last 500 metres there, University of Reading out on top. And about 3 seconds behind, we've got Hartbury in lane 5, that is. 4, sorry.
So yeah, we actually have there's 2 Hartbury scullers, of course, aren't there? So 4 and 6 both feature Hartbury. Looks to me like the Reading sculler, is that Zara Povey? In those quite distinctive high vis I think we've got here. Coming up, not so much on your screen, you can't tell it quite so well, but by eye looking out the window stands out really well, the old high vis. So looks like Reading, obviously renowned for their sculling, because they made that change probably around nearly 10 years ago, I would guess, to just doing sculling. So that means they always want to win this, and it looks like Zara could be the one bringing home a gold medal for Reading in the inter women's singles in 2024.
You can see Zara Povey's sprint there. She's upping the rate and she's looking very dynamic in the water. She's got quick catches, she's in, she's on, and she's moving away from the pack there. And
now I think the other question is, which of the 2 Hartbury scullers?
I think it's a race for silver there.
Pick up the silver, yeah. They're really, you know, you said before, you got, you know, with the Edinburgh crews pushing off each other. It's happening here as well. These would have pushed off each other on that canal over in Gloucester.
So you've got Ellie Dash and Chloe Shepherd for Hartbury there, and it does seem that so Ellie Dash has secured that silver, and then the 3rd for Chloe Shepherd there.
Chloe Shepherd gives a slap of the water. I don't know if that's a happy or a
I think that's
annoyed.
a happy. I think that's a happy. I think she should be very proud of that, and it's delight, you know. She secured a bronze and her friend has secured, her teammate has secured a silver. I think that's great.
Yeah, and to be fair, sometimes you just punch the water because you're just like, that hurt, right?
Yeah, you're a bit tired and
Damn,
you're like,
you did this to me.
So you can see on our screens that's Zara Povey for Reading there. I'm really liking the high vis. I think I might suggest that to Imperial.
Oh, you're going to go down. You see, we're a little bit anti-high vis at Birmingham. That we wear them, but it's like we're doing it to appease others on the water who apparently can't see us very well if we don't. So, you know, just to shout out, there are uni-rowing high vises available if you wish to buy one.
Sorry to interrupt, Alex. I was just going to say that the champ singles has just started, so that's the B final. We've got Cambridge University in 2, Edinburgh in 3, and Exeter in 4. I was just going to ask, how come there is only 3 boats in this category, Alex?
Well, this is the B final. They didn't actually used to do at Champ. I think when they got rid of a lot of these semi-finals, they've decided in certain events they will run a B final in Champ. I think it's good to have a B final available in events such as this, because you might put a lot of time into it, and to just do a time trial and then just be done, not great. Although in this, to be fair, I think these came through a repechage as well. So this is actually the 3rd time these scullers will have had to have come down. So they did the time trial earlier, we looked at it, there were 7, 2 went through directly, 7 hadn't. They split them into 2 repechages, of which 1 got eliminated from one race, 2 got eliminated from the other, and those will be the 3 that are racing off, or due to be racing off in this race here. So looks like we actually do only have 2 athletes who have turned up for the repechage, so it's just straight shooting here between lanes 2 and 3. So that is who have we got here in 2? We've got Cambridge and Edinburgh, right? So
yeah, so we've got Annabelle Stevens for Cambridge and then Hannah Supple for Edinburgh there. So there's just 2 boats, and you know what, this is good Henley practice there, side by side racing, I suppose.
Yeah, side by side racing, you know, 1 wins, 1 loses. It's almost like the traditional rowing, isn't it? Side by side.
I absolutely love this type of rowing. It's just you and a crew next to you, and you just work off each other. I prefer it much more to, you know, multi-lanes.
Yeah, a bit more personal sometimes, isn't it? One-on-one versus like, especially if you're somewhere with like 8 lanes and you're on an outside lane. It's like, well, you got you in 7 lanes before like the far side, and that might be who your kind of closest opposition is, which can be a bit awkward, and you know, unless you've got a good coxswain filling you in on the situation. You know, but here, obviously, just one-on-one. The beauty of rowing is if you can see your opposition, you're ahead of them.
100%.
If you can't see them, they're ahead of you. So. Yeah, one of these will know they're ahead, one will know they're behind, but it's actually quite close. You know, it's a few lengths here. On your screen, you can just see one of the Hartbury scullers. Very happy to have picked up a medal.
I think that's
Good
Chloe
stuff.
Shepherd
Well
there.
done.
I'm
Very happy.
really
Yeah,
sorry
yeah.
if I got that mixed up. And I think that's Ellie Dash there for the silver.
Yeah, so the 2 Hartbury scullers just picking up medals. Very happy, yeah. Very, very happy, as they should be. And actually, the Reading sculler will probably hop into view just in a moment, because I can just see the cameraman just walking over. So there you go, here's Zara Povey of Reading.
Very well deserved. And we can see on our screens that Hannah Supple of Edinburgh is out there, charging away by a few lengths there. And for the Cambridge sculler, it must be quite hard being in that position. It's you alone, and all you can see is the launch kind of in front of you there, because you've got no other crews to work off. But I think in this position, you've just got to do the best you can do and just push.
And respect to the Cambridge sculler as well, who has actually bothered to wind it up. I can see they've gone for their sprint to the line, as you should do. So the Cambridge sculler has wound it up. So that they're not gonna take the Edinburgh sculler. The Edinburgh sculler is just kind of rowing it through. Has done the work earlier. It's just going to take the win in this B final of the champ singles.
I'm loving Cambridge sprint there, and that's from Annabelle Stevens. She's honestly doing a very, very, very good sprint there to the line, and a very great sculler there.
Never say die, right? Never say die. Just always go, go, go.
If you're not dead by the end of a race, you've done it wrong. That's what I always say.
Assuming you don't have another round left.
Maybe not actually dead, but anyway. So we're on to the champ singles, the women's champ singles, the A final. We've got Nottingham in 1, Cambridge in 2, Birmingham 3, Reading 4, Bath 5, and that's UL London in 6. So just coming through the 500 metre mark, we've got Birmingham out on top there, followed by Reading, and then we've got Bath in 3rd, London 4th, and then Nottingham in 5th, with Cambridge in 6th.
So Katie Mole of Birmingham and Ellie Cook of Reading, they, I believe, were the first 2 in the time trial, which meant that they could proceed straight through. I'm just having a quick look at the times they were. Katie Mole was 6 seconds quicker than Ellie, and then Ellie was 7 seconds quicker than Poppy Baker. So that was what happened at the top. So we're expecting the middle 2 lanes to be the quickest.
Katie Moore, phenomenal athlete there, just looking at her rowing.
She's got some of the best movement patterns I've seen. Like
she's long under the water, she's dynamic, she looks very calm, and to me, she looks like she's paddling. It doesn't look like a champ final to me. She's just chilling there, and she's just moving away. She's walking away from the pack. And
she's always got a crazy sprint when she needs it as well.
And whenever I interacted with her, lovely human.
Oh yeah, Katie's
just
great.
An all-rounder there. It's annoying because why can't she be mean? She's good at everything.
Well, she's not good at not losing my Oakleys, I'll tell you that, because I lent her a pair and I don't have them now. So, you know, other than that,
Katie Mole, you've got some answering to do. Alex wants his Oakleys back. But going into the 1,000 metre mark, Katie's still on top there, putting in a stellar performance, followed by Reading. So we've got Ellie Cook for Reading there.
Now, from a personal standpoint, like, this would be huge, because we, and by we I mean Birmingham, secured a champ lightweight double gold yesterday, and if we can back it up with another champ gold today, I don't think we've ever had 2 champ golds in the same championship. So that'll be huge for us. Obviously huge for the athletes as well. The 2 that won the lightweight double yesterday have just gone 1-2 in the lightweight into singles as well, so they picked up more. But these champ medals are so hard to come by, So to be able to pick up 2 gold ones, especially in a championship, would be really massive for us. And then we have racing happening tomorrow, but if we can pick up 2 in the first 2 days, it like makes a massive difference in terms of, because I don't know how it is at Imperial, but for us, like, it's really difficult for us to pick up BUCS points. So picking up any is always a big deal.
Sorry, Alex, I can't say the same thing. Imperial just, you know, we've just got champ medals coming out of everywhere. No, I'm joking, Alex, don't worry. But anyway, we can see there Katie Moles still storming ahead. And then we've got Bath in 3rd place there, and that's Ella Fullman, sorry.
Yeah, so Bath obviously have a lot of, it's not called Start anymore, it's like, you know, the Development Pathway Academy. But, you know, they have a history of developing quick scullers down there in the single. So, you know, they're definitely going to want to be in the mix here as well. So some good racing out in front. Katie is still sitting out ahead of the Reading Sculler in 4. It looks to me like he's going lane 3, lane 4, lane 5 at the moment, and then quite close between lane 6, 2 and 1 to round out this final. But this is the top event in terms of women's university single sculling.
This is the cream of the crop. The cream of the crop here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we expect really good racing. The Reading Sculler is still really close at the front here, so there's going to have to be a move from someone to make sure of their position. And we'll have to just see who does it, because these athletes now have just gone through the 250 to go.
I think at this point Ellie Cook really needs to make a move if she wants to battle Katie for the gold there. I think it's now or never. I think if you leave it too late, then it's too late.
If you're the athlete in the lead, you're just hoping that they just like, you know, consolidate their silver and not challenge you for gold. But I wouldn't expect that in the champ singles. I would expect there to be an absolute, you know, hammer drop down here. It's about a 1 length difference, I think, going into the last 100 metres.
It does look like Ellie Cook is making a move. Unsure from this angle, but I don't know if Katie can hold on. Katie does look really confident, really relaxed, really composed. I think Katie Mole's got it, but
I said the moment she has, and Katie has just stuck a couple of strokes on it, I think, just to move out.
Katie's decided not to paddle. No, I'm joking, Katie. Amazing job. Look at her go.
Yeah,
so she's going to take that first place.
Gold. Yeah, that's fantastic. Great racing there. Ellie Cook. These were the 2 quickest from the time trial, and they've converted it to the gold and the silver.
And you can just see Katie giving a thumbs up. Well done to Ellie, and that's what it's all about. I think she's a great sportswoman.
Yeah, and then to round out those medals, so you've got Katie on the screen right there. She obviously had to work for it. She's about to give herself the classic
dip those feet.
Dip the feet.
She's just too cool.
We love
Look at her.
The feet. Hand goes in the air, just loving life. So yeah, it was Birmingham and then Reading, and then over on that far side it was Rebecca Court for Bath picking up the 3rd medal there. You can see Katie. I used to, you know what? You finish a session, feet go in the water, just love it.
It's standard.
Just the dip in, dip the feet in.
She must be feeling very tired right now. All scholars must be. The lactic acid build up.
Oh yeah. You wouldn't find me doing a 2,000 metre race in the single anymore.
You'd capsize, Alex.
No, I've only capsized once in my life, so I don't think I'd do that, but it wouldn't be very fast.
So we're on to the B final of the inter men's double there. So we've got Sussex in lane 1, Reading in 2, Nottingham in 3, Reading again in 4, Loughborough in 5, and Reading 6. So just coming through the 500 metre mark, we've got Loughborough, lane 5 in 1st place there, followed by Nottingham in 2 and Reading in 3. You know, all top 3 crews at this stage are looking very, very close on time-wise, so it's all to play for. I think we're going to have a battle for 1st place in this round. And you know, like, even though it's a B final, treat it like an A. That's what I always say. It doesn't matter if you get a piece of metal at the end.
Yeah, especially with 50% of this final being made up of Reading, and we know Reading scull a lot. You know, Nottingham, Loughborough and Sussex are going to want to be, you know, showing that they're not just going to cave in and let Reading be the best scullers in here. And if we look at the final in front of it, or after, I suppose, the A final, there are 2 Reading crews in there as well. So there are 5 Reading doubles between the A final and the B final, which is phenomenal. And in this B final, it was not quite throw a blanket over it, but it was pretty close through the 500. We'll have to see what's happened in the second 500 coming through to this 1,000. Like, obviously, the first 500 is always going to be a bit closer together. A lot of crews just like amped up, pushing off the start. But it's who can settle into their rhythm and just get that good run, good efficiency. Especially if you're in a smaller boat like this, the efficiency is massive, because if you don't have it, you're just going to burn it out of 500.
Just looking at the visuals now, Loughborough is just looking very, very composed there.
So what is it? So what is it you like about the Loughborough sculling right now?
It's their separation around the back end. They're so in sync. They're fully set at quarter side. Go in, on. Very dynamic, in control. There's no rush, and they're just putting a really good job. Power in the water, and they're not fighting the boat. I think there's often that thing in rowing where the recovery feels hard, and you want the recovery to be a recovery, and you want to feel like a kind of ballerina in, feel strong, and then relax again. And I think Loughborough look very good at that.
This is race
Yeah, absolutely. You just saw Ella Fullman for Bath picking up the bronze medal down there, and then Ellie Cook was just on your screen for Reading.
And there's Katie Mole.
And there's Katie Mole as well. So
I have fangirled over her. I think I should stop.
So there's your champ medalist. I think, sorry, I said Rebecca Court in bronze before. It was Ella Fullman, who we'd said earlier on.
And that was just Imogen Grant who just handed her that gold, which is
I think
an amazing thing.
A lot of the people down there were like, oh, Imogen's giving out medals. That's really cool.
That is
really
lovely,
cool.
especially if you're a sculler, you know.
Yeah, international athlete who has raced here at BUCS many times. I think it was either last year or the year before. She did something like 6 or 7 events across the weekend.
She's a serial winner. Yes, just coming into the 1500 metre mark. It looks like Loughborough won, still out in front there, followed by Nottingham and Reading, that is.
Open Championship double sculls final.
So like we said, there's 50% of this race are Reading. It's lanes 6, 4 and 2, the even numbered lanes, and then the odd numbered lanes, Sussex, Nottingham, Loughborough. Just from here, I think it could be Loughborough in 5. Made a good charge through there. There's quite a high rate of striking on these scullers. You'd mentioned before about the Loughborough crew, like, you know, moving nicely. Nottingham as well, moving quite well. I'd say it's between Loughborough and Nottingham at the moment. Obviously 2 crews very local to here. Nottingham particularly will be familiar with this water, but
from this angle it looks
just
like
pushed out really well, those 2 crews in 3 and 5.
Could it be that Reading are pushing through?
I think the crew in 4 are definitely making a move. They're definitely making a move. That Reading crew in lane 4. And there's quite a good race here between Reading and Sussex in 2 and 1. So we've got races happening all over the place. It's that Loughborough double on that far side, I think, really trying to put a move on. They've gone up. The rate's gone up again.
Loughborough's upped the rate there.
Really upped it. There was like 2 strokes where they went up by about 4 on the rate, I think.
The bowman probably made a call. Let's up the rate. Let's go. It's now or never. And they have done that.
Yeah, they've done well there. They've sprinted that well to the line, and that has meant that they have seen off quite a nicely moving Nottingham boat. I think that was the Nottingham crew you'd said earlier, based on the yellow blades, were like that nice separation. And it will be the 2 of the Reading crews just holding off a charge from Sussex, and then Reading again following back in 6th there. But like, really hard racing. You just had a little zoom in there on the Loughborough scullers. You know, a little thumbs up to the opposition. Good race, good race. So yeah, a really well contested B final in the inter-doubles. I think there were quite a lot of inter-doubles earlier. Like, there were certainly eliminated crews, so there was more than up to a G final.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So there was a really deep field again.
So we've started the A final for the inter-doubles. We've got St Andrews in 1, Hartbury in 2. We've got Reading in 3, Queen's Belfast 4, Reading 5 and Durham in 6. Now this is going to be a fun one. already with 200 metres, 300 metres in. We can see, I think that's the University of, is that Reading? Out in front there. Yep.
Lane 4, is that?
So Reading's out in front there, followed by Queen's Belfast, and then Reading again in 3, Hartbury in 4. So this is the race for medals. And Reading being a sculling club, you know, we've got Reading out 1st and 3rd place, currently going into the 500 metre mark. So obviously a very good...
In the time trial, all 6 of these crews were separated by 6 seconds, and obviously there was no semi-final. The top 4, well, I suppose the top 3 separated by about a second and a half. So, really close at the top. We're expecting this to be a really good final. We had a good final just now as well by a set of crews that were separated by 8 seconds. So, yeah, some really good racing we're expecting, and it is panning out that way. It doesn't always pan out that way, but if we look at it through the K, the top 4 crews just 4 seconds separating them, so the medal's still all up for grabs.
I think we're going to see a battle to the line.
3 minutes.
So when would you go to the line in a race like this? Let's say you were 3rd.
I would start from the 500 metre mark.
You're going to wait for 500, you're going to hold your nerve.
I will, I'd rather die trying. I'd go from the 500, go through the tiers, and then completely end myself from 200 metres to go.
Okay, so 500. Well, let's see who goes at 500 then, because I mean someone needs to make a name for themselves, don't they? So all these athletes, I'm sure, will have looked at the time trial results and thought, well, actually, any of us could win this. You know, 6 seconds across the 1500 metres. This is the difference of 2 on the split. So, yeah, every one of these would come in thinking they could get at least a medal.
And that's the best kind of race. You go in and you're like, I can do it. It's all to play for.
Definitely all to play for, I'd say, in the middle lanes. At the moment, look, stranger things have happened, but lanes 1 and 6 probably aren't quite in the medal hunt at the moment, but it's definitely lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 battling it out. I would say lane 3 maybe have just poked their nose out a little ahead of the others, so we've mentioned them before. Reading A have poked their noses out just ahead of the others, but lanes 5 and 4 having a really good battle there as well. Reading and Queens really battling it out there, so we'll have to see who can actually pick up which place on the
Queens are starting to pick up the rate there. I think they're going in for the sprint to the line.
Now, because they're in 3rd, they might not realise that they might just trying to leapfrog 2nd, but they might even leapfrog both at this rate. Reading have definitely got to respond. I would say the Queen's charge, like, their rate has gone up. They've done what you said. Just end it at 250 or 200. Queens are making the move here. This is a heck of a move.
Queens are going for it, and they're walking through the 2 Reading crews. I think they're going to come in on top. Queens are completely ending themselves. It's now or never. Do they want the gold medal? Yes, they do, and they're doing it.
The rate's still there. Reading
they are going
to
up.
Respond, but they got nothing rate-wise.
They've gone too late. They've gone too late. Queens have planned as well,
they've let Queens
and they are going to take the 1st place. And good on them.
Yeah, that's
they must.
Unreal
the lactic acid build up right now, but they don't care. They're getting that gold medal.
Yeah, that doesn't look pretty in the bow seat of that Queens boat, but he won't care. They've just picked up the goal with the best last 250 I have seen.
Well done, Fergus
today.
Price. He's slapping the water, and good for you. He killed himself.
That's definitely the best last 250 I've seen today. Just absolutely motored from 3rd up through 2.
Fergus there.
They were already in a medal position, but they didn't want bronze. They just moved it up and they went.
They weren't set it. Good for you, Fergus. You take a lie down. You deserve it, mate. Take your shoes out. Take your feet out. Cool yourself off.
He's going to have to wave to the umpire. We can see he's fine, but he's going to have
to
wave to make sure they know he's okay.
Now that's what I mean. If you're not dead by the finish line, you've done it wrong, and Fergus did it right.
But yeah, that was a phenomenal move there.
Go get your medal and have a beer.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're racing tomorrow, maybe don't.
Probably racing tomorrow, I would guess.
Okay, Fergus, hold off on that.
University of Surrey.
Maybe someone can buy you a bottled one, but you can pop it.
University of Cambridge, lane 4. Queen's University Belfast, lane 5.
So we've gone from what was a very good event, the Inter A final in the doubles. We go, no B final here, we go straight to an A final of the champ doubles. So the biggest of the big boys, I suppose, in terms of sculling.
We're very lucky
today.
here, very lucky. We've got 2 A finals back to back. We've got Queens in lane 1, Reading 2, Reading 3, Bath 4, Durham in 5, and then Bath again in 6. Now, this race is stacked, full of phenomenal rowers there. Going through the 500 metre mark, we've got Reading out on top again, and then Queen's Belfast 2, and then Bath in 3. Now, these universities seem to, their names keep popping up within the sculling races. They are sculling clubs, and they do what they do best.
They absolutely do keep popping up, but we have no prior form here because these crews did not have to time trial. I'm not sure if they got told that yesterday. They probably did, because they could probably enjoy quite a nice lie-in. They've not had to race till 3 in the afternoon. It's quite a pleasant day, but it also means that we don't necessarily have the fastest crews in the middle. They do make an effort to try and seed these crews.
They must be feeling
on prior results, so I suppose they can look at how these athletes have done historically.
I was just going to say they must be feeling very fresh right now, very raring to go, but then there's always that doubt of not being seeded through time trial. I don't know what to expect, what's going to happen, where is everyone?
I used to quite like having to do something like a time trial or something, just to wake myself up, like get into it. I didn't want my first race of the day to be like the final, because, you know, is your boat right? It should be right, you know, but just any little bits and bobs, you're like, okay, we'll get it down the finish and we can have a look at that. But
I agree.
These have just got to get it right. It's a one shot life for these people today.
So we've got Reading about a length in front of Queens, but Queens do seem to be pushing on for that gold.
Well, we had this just now, didn't we? Reading with a Queen's boat behind in the race before. Now, I'm sure this Reading champ double isn't going to want to go the way of the inter doubles. We can just see on the screen, like, the Reading boys do still seem very happy, as they should be, picking up medals in the inter double final. So you've just seen one of the Reading crews picking up their medals. On your screen now is the other Reading crew. They've just kind of shuffled up alongside, just to create a bit of space on the landing stage for the double from Queens, who did cross the line first. But taken a little while to get over to the finish line. I think they just did need a bit of a breather there.
I've noticed over these couple of days, Queens tend to have quite a big sprint to the finish. I'm not sure if their coach has been enforcing that through training, but it's the Italian way, looking at the Europeans, the Italian sprint, when they up the rate up to 50, 60.
Everyone should do it. You should just, like, yeah, everyone should have to minimum rate at 40 into the finish line, right?
I think it's what you've got to do.
Just make it more interesting.
Once you get to 200, you have to just go for it. Spin those hands.
Yeah, and on your screen there, you've got the guys who, like I say, they just went at 250, decided bronze wasn't good enough, and absolutely went just full send. They went full send for gold, and a really big cheer down there.
Yeah, good on them.
Athletes, fantastic.
Look at Fergus, big smile, he's revived.
Yeah.
Good job, mate. Good job there.
He's back alive.
Stellar performance. Like. They didn't want the bronze, and they got that gold.
Yeah, I think gold just feels much nicer on the way home. Much
lovely
nicer.
stuff.
So well done.
Just looking at, they're coming into the last 500 metres now. Reading still on top there. I think it's going to be between Reading and Queens, and I'm kind of rooting for Queens. I'm not sure. I think it's the. I love their sprints. I love their sprints.
I love the sprint, and they'll do it. I just think they're too far. I think Reading have just. Well, actually, to me, this Reading crew's also up. They wouldn't have known what happened in the race before, but they're just taking care of their own business. Like their rate of striking is up. If Queens can come back from that, because I reckon it's about 4 lengths, that's going to be a move for the ages if they can pull that one off.
Reading seem really relaxed going into the final 250. They look very. They don't look fatigued. They probably are very fatigued.
No, but like you say, they don't look fatigued.
They don't look fatigued. They look very relaxed. They look like they're going for a little paddle, but they're in the champ final and.
They've done a good shift.
They've done a good shift earlier on, I think.
Early, exactly. Yeah, they didn't leave the door open here. Exactly. They just made sure we'll do what we need to do. We know Queens are probably going to have a massive sprint. We're going to watch it here.
I can see it now. Queens are upping the rate, but you can't see it on your screens. They are going in for the sprint but unfortunately I think it's a sprint for silver because it looks like Reading's taking first. They're just too far in front. You can see from the screen Queens are about 5-6 lengths behind.
That's a nice looking Reading crew as well coming through there.
That's
beautiful run.
Isn't that a great shot? It looks like a time trial.
Absolutely looks like a time trial. And they did bust it as well, like the bowmans had to have a lay down as well, just like we saw in the Queen's boat. Because they did go for the sprint. Queen's happy to pick up the silver. I mean, it's
so
a
that's,
champ silver.
that's Ethan Walters there.
What result that is.
He's doing a Fergus Bryce. He's also passed out.
Who's that in third there? Is it Bath? It looks like Bath have picked up Bronze, just seeing off Durham and Reading. And then just over on the far side, lane 6.
That's Reading crew with Ethan Walters at bow was a very strong crew. They completely dominated that race.
Yeah, that was well done there from Reading. They made sure
they were on it from the
start. To do their work early enough. Shut the door. Just like, look, we got the gold. If anyone wants to challenge, we got enough of a buffer. We can just see them off. And that last 500, I'm not sure if we'll see the splits, but I reckon that the last 500 was pretty quick as well because they'd upped their rate of striking. They put a proper shove in. They shoved it to the line.
I think the key to racing a 2K, you've got to get out in front. You have to put in a good, strong performance at the start and at the finish. But in the middle, it's just about being consistent, keeping that rhythm, keeping together, and putting watts on. So we're going into another A final, 3 in a row. So this is the Champ Women's Lightweight 4, Coxless 4, sorry. We've got Nottingham in 2, Surrey 3, Cambridge 4, Queen's University Belfast 5. So we've got 4 crews in this category here. So just going into the 500 metre mark with we've got Cambridge out in 1, Nottingham in 2nd place, and Surrey in 3rd.
Yeah, and unfortunately one of these is going to go home without anything to show for it. The other 3 will be picking up a medal, but that is the way the racing falls sometimes. Now, just like the last event, there was no time trial for this. This is a straight final. And I suppose if you've only got 4 crews in, it's not quite as wide. Even from lane 2 to lane 5, it's only a couple of lanes difference really. So good to see, like even without a time trial or whatever, some good competitive racing through the 500. Those top 3 crews are only 2 seconds apart really. 3 seconds, 2-3 seconds apart, which is pretty nice. So yeah, some good racing here.
You can see going into the halfway mark, Cambridge dominating this race, and I think it would be really lovely for them to get gold with Imogen Grant handing them that gold medal, seeing as she was such a dominant figure at Cambridge, being at Cambridge for years, racing for Cambridge. She did the boat race, won it many times, and I think that would be lovely for them. I think that would be a moment that they treasure for a while. We can see on our top right hand side, we can see the double there getting their medals.
Yeah, yes, that's the Bath double that got the bronze, I believe. Just picking up their medal there. And then we'll have the cameraman will just cut in a moment to the Queen's double that came 2nd. And then of course we have that really quick looking Reading crew will also be shown picking up their gold medals.
Oh, look at their celebrations there. Yeah, Queens, good on you. Good stuff. So as a lightweight crew, Alex, how is moving a boat different, would you say?
Well, historically I think, you know, you think lightweights just kind of sit there at a slightly higher rate. There's going to be less momentum within the boat, but then equally you've got less weight to disrupt the flow as well. So you kind of got that balance. We kind of know heavyweight crews take a bit longer to get up to speed, but once you've got like an 8 going, like it's going to keep going. Whereas I feel like lightweights don't get that same kind of like momentum within the boat, so they have to almost like tap it along, just be really connected to the water. That's the key, because a lot of lightweights are very powerful and the power to weight is going to be there, but like the raw power isn't always at the same level, so you don't want to be inefficient at all. You just want to pick up the boat at the front end, feel for the water, pick up the boat, move the boat, don't move the water. You know, pick up the water, make the boat do the moving, efficient through the recovery, just do it again. I suppose that's the kind of rowing you want to do at all levels, but I think sometimes it's even more heightened when, especially in a race like this, like you say, lightweight, there's going to be a cap. All these athletes are going to be pretty similar in terms of weight. You're not going to have a massive range here. It's going to be very similar across all the 16 athletes we've got in these boats here.
And as you were saying, in terms of putting the blades in, you want to lever. You want to leave yourself around that. You don't want to wash out. You don't want to put the blades in and just move water. You want to leave yourself around that pin. And it looks like these crews are doing a really, really good job of that.
Yes, it looks like Cambridge have been out in front and staying out in front.
Looking at the Cambridge crew, you can see blades in, levering, and just on again.
Yeah, just, very clean. These are going to be top level athletes here. You know, champ, lightweight, boxers for, say, all 16 of these athletes are going to be very accomplished. At the moment, it looks like Cambridge will be picking up the gold. Surrey going to be picking up silver, and Nottingham the bronze, unless on that far side we can get a late charge from Queens. Now we know Queens can charge. Do you think they can make up that? I reckon they need 2 lanes.
I think they need to make their move. They needed to make their move a bit earlier on. I think they may have left it too late at this point, but you never say never. And you know what, Queens are great at upping the rate towards the line, so let's see what the Battle of Bronze holds. Maybe they can push through.
Yeah, on your screen you can see like the cameraman's done a fantastic job of getting the majority of these crews in. You've got Cambridge who've really upped it as well. They had such a big buffer, but they've decided they're
Cambridge are going for it.
They properly as well.
They know they're in the lead, but they're just sprinting to that finish. They've upped the rate and they're just going for it. And well done. They've secured themselves that gold. Yep, rightly so. He slapped that water.
And then we have Surrey picking up another medal. That's a champ medal there for Surrey. Nottingham will pick up the bronze. They're super happy with that as well. And unfortunately for Queens, you know, really close, like competitive the whole way. Only about 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths down from Nottingham for a medal. So these went straight to a final. There wasn't a time trial, but that was a competitive race. So no one just chucked in an entry for the sake of it. Obviously, they were in it to go win medals, but it was Cambridge who came away with the gold. Surrey picked up the silver, and it was Nottingham who will pick up the bronze. And obviously Nottingham know they got to go get a medal because they've started tapping it around as well. So really good work from all 16 of those athletes, and 12 of them, of course, will be coming over to pick up a medal with a red label on it, which is nice.
Yeah, so on your screens now you can see the B final of the lightweight doubles.
Oh, no medals. Oh dear. Oh. First race for a little while.
So you've got Oxford in 1, Newcastle 2, Harper Adams University 3, Newcastle 4, Surrey 5, and Exeter 6.
So this is another one of those champ events where they've themed. We will run a B final. As I say, they don't always do that, but in certain events they have. It's good to see so many entries into this lightweight event, because some years, you know, some of the lightweight events can be quite lowly subscribed to, but to have so many lightweight doubles, on top of the fact that there was a champ doubles and, you know, open weight into doubles as well, there's been a phenomenally high number of doubles that have been racing across today.
Yeah, and you can see Harper Adams University out in front. I've actually never heard of that university until now.
You not heard of that one until now? Now I'll have to remind myself where it is.
So coming into the halfway mark, so Harper Adams out in the lead, and then we've got Newcastle University, closely followed by Newcastle again in 3rd place. So it looks like Harper Adams is about 5 seconds out in front. So they are dominating the pack here. And then the 2 Newcastle crews being very close, so there will be a race for silver. And then Oxford University in 4th and Exeter in 5th.
So Harper Adams is, I mean, I don't know what your geography is like, but it's a little bit north of Telford, a little bit northwest of Wolverhampton. bit southwest of Stoke. It's kind of in the West Midlands. If you were driving from Birmingham to Liverpool, you'd go nearish to it, about a third of the way there.
So we can see that the is that the Exeter crew there?
So that'll be Nottingham. Actually.
Sorry, Nottingham.
Who picked up their medals on home water. And when we say home water, I think they do some of their rowing here. They obviously go over to the Trent, which from our commentary tower we can just see just over there. But obviously this is their home city. So they'll be very familiar with the lake, and it's always nice to be able to bring home medals on it. You know, it doesn't give you an automatic advantage, but I suppose you've got to be very familiar with the surroundings. Almost that kind of subconscious, you know exactly where you are on the lake and how much exertion you need to put in at different points.
Yeah, you can see that landmark and you're like, that's halfway, I can push now.
It's like when you're rowing on the tideway. Like I used to do that a lot as a kid, but like you just know where stuff is, you know, and you just kind of can gauge how much effort you kind of need to have left at different points so that you can be empty.
So you can see crews coming into the final 500 metres. This is where they want to sprint. So we've got Newcastle actually out in front now, followed by Harper Adams. So Newcastle have actually made that jump. They've walked on Harper Adams and they're out in front. But it is very, very close. So there may be a battle between Newcastle and Harper Adams for first place.
Yeah, lanes 2, 3 and 4 are all battling quite hard. So Newcastle, Harper Adams and also Newcastle again. So good racing here. A lot of these crews have up their race striking around the 300 metre to go mark, so they haven't waited for the last 100 metres to sprint. They've gone a bit earlier. Once again, good competitive racing. I think, you know, the way it's gone with time trials into finals, you should be getting competitive racing. It's just showing that the time trial system in general is working, because what we are looking for is good competitive racing between crews. In basically every round after the time trials. That's the kind of what we want the format to be, and this is transpiring to be some good racing again. So Newcastle, Harper Adams and Newcastle battling for this win. So you want to take us through the last 50
Yeah,
minutes?
it does look like the other Newcastle crew are putting in more of a sprint, and they actually have come out on top now, leaving behind the other Newcastle crew and Harper Adams. It looks like Newcastle is going in for the gold, and they will take the gold, and that sprint was phenomenal there. They just walked through in the final, I'd say 50 metres. They just walked through that other Newcastle crew that was in fact in first place, so well deserved there. I think we're seeing a pattern. The sprint is everything.
Yeah, we like that good sprint. Just going through your screen now, you can see Oxford and Exeter as well pushing themselves through in that B final. So, you know, the first, second and third, Newcastle, Harper Adams, Newcastle and Oxford and Exeter in there as well. White flag goes up, it's a clean race.
5 minutes.
No drama, shouldn't be any drama on a day like this. Just nice, calm conditions, allowing for just good fair racing.
Yeah, so we're starting the A final now for the champ lightweight doubles. Birmingham 1, Queen's University Belfast 2, Nottingham 3, Reading 4, De Mont 5, and the University of West England in 6. So this is the cream of the crop again here. Going into the 500 metre mark, we've got Nottingham out in front, Reading in second place, and Queen's Belfast in third. It looks like the top 3 are very, very close together. I think the seeding of the time trials has made the races, the finals, really, really interesting to watch. I think that's kind of the point in time trials, I suppose.
Yeah, that definitely is kind of the point in the time trials, and so these crews, not necessarily like the mix you'd always expect to see. With lightweight, it's going to be a little bit different. You know, we've got Queens in here, as we've had quite a lot. We've had Reading in here. We've seen Nottingham crews recently, but then we've got UE, DMU, and Birmingham making up this final. So at the moment, Nottingham have gone through the 1,000 first. Reading have followed them, just literally nose ahead of Queens. Those two crews separated by a second. Then a little bit of a gap, but some good racing between Birmingham and DMU, and then UE in 6th. But you know, always good to have good competitive racing. I was just thinking that's nice that people
That's a
sitting
nice
down
shot.
there, and I was just looking up. There's 2 pontoons like that actually with people sitting out. So a day like this is quite nice to dip your feet in the lake, I think.
Yeah, I was sitting out in the pontoons earlier today, cheering on Imperial. I think it's honestly very, very nice weather in all my years doing BUCS. I think this may have been the best.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to rain a bit more today, but it's actually been quite nice, which is good. Good for everyone, because when it rains here, there's not a lot of cover. Like, it's good that so many clubs do bring a gazebo, but when you have to, like, you know, go to your race, come back, you know, your blades have been out, you're going to get a lot of blisters if you've got wet handles, stuff like that. Like, it's definitely not as fun when the weather isn't like this. So yeah, fortunately the weather gods have shone down on Nottingham yesterday and today. Hopefully tomorrow's the same. Were you here yesterday?
I was here yesterday, yes, and it wasn't this
all day
hot. All day.
Yeah, so it kind of got nice in the afternoon, but yeah, it was pretty chilly probably till about 1 or 2 o'clock, I would say. Quite overcast, but much nicer today. It's been much nicer today. So what's going on in this race then? Yeah,
I'm just seeing who's out in front. Is that? It looks like Nottingham. Nottingham's out in front, and I think that's Reading in 2nd place, and then I want to say Queen's Belfast that you can't see, maybe in 3rd. But oh no, you can see Queen's Belfast is in lane 5. Sorry. Oh, we've got our times in. It looks like Nottingham's out in front, and then we've got Reading and then Queen's Belfast. And I think if Queen's Belfast puts in a sprint now, if they hold on, then they could push up a place or 2. We know that they have that sprint in them.
Well, I would say yeah, them and Reading are pretty much neck and neck, really. Like, if you're within a second of each other, coming through the timing point, it can just be like where you are in your stroke, like are you on the surge or not. There's a bit of human error in there as well on the button pressing. But so I definitely think either Queens or Reading can pick up that second. Nottingham, I think with the 6-second lead coming into the last 500, you probably feel like you're in a good position. But those crews are always going to feel really close, really close.
From this angle, it looks like Queens have dropped off a bit. But just looking out the window, I think that might just be the angle, and Queens are still with the pack. Nottingham just have that home advantage, and they just did the work earlier on, and they're just out in front.
I think that Reading crew made a move earlier than Queens, because their rate has been up for about the last 10 to 15 seconds compared to Queens. So I think that Reading crew did put their sprint in ahead of when the Queen's sprint happened. A lot of the times we've seen the Queen's sprint happen quite late on, and now Queens go with about 100 to go. But I think Reading went with about 250 to go. I think they did enough, but we'll see coming through. So this is for medals, of course.
Now we're going to have Nottingham taking gold, and then I think Reading will take silver here unless Queens can put in a sprint. And special shout out to Queens. One of the boys in that crew was actually a novice a couple of years ago, and now to be in the champ category, getting what is now a bronze medal is an amazing achievement.
Yeah, pretty impressively, the Nottingham sculler has turned around from the strokes.
I don't know how he managed that so quickly. I mean,
really, I couldn't call that there through the line. DMU and Birmingham pretty much even crossing through the line there in 4th and 5th. Yui round it out in 6th, but yeah, some fun racing for the medals in the lightweight champ doubles. So yeah, really good performances. Good clean race again. White flag is up. So that was the next medal race down. That was the champ lightweight doubles. Medals going to Reading, Nottingham and DMU. So on to some bigger boats now. We haven't had any 8s for a little while, but it's going to be the beginner 8B final. Bit of a mix of crews here. So we've got Surrey, Bristol, Southampton, Cambridge, York and Leeds. And that race, it's gone off the start probably a couple of minutes ago, I'd say. About 500 in. You had these times through yet, or are we just waiting on those?
the times haven't come in yet, but
so
just looking on the screen, we're going to have to.
It's still got quite a way away.
So we can see Bristol there. You know, these crews look having only learnt to row this year, looking very good. You know, it's going to be hard for them to keep that rhythm, keep that focus. Probably not having done many 2Ks in there this season, if not at all.
I guess it depends on where they've gone on a training camp. Is going to predicate how many of these sort of straight line 2Ks they've done. Obviously, you can simulate doing a 2K on any piece of water that's long enough, but you know, the kind of multi-lane, straight lines. Not everyone in the beginners will necessarily have had a lot of time practicing this. What do you think about those splits? 143 through to 147?
They're looking very fast.
Quick in that first
They're
one.
looking very fast indeed. I think Surrey are doing a very good performance there. We know that Surrey have a really good novice programme, and that shows looking at the B final.
And just to contextualise, there is now a slight headwind. I can actually see a few ripples up on the lake as well.
Sorry.
Just watching some of the ripples move away towards the start. So, you know, we wouldn't expect these to be pulling like a 120 something into a slight headwind. So, some pretty good splits here in the 140s. We can see that now going through the K. So if they'd hit that at 330, they'd have been an average of a 145. So they're a little bit outside that 146, 147. So sustaining good speed through the second 500. You know, you've got that race start at the start, but you have to balance it out with the fact that you're actually coming from a standstill. So that kind of evens itself out a little bit. But yeah, you know, you can see who's quite quick, who can actually, you know, like you were saying before, like what can you do in the middle part of that race? You know, you settle in, and what can you do there? It's going to make all the difference to the overall result, I think. And it looks like Surrey and Bristol are going to have a heck of a battle. But all the crews except Leeds, unfortunately, have dropped off a little bit. But York, Southampton, Cambridge.
You can hear the cheers.
Oh, we can hear those cheers, absolutely. But 2 seconds separating 5 crews in it. So Queen's again picking up another.
I think there's going to be quite the battle for first place, because it looks really close between Surrey and Bristol, and also Cambridge.
Yeah, I mean, I would say usually the middle ones do poke out, but there are 5 crews here battling. Now, it's not a medal on this. This is just B final, not A final, but there's definitely 5 crews that are going to think we want this. And also coming into this, like 2 of these crews probably feel like they should win this, because in the semi-finals they were the ones who would have been 4th. They would have just missed out. So they're going to think, well, one of us should be the winner of this, and then any other crew will be like, well, if we can win this B final, we've almost leapfrogged the crew that in theory was ahead of us.
I completely agree on that. So it looks like they're coming into the final 500 metre mark. Now they're going to want to be putting in the sprint. They want to break free from the pack, because there are about 5 crews, as Alex said, that are very close in speed. But being a beginner, being a novice, that awareness within racing is not completely there yet. I'd say, like the race plan, racing, being flustered in a race, these are all things that, being a novice, it's different to being an experienced rower. And so pacing is key. And sometimes if you're less experienced in a 2K race, that can be challenging.
And say it quietly as well, but beginners sprinting for the line, sometimes there are some crowds. It can happen. I don't think there will be here. This is B final. This is high caliber stuff. But whenever you sprint for the line, like if you've been on that red line for a long time, you're not quite as sharp in your body movements as you might have been earlier in the race. You're not quite as aware of, you know, what's around you as you were before. You know, when you get tired, and your blade might just be at slightly the wrong angle. You might just be a bit slow getting the finish out, and you get caught on it. But I don't think we're going to have that here. But we are, again, some good racing. York pushing their noses out towards the front there. Southampton pushing hard as well, and then over on that far side. So
yeah, it does look like Bristol have broke through the pack. Well, it's Bristol in the lead, with Southampton pushing on for second. Southampton looking like they're putting in a sprint for first.
Well, we can hear the Yorks being shouted from below.
We also have York coming through.
Very close.
York came in with a sprint there. and I'm unsure.
York think they got it, but I'm not sure. It's them.
I think they're celebrating a bit soon. I think we should wait.
Southampton, yeah, we'd have to see what the verdict is like. To me, it looked like they crossed pretty simultaneously. They definitely got their nose out just a bit ahead of Bristol, but those two crews super close.
It does look like York won that one. There. They
By
put
point
in
3, now I wouldn't have my hand up expecting to win at point 3, because by the time you've looked across, anything might have changed. You don't know where the other crew were in their stroke. But obviously a great race between not just the two that we just mentioned there, but like 5 of those crews were really close together for a long time. And then you know, Leeds weren't that far off the pace at the end, you know, in that final. So you know, good work from them.
So we now got the beginner A final. So this is the race for medals. They're just coming up past the 500 metre mark, and we can see that Surrey is now in the lead, followed by Exeter, followed by Warwick. Now it looks like Surrey is in the lead by about a second or so, but Warwick and Exeter looking neck and neck there. I think this will also be a race to the line.
Yeah, and don't forget that at the head, the winners were Exeter. Exeter with the gold medal in novice, well, the beginner rate at the head race. So Surrey have found more speed in this first 1,000 metres. I mean, Surrey look good for this, don't they?
But Exeter know that they can do it. They've done it over a 5k distance. So we'll see.
And just coming through your screen there, Warwick, and you can also see Brooks here on this near side. So Brooks beginner program, you know, they've got themselves into an A final of beginner 8s, which is a solid achievement, but I just feel like there's a lot to do if they're going to want to try and pick up a medal today. But you can still see in the background of this shot Surrey doing a really good job. They look long in the water, maybe a little bit deep on some strokes, but this isn't ever going to be perfect rowing of the beginners. I remember some of the beginners I coached about 12 years ago, I just told them you have to row as good as you can for as long as you can, and that generally got them a lot of wins, you know. So that's kind of what you got to do in this beginner category. And there are going to be mistakes, but one mistake has to be one mistake. It can't domino into one mistake made 5 mistakes, or we just rode badly for the next 60 seconds then got back on the same page. Like, make a mistake, put it in the bin, off we go. That's the beautiful thing about rowing, isn't it? Like, really, it's just a lot of individual strokes strung together. One mistake on one of them, yeah, okay, it might disrupt the next couple of seconds, but it doesn't disrupt you 30 seconds later unless you let it.
It's the same stroke over and over again, the same rhythms, the same motions. You do a bad stroke, you catch a crab, it's okay, move on to the next one, recover. You have a bad steer, it's fine, next stroke, recover. And with these novices, or these beginners, you've just got to recover quick, legs on, power on, and just get to the line. So we've got Surrey out into the last 500 metres on top, followed by Exeter there, followed by Queens. So it's familiar names. We've got Surrey, we've got Queens, we've got, you know, these really good programs, these good novice programs at these universities.
So for me, Surrey look a bit cleaner, but Exeter look just a bit more committed to it. But so, you know, you've got maybe a slightly more gung-ho, let's really get on and after it, but a little bit unclean. You can see there in the Exeter boat, like, the blades kind of scoop a little bit, you know, but they're going really at it.
And you can see the backsplash there. Surrey are rowing a little bit more prettier. So it's a case of rowing pretty and putting legs on, putting a bit more gun-ho, but, you know. I
mean, I think Exeter are jumping them at the moment. Like, they obviously just gritted their teeth and went, look, okay, it might not be pretty, but we're going to push. And I think they've got their nose out in front here. They've
you can hear the screams.
A lot in the last 250. They want to try and double up that gold medal from the head to the regatta. What can Surrey do to respond?
So it looks like Surrey are going in, they're upping the rate. But Queens look like they're going in for second.
Low at the bottom of the tower who they want to win.
Queens are doing that sprint that they know how to.
Well, the Queen's sprint here could actually send them into silver.
Queens are going in for silver, so there's a race for silver here between Queens.
I think Exeter just timed it beautifully. Yeah, they've got open water. What a move. What a move in the last 300 from Exeter. Phenomenal stuff.
Phenomenal stuff.
I think Queens is just going to run out of room. They've really closed it in. Really closed it in, but I think they're just going to run out of room here. Yeah, I think more of a length does it. So they do get the silver there, Surrey, who right at the line decide to just follow Exeter into their lane. I hope they do hold the boat up. Yes, they do. And then, yeah, Queens pick up the bronze. Warwick just miss out in 4th. Brooks will finish here in 5th. A lot of effort there in the Brooks boat. Just need a bit of refining, we think. And then over there, Nottingham will round out the 6th place in that beginner final. But that was good, exciting racing. Really good move there from Exeter. They definitely were down through the mid part of the race, but not by a huge amount, but they were definitely down compared to that Surrey crew at the halfway mark. And they just really stepped on the gas. Like we said, it wasn't pretty. Gritted their teeth, did what they had to do.
Yeah, it's Brooks being of such a high caliber. It's strange to see that their novice program isn't quite
it's not there yet. But you never know. Let's give it a year or two and see what it looks like then. You know, we might have another one challenging at the top. But if you want to cut to, if you want to see Brooks at full power, then here we go.
So we have the final B of the Champ Coxus 4s. So we've got Imperial in 1, Oxford Brooks 2, Edinburgh 3, Oxford Brooks 4, Nottingham 5, and Oxford Brooks 6. A lot of Oxford Brooks.
Yeah, and you're going to get more of it again in the A final as well. So across the B final and the A final, you've got Brooks A, B, C, D, E, and F. So their beginner men might not quite be there yet, but both of these finals are going to be absolutely stacked with Brooks boats here across these next 2 races. So you're going to definitely be hearing us say Brooks quite a lot in the next 2 races. At the moment you can see IC. So yeah, that's what you can tell us about these guys.
Yeah, so they've just come back from training camp last week and they're looking really good. They put in a lot of mileage at camp. They're looking dynamic. We went to Spain in Banyolas.
Oh, nice, very nice.
So they're looking strong, dynamic. You can see that Imperial's out in front by quite some way, which is great to see, followed by Edinburgh out in 2nd. It's really good to see that the boys, the hard work they've put in camp paid off. You know, Peter Hardcastle coaching us, put in the mileage in, and it's paid off. We've got Oxford Brooks in 3rd, Oxford Brooks again in 4th, and then Oxford Brooks again in 5th. So we're at the halfway point now. Let's see if Imperial College can hold off Oxford Brooks or will the tables turn.
I can't remember. Did I see that Peter actually hopped in a coxing seat for a session, or am I making that up?
Yes. So our coach Peter Hardcastle at Imperial College coxed once or twice over camp. So he was in the 8, and you know, can you imagine this big guy, you know, Olympic rower, Australian, in the coxing seat.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do,
great.
You know. I've coxed quite a few races in my time.
But the rowers did not like.
I was going to say I don't think the rowers appreciated it.
Yeah, having your coach see everything and feel everything. Let me tell you, he had a bit of whiplash when he came off the water.
Yeah, he probably tried to get him to get a bit more feel after that session. I remember coxing, you know, it was a beginner boat in a bow loader, and we were doing race starts, and by the end of the session I made sure they had the smoothest start they could have, because at the start I was being thrown around like an absolute rag doll sat on a Bronco. So they had a nice smooth start by the end of that, but my goodness, yeah, bit of fun.
It's really good to see.
A bit of fun.
It's yeah, certainly. It's really good to see Imperial out in front there, going into the last 500 meters now. Time's not in yet, but just looking out the window, it's hard to see. It does look like Imperial is still out in front by a fair few seconds, so we'll see how that pans out.
And of course, we were talking about coxes, but none of these boats have any coxes. But all 6 boats have steered just beautiful lines down there. Beautiful lines down the course.
Yeah, I mean, we're not looking at beginners anymore, so we had a few shaky ones earlier on, but you know, these rowers know what they're doing. It's the champ category, and they're experienced. So we're going into the last 300 metres. I'd say Imperial is out in front. I think now they need to put in a sprint. They need to stay out in front. They can't let the likes of Brooks just walk on by.
Yes, I think Imperial have been out in front a long time. The Brooks crew over in lane 4 looked the closest to challenging for them, but I would say they were still quite a way down on the Imperial crew. So it might well be Brooks 2, 3 and 4 by the end. It isn't that way at the moment because Edinburgh and Nottingham are pushing to also be in that mix. They're all kind of racing for 4th and 5th at the moment. Brooks are in 6th, but Imperial, like we've said with other crews, they did a lot of work early on.
They look.
They've really just, put themselves in a good position into this last 50 minutes.
They do look like they put the work earlier on, and they're just out in front, and they've just dominated this race from the start. They set out, they knew what they were going to do. They probably had a talk before going on. We're going to win this race. Doesn't matter if it's the B final, but it does look like Oxford Brooks are making the sprint, and Imperial just have to hold on. You can see the bowman looking on. Is it enough? And it is. It is. Imperial take first place, followed by Oxford Brooks.
Yeah. So like I said, Brooks are 2, 3 and 4 in there in the end. And then Edinburgh and Nottingham finish afterwards. But yes, it's a B final, but you always like to beat Brooks. It might not be Brooks' top crew, but when you race them, you know you're going to be up against high quality opposition, and if you can come out in front of them, you know you've done well that day.
And you can see the elation on the Imperial crew there. Beating Oxford Brooks is an achievement, and well done to them. It doesn't matter if it's the B final, C final, whatever. Well done, boys.
Yeah, good work there, really good work. So that was the B final of the Champ Coxless 4s. Again, we don't always get B finals in Champ, but there were a lot of entries, so definitely worth doing it this time. We can now cut, you can see on your screen, to the A final of the Champ Coxless 4s. Once again featuring 3 crews from Brooks, just like the last race. But the other racing crews in here are UL, so that's London. We've also got Cambridge and Newcastle as well. So some really high caliber crews in this Champ Coxless 4 final, and you'd expect that as well. Champ Coxless 4, that is one of the top events at the regatta.
Yeah, so we can see Brooks is out in front, but it does look like Edinburgh's putting in a stellar performance there. They are not making it easy. From this angle, unclear where Edinburgh sits. It does actually look like Edinburgh is out in front, but can't see the other crew where that is. So we don't have times in, but Edinburgh are making a push, and they have just pushed off Oxford Brooks. They're putting in the work early because they know that this is Oxford Brooks. Put in the work early, maintain that, and then sprint to the line, and that's how you do it. Oh, sorry, that was Cambridge, not Edinburgh. My apologies there.
Yeah, the top 3 here, just 3 seconds apart, really close. Then at the moment, Cambridge, like you say, they're out in first, and only 2 of the Brooks crews are going to pick up medals at this rate. Newcastle over in lane 6, I don't know if they've had an issue steering wise or equipment wise, but they are sort of 17 seconds off the back, and it is an A final. Maybe they had an athlete that was sort of like, well, I want to do it because it's the A final, let's see what we can do. But they have unfortunately just fallen a little bit off the pace here, but there's some good racing for the medal still happening with the other crews in this final.
It's nice to see Cambridge out in front. I know this is bad to say, but it's good to see some variety and not Oxford Brooks just winning everything. And these boys in the Cambridge boat would have done the boat race. They put in a lot of training this season, and it would be nice for them to medal here.
Yeah, you always want, you don't want just one, club winning everything, but at the same time, the fastest crew is going to pick up that medals, and it's not Brooks' job to slow down, it's everyone else's job to get faster. So obviously Cambridge have come here and thought, we're going to compete in this, we're going to target maybe this Coxless 4 event, we think we can pick this up. and at the moment they're looking pretty good, but under a lot of pressure from the Brooks crew in 4. So some good racing between lanes 3 and 4. Just on your screens you can see the next medals being given out. That is Exeter picking up another gold. You know, they really worked their way through, and on your screens you just saw Surrey picking up medals, and before that Queens, but this is Exeter picking up yet another gold. Some big smiles down there, some fantastic work by them. Now, turning our attention back to this, I'd say Cambridge do still just have their nose out in front, but Brooks have won this event a lot of times.
Yeah,
it looks like they're coming for it again.
They do know what they're doing, and I may have spoke too soon. It looks like Brooks have just moved past Cambridge. They're going in for the sprint. We're in the final 200 metres, and they're pushing away from Cambridge. You've got the Oxford Brooks crew out in front, but not by much. So if Cambridge make a push now, they can do it.
Cambridge have responded just then. So about 5 strokes ago, Cambridge went again, and I think Cambridge do have the lead. So they had a response. They're definitely up their rate of striking. Brooks have up their rate of striking as well.
They are responding.
But Cambridge did go first. I think that's the key here.
Okay, Cambridge are making a push. Can they just hold off Oxford? They've upped the rate. They're putting Watts down. And it looks like Cambridge are moving off Oxford Brooks. But can Oxford Brooks take back first place? It looks like it's going to be to the line. And it looks like Cambridge have done it. And then Oxford Brooks in seconds, and
Cambridge
Brooks
by
in
a
third.
canvas. Yeah, Brooks second and third. They won't pick up the gold. Canvas short in the end.
Cambridge did not let them win that, and that's Noam Muel Inval, alumni of Imperial College. And good on them. Stellar performance there.
Yeah, I think to me it did look like Brooks made a big move, but obviously that big move has a cost to it as well. Cambridge were able to sort of just go, right, now we go, got a bit of motor back on it. Brooks obviously coming off already having made a move. It's hard to double move at the pace you probably want. So Cambridge were able to sort of just control the race a little bit. Maybe let Brooks get on terms, but knowing, like, staying calm, knowing we still have our move to come, and now we'll drop that on them, see if they can respond to it. And in the end, it was a canvas difference, but you know, Cambridge had the canvas to their advantage, so it was another medal.
A great race to see.
Cambridge.
So now we have the B final of the Inter-Coxed Fours. We've got Queens in 1, Glasgow 2, Durham 3, Warwick 4, Newcastle 5, and UL in 6.
Now these are the 7th to 12th best Inter 4s out of what seemed like a billion Inter 4s earlier on. I'm going to have a quick look at how many there were, but there were so many.
As we said before, the Inter categories are just a lot of people enter these categories, so getting into the B final is an achievement in itself, and these are the top crews, even though they're not racing for a medal.
Yeah, 65 4s went down the course earlier, of which 42 of them get to race again, and therefore over 20 crews, 23 crews got eliminated off that time trial. Like, there's a phenomenally massive number of Inter 4s, and it goes straight from time trial to A final and B final. So this final, as I say, will have the 7th to 12th quickest crews. The spread of the crews in the time trial was about 6 seconds separated first to last. That's 7th to 12th here. And like we've said, like, the whole point of the time trial is to have good even racing, and I suppose this is about as good an example of good even racing in a first kilometre as you might see.
It does look like Queens are just moving away, but it may just be the angle of our screens right now.
I think you get a little bit of that, but also it's quite classic to put a bit of a move in at the K as well, isn't it? Some crews might want to go a fraction earlier, some might just let the others get the first couple of strokes in and then do their push, so maybe you can capitalise on other crews coming off the end of their push, but you've still got a few strokes left in yours.
Yeah, you do tend to put in a power 10 at the halfway mark, but Queens are out on top there.
3 seconds separating all 6 crews. It's really close. But this is the hardest 500, right? Coming up, 1K to the 1500. This is where I think the majority of races get decided.
This is the pain cave, as I call it.
The pain cave, absolutely, the pain cave.
You've just got to hold on, pace yourself until you get to that sprint at the last 500 meters.
Yeah.
It's a 2K. You don't want to pace it as much as like you want to feel exhausted, but you've also got to leave some for the tank for the sprint.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's
and I know we're out on the water, but anyone who's done a 2K on the erg knows that this is, you call it the pain cave, sometimes I call it the abyss, you know, the darkness engulfing you in your own personal hell. But then you get to 500 to go, and then it's like, oh, okay, 500 to go now.
Then it's just it doesn't matter if I feel like I'm dying. Like, you just got to go because it's going to be over soon.
So we had a 3-second spread between all of our crews coming through the 1K, and it might be a little bit more than 3 seconds now, but it's really good even racing. Like I was riding down with one of my races yesterday. It was like the pairs race, and I think it was the D final. But like throughout that whole race, all 6 crews basically had overlap. And even though it wasn't like a medal race, good fun to watch. So these people riding alongside, they have been treated to another competitive race. No one's blown the race open. Everyone's just kind of working off each other, trying to get an advantage. And at the moment, it's been very difficult to get a real foothold and take charge of this race.
Yeah, you can just see it out bottom right-hand side. Cambridge taking the gold there, looking very happy with themselves. They've done a good job. They really fought for that gold, and they did a great job there. They held off Oxford Brooks.
Yeah, that was a really good job in that last race. So very well done to them, picking up the gold medal in the champ Coxless 4. So I said it might not be 3 seconds. Maybe it is all within 3 seconds coming into the finish here. It moved out to a 4-second gap at the 1500. So it only moved out by about a second from first to last. So all of these crews are really in it for positions. I'd say Newcastle are the ones least likely to end up in first, because they're the crew currently in 6th. But there's a lot of good racing here. Warwick, they want to sort of up their performance from yesterday. Durham, obviously a powerhouse of university riding, and then there's Queen's got another sprint coming in lane 1. So we just watch these crews go to the line. There's going to be 4 of them all challenging for it. Looks like Durham will cross, and then the other 3 crews probably a bip, all within about half a second of each other. But yeah, stunning race there, stunning race. Look at the time, 7 minutes, 7:02, 7:02, 7:03. Those crews 0.8 seconds separating 3 crews. Like, it's 2,000 meters later. The separation is 0.8 seconds.
Very close indeed.
Cambridge A, lane 2. Oxford Brooks.
So Queen's Belfast just missing out on a medal. Oh, sorry. They were 4th place, but this is final B.
You know, the what would you call it? The proverbial medal. There we go.
So you can see on our screens, this is final A of the Intercox 4s. You know, we've got 3 Oxford Brooks and Cambridge, and then 2 Bristol. So
yeah, that's really good from Bristol. They were really good in Inter, winning the 4 and the 8 at the championship, and then, you know, people were like, well, why did they just race champ? It's like, well, you know, you can race what you want, and if you win the gold, you win the gold. But we've got Cambridge, 3 Brooks, 2 Bristol. I think Brooks are not going to like not having picked up the gold. I forget if it was last year or the year before. I feel like it was last year. They're going to want to come back on top here, especially having just missed out. I know it's champ, but they've just missed out on the gold in the champ there. They're going to want to pick up gold here. In fact, I bet coming into this, they want to sweep up the podium there. That's what they're going to want to do.
yeah, I can completely agree on that. Coming into the 1K mark, I think it's Oxford Brooks that's leading that. But Cambridge out in second, so we'll see if Cambridge can repeat what the Cox's Fours did just a few moments ago. It's looking really close between the Cambridge, Bristol and Oxford Brookes crews in second, third, fourth currently. So I think we're going to see a race to the finish again. But yeah, we've got the same names, Cambridge, Oxford Brookes. You can just see Oxford Brookes, they're just very dynamic, they're very confident in their motions. They just look at ease.
Yeah, they definitely, I feel like Brookes have a real kind of, this is how we row here. You have to row like this, or else you can't get anywhere in that program. So, yeah, I think that's so ingrained into what they do. Because I bet these crews aren't always set. I bet there's a lot of just moving, like one will come up, one will come down, and we'll just see how that affects the speed. But I bet there's not a lot of meshing in required. It's just like, we'll just swap this piece and that piece, see what happens. We all fundamentally row the same way. Let's see if that just gets a little bit more speed out of this one.
If you all row the same, there's no such thing as a scratch crew. That's what our coach always says.
Oh, I've not heard that, but that does make a lot of sense.
You know, you all have the same technique. It shouldn't feel any different. Yeah. You just get in and get on. If you're all doing the same thing, then the boat moves. Even if you're doing something that's wrong, if the crew is all doing the same thing, the boat will move.
Yeah, no, that's it's an excellent point, well made. This is a good race as well. I think we saw 4 seconds separating all the crews, which is a bit like what we saw last time. It was 3 seconds, this time 4. But yeah, this is another great final. Let's have a quick look at the spread in the time trial. So in the time trial, the spread was 4 seconds basically between first and sixth, and that has borne out with yet another close competitive race here in the Inter 4s.
Yeah, so we're going into the final 500 metres. Cambridge really need to put in a sprint now if they want that top gold place. You know, Brookes is out in front.
Well, we just saw Cambridge take a gold over Brookes. Let's see if it can happen again, but it's going to have to be quite a good last 500, don't we think?
Yeah, you can see Cambridge starting to up the rate there. But Oxford Brookes just looking a bit more dynamic out in front.
They're gonna have quite a lot to do from 6, I think, because there's a lot of racing over to the side of you that's hard to sometimes get a gauge on. We obviously have these Brookes crews more in the middle of the. I mean, they're all like next to each other, lanes 3, 4, 5, more to the middle of the lake, and they're gonna know each other's relative speed. So looks to me like actually though it's the Brookes crew in 5. Normally it's 3 and 4 that are popping their nose out, but Brookes crew in 5 are right there moving. And if Cambridge can go with that, they could pick up the medal there over from 6. So at the moment it looks like Brookes in 5, Brookes in 4. Quite close between Bristol and Brookes in 3 and 2. Bristol again in 1, and then I think Cambridge, they're going to have to really go if they're going to try and pick up the goals. They could go now and go for it, but it's got to be now or never.
Cambridge is lucky in that they're side by side with the leading Oxford Brookes crews. They have that to work off. If they're going, then they have to go too, and it does seem that Oxford Brookes is out in front. And it may have just been a bit too late. Oxford Brookes seem to be dominating this race, and Cambridge out for second. There does seem to be a battle for second. Can Cambridge take second?
I mean, or even Bristol here in 2 could be looking for a medal as well. If we look at it, definitely looks like the racing over on that far side. Bristol have just poked their nose into it. Bristol could be picking up the bronze here.
It does look like Cambridge have just dropped off, it seems. They just didn't have it in the tank, and it looks like Oxford Brookes will take gold and silver, but it looks like Bristol has taken 3rd place. They managed to sneak in there.
Yeah, it looks like Bristol have broken up the Brookes podium, like an all Brookes podium. So Brookes will pick up the gold and the silver, but Bristol just worked their way through to pick up the bronze, just pushing Brookes out into 4th. The other Bristol crew finishing in 5th. And on that far side, like you said, Cambridge, they just couldn't quite get onto terms right at the end there. But some phenomenal racing there in the Coxed Inter Men's 4.
Well, thank you very much to Alex and Darby for sharing their wisdom with you for the past couple of hours. Now up in the tower, it's Chris from Strathclyde University and Carol for the next little while. So we have got for you, just coming down the course, the Open Championship Coxed Fours. Lane 1, which is on the right hand side of the screen, is Newcastle, then Cambridge A, Oxford Brookes A, Oxford Brookes B, Edinburgh and Durham. And I remember watching the semi-finals earlier, or for the boats to go into the repechage, and they were so tightly contested. But here we see as they come through this first timing point, it's the two Oxford Brookes crews in the lead, about a second apart, and then Cambridge, Edinburgh and Durham. Newcastle probably just behind there, haven't picked up a timing from them yet. It's astounding performance from Oxford Brookes, Chris. We've been enjoying watching them today.
Yeah, it's been very good. They've just picked up 2 medals in the Champ Cox's Fours as well, but they did get beat by Cambridge, who are currently sitting in 3rd place, who are going to be trying to spur themselves on and get back on those 2 Brookes crews. But also next to them is the Edinburgh boat, which won the Scottish Student Sprints last week. Who will be trying to get that bronze medal, currently just a second behind the Cambridge boat. So do you think that's where the battle's going to be between Edinburgh and Cambridge for the bronze? Do you think the 2 Brookes crews might get gold, silver? I think it will be Brookes gold and silver, but I'm not fully certain which one's going to get it yet, as they both seem quite close together. And then it will be Edinburgh versus Cambridge for the bronze. And talking about Brookes crews, just on the pontoon there we have the Coxed Four, must be the Int Coxed Four, just picking up their medals there. That's a lovely shot, moment of fame there for these Brookes crews, and I'm sure they'll be looking across the course just to see how their clubmates are doing in the championship finals. And to me it looks like lane 3, Brookes A leading Brookes B. I think Brookes A qualified without doing the repechage, so they've had a bit more of a rest than Brookes B. So maybe that's why they are... oh boy, but this is going to be a finish. I've just looked up and Brookes A going for it, Brookes B going for it, but on their inside in lane 2, Cambridge, what a charge they are putting in for the line just now. Look at them go. Cambridge has moved very clearly into the bronze medal position and is coming right up just off screen in contesting for the silver medal as well. Just a canvas behind Brookes B. Oh boy, what a charge from Cambridge. What an extra power they found in that last 250 metres. I think they were just pipped into that 3rd place by Brookes B. And then it's Edinburgh in 4th, Durham in 5th, and Newcastle just settling for that 6th place. But what a final, what a charge from the line. Like 250 metres out, the 3 crews in the medal position just really ramped up that rating and just went for it. Lane 2, Oxford Brookes University. That's another 2 champ medals for Brookes to add to their collection, along with the Champ Cox's Fours. Yeah, I mean, I say the cabinet must be pretty full down there. But just saw some salutes from Brookes A and Brookes B, just delighted with that performance. And yeah, sort of good to lead all the way, but actually really good to know that you've got something in the tank for the finish, so that if you had the challenge like that, that was an amazing challenge from Cambridge there, just sort of coming, they were pretty much tied with Edinburgh for a while, and then they just managed to snap the elastic and just came chasing towards us. Well, on the screen now, Chris, we've got the women's intermediate 8s. Would you like to introduce them? In lane 1 we have the Exeter 8, in lane 2 we have Newcastle, lane 3 Bristol, lane 4 University of London, lane 5 Surrey, and in lane 6 we have the Cambridge B boat. Some really good racing here earlier today in the women's intermediate 8s, sort of watching the time trial, and so I did sit and watch some of the minor finals. Oh, the minor finals are going to be on later on, I'm going to be watching them too, so these are the important ones for the medal position. So this is the B final for the crews that were ranked 6 to 12. And making an early showing, it seems to be Newcastle and London leading their field there. just sitting behind Newcastle currently is the Exeter 8, who are holding a little bit ahead of Bristol. And currently trying to just push themselves back into this race and chase down this University of London 8.
It's still pretty early on in the this race. 8's racing is quite difficult. We come off the start pretty hard and fast, and then you've got this middle section of the race where you have to just settle down and just go through your race plan and execute it as best you can, but also be reactive to what's happening around you. So this is what we're seeing just now with London and Newcastle, sort of seeing that they're ahead and then just trying to maintain that sort of distance between them and the chasing 4 other crews.
It looks like the Newcastle crew is coming right up next to the University of London crew now, passing through the 1,000 metre mark. And Bristol have moved themselves into 3rd.
But nothing much between these 4 crews. The camera angles sort of made me think there's a bigger gap between London, Newcastle and Bristol, but it's just over a second, so it's all pretty much close there. Lots of overlap between the boats, which makes for exciting racing. Just on the pontoon there, we can see Cambridge picking up their bronze medals for the Open Championship Coxed Fours. Sure, they'll be delighted with that. Gave Brooks a scare just as they raced towards the line. Looking at the course now, lovely camera shot of these 6 intermediate 8s racing towards us. And I think it's still, to my eye, London and Newcastle just marginally out in front there, Chris.
Yeah, and Newcastle's upsetting the order a little bit, with Bristol having placed 4th in their semi-final, and Newcastle's just going for it a little bit earlier and trying to push on up next to the University of London 8.
I think Exeter are also sort of going with Newcastle, sort of trying to overhaul Bristol there. That's our psychology of sports racing is really intriguing as to when you make your moves or what you do, and Exeter are in a sort of nice position because Newcastle is eclipsing them, so Bristol can't really see what they're doing on the right side. So the Cox will be very aware of somebody sneaking through, sort of hidden by another crew. So yeah, it's an interesting one. It's still London leading Newcastle. Just picking up their silver medals is the Brooks crew in the Championship Cox Fours. Some lovely shots. You can see how beautiful the water is here at Nottingham today. Lovely sunshine, about 18 to 19 degrees, and this is Nottingham at its best. We've got beautiful water like this and good racing conditions. To my mind now, I think University of London have I don't think they have pulled themselves in front, sort of getting a different angle from the screen as to what's actually on the course. Still very much Newcastle, University of London and Exeter, I think, are up in contention there, Chris.
Yeah, and I think the Exeter crew is starting to come back quite fast in this Newcastle day, really trying to sprint through that last 250 metres.
Sort of sitting up in the tower here, we're up in the top level. Phenomenal view of the course, but also surrounded by a wall of sound underneath us. Lots of support for these crews on the banks, and it's London being hunted down by Newcastle and Exeter. I think Newcastle, Exeter have overhauled Bristol there, but Bristol still giving it their all as they charge towards the line.
And Bristol are really going for it, trying to get into Newcastle, just holding a couple metres behind.
Whoa, what a finish there, and it's going to be London just marginally in front of Newcastle, marginally in front of Exeter, and Bristol having had to settle for 4th place. What a cracking race. And then over the far side, the colours of Surrey on their blades and Cambridge B. So that was the B final, and shortly we'll be moving on to the A final where medals will be awarded. And in this we'll have Cambridge A in lane 1, Oxford Brooks B in lane 2, Oxford Brooks A in lane 3, Edinburgh A in lane 4, Durham A in lane 5, and Oxford in A in lane 6. So yet again, 2 Brooks crews in the A final.
2 Brooks crews in the A final, but I think it was Edinburgh that beat them earlier in today's racing.
You're right, I remember that. Oh yes, it'll be interesting then. And here they are, they've started the race 500 metres in. Just getting into that phase where, you know, it's the middle 1,000 metres where you want to sort of maximise the length and distance from each stroke, but still keep the rating high enough up so you don't drop off the pace.
And it looks currently like Oxford Brooks A is leading the race ahead of Edinburgh, who are currently in second.
5 minutes.
Oh, this is going to be a great race, Chris. I'm looking forward to it. See how it progresses. It certainly looks like Brooks as they come towards the camera there. It's nice to see these 8s. I'm sure a lot of the coaches are going to be looking at this, reviewing this footage, using it as training tools in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice camera work, and I can attest that we were watching all of the racing last night in the hotel.
So you spent 8 in the morning till 8 at night, and then you went back to the hotel and carried on watching racing. That's dedicated, Chris.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it's just really nice to be able to see videos of yourself over the ring.
Yep, absolutely. And sometimes it's not so nice, depending on how it's been going, but, you know, never mind. So it still looks like Oxford Brooks there in the lead. Nothing much between Edinburgh, the other Brooks crew, Oxford, Durham and Cambridge. As you would expect, being the A final, because these ladies have had to work very hard to get into this A final.
And the Oxford Brooks A crew is now starting to pull quite far ahead, but the Edinburgh and Oxford Brooks B boats are still fairly close together, so either in contention for that silver medal.
Early days yet, they've just come through 1,000 metres. As you said, it still looks as though it's Brooks in the lead. Yeah, it's sort of interesting. I wonder if in the semis, they're not semis, did they do semis? I think they did semis for the A and B finals. I just wonder if Brooks held something in reserve, just making sure they got into the A final and just held something back so they could make a real big impression in the actual final. It certainly looks like Brooks 1 and 2, Edinburgh maybe in 3rd now. That's a cracking shot, that. I just do love this angle where you can see right across the course and see exactly what's happening. Yeah, it certainly looks like Brooks A leading the field. Just can't make up my mind. I just can't make up my mind whether it's Brooks B or Edinburgh in that 2nd place. It's just quite hard to get the angle when you're sitting here and sort of trying to figure out. Much easier when you're alongside. I think, just looking up the course now, I think it could be Edinburgh in that 2nd place.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Edinburgh just holding I don't know, a canvas ahead of Brooks now.
2 minutes.
And the rain's now starting to come up towards the
Well,
line.
yeah, I'm sure the coxes will have told them you're through 500 metres, we're coming up to 250 metres to go. Now's the time to make any changes that you want to make. I keep swithering. I've got Brooks A in the lead. I'm happy with Brooks A and the B in the lead. But between Brooks B and Edinburgh, I keep thinking one's in lead and then maybe the other, but I'm not convinced who's in that 2nd place yet. I think the medal places are between these 3 crews. It's just which colour of medals the Brooks B and Edinburgh will get. Well, definitely the Brooks crews have started. They found this extra gear they have. But look, Cambridge in lane 1 is just mounting a charge. Not on our screen here, but they're doing a sneaky push there to pull themselves into 4th place, and they've ramped up the rating. as they come into this last 200 metres to go.
And it looks like Oxford Brookes B now might have a slight lead over Edinburgh.
I think they do, just as we come towards the line. You can see it on the screen there. Oxford Brookes A going through in first place. Brookes B in second, just half a length in front of Edinburgh there. What a great battle Edinburgh had. But Cambridge, Durham and Newcastle, what a boost to put in here. Sorry,
Cambridge,
it's not Newcastle, it's Oxford. I do apologise.
Sorry, it's like Cambridge just took fourth place over the Durham crew.
Well, they mounted their charge about 250 metres out, and I hadn't spotted that Durham and Oxford were also mounting a charge over the far side, and they really found dug deep to get that last few minutes of boat speed there. What a cracking racing.
6, 5. Women's intermediate lightweight single scores final
8th
2.
race, which is the Women's Championship 8.
Lane 2.
So Chris, you want to tell us who's in this one?
So in lane 1 we've got Cambridge, in lane 2 it's the University of London, lane 3 Oxford Brookes, lane 4 Durham, lane 5 Newcastle, and lane 6
5 minutes.
There's another one. Early on in the race you can see these 6/8s racing towards us. I think maybe Brookes, Durham just got their noses out in front there, but if they have, it is by a very small margin.
And the Brookes crew won't know that their women's intermediate 8 just picked up gold, or that Edinburgh just picked up the bronze medal. But both crews will be coming down trying to get in the medals themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll be focused in their own performance. Just there, the Cox just keeping them in charge. I think just as we come 500 metres, yes, it's Brookes just pulled themselves in front of Durham there. Just probably about 2/3 of a length in front of Durham, and that's an impressive performance in 500 metres.
It's quite the lead to have at this stage in the race, but it might mean they've gone out a little bit too hard. We might see Durham start to claw that lead back.
Yeah, lots of different tactics in races. Do you go out really hard and hope to hang on, or do you save something in the tank, or are you consistent for all 4 quarters of the race? A difficult one.
4 minutes.
Looking at that, it does seem to be Brookes just increasing their lead somewhat as they come through towards 1,000 metres.
Currently in 3rd place, it's looking fairly close between Newcastle and the University of London. Maybe Newcastle just holding a little bit ahead.
The other beautiful thing of getting these beautiful views is you get the peloton of the coaches following down the racing, and if you're walking up the path on the other side, you have to be aware that these coaches are not necessarily looking where they're going. They're very much looking at their crews, and a lot of the coaches are cycling along looking at the crews with their cameras in their hands, filming them at the same time. So it's very much pedestrian beware as you're walking up the course. Still, that Brookes crew really looking very... Look at the precision and the placement of the blades there, Chris. That is beautiful. Look at the blades feathering exactly the same time. That is very nice to watch.
This is the Championship 8s. This is the top University 8s in Britain. So.
Yeah, you'd expect precision. There on the pontoon we have Edinburgh University picking up their bronze medal in the women's intermediate 8s. I'm just having a look to see if I recognised any of these athletes. And, I can't spot Andy there yet. And I think the women's championship 8s will be the last medals of this afternoon. and then we'll go into the minor finals. But bear with us, I say minor finals, but yesterday afternoon from about 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, where I was sitting with the minor finals, there was an incredible amount of excitement in the minor finals. Racing was superb, so don't give up and think the excitement's over. The excitement carries on all through this afternoon, early evening, so you want to waste a few hours and just keep with us and keep enjoying the performances, because these athletes are just really superb. But it's still BUCS in this Women's Championship 8 there. Just they've increased their lead in the last little while. I think they're about a length in front now. Pretty much very tight for second and third place. I have no idea who it's going to be. I think Durham and Newcastle are in with a shout, but also on this side, London and Cambridge. Yeah, you can see the angles there. You've got BUCS furthest on the right, just leading the field there, and then on their outside it is Durham, and then Newcastle and Edinburgh on the far side as well, not out of contention. Picking up their silver medals, we have BUCS B. Big smiles on the faces. There'll be a BUCS 1-2. Very happy small dog there, just coming in to congratulate them. And you can just hear the shouts of encouragement. The girls on the pontoon can see their clubmates coming in the Champ 8s. And BUCS, even though they were in the lead in the Champ 8s, they've ramped it up as they're coming towards the final finish line, Chris.
I mean, they'll be hearing this wall of noise and just responding to the shouting and the cheering as they just take it up towards the line. I think it's looking like Durham and University of London for the silver and bronze. Very close together.
Between two purple crews here, and who's going to be is going to be the Palatinate or the deeper purple. BUCS going through first, and then Durham in that second place, and then London, Cambridge pipped Newcastle for fourth place, and Edinburgh having to settle for sixth. But what a finish from BUCS again. They must practice that last 500 of the race to be able to pick that up, that sort of dynamic finish. That is impressive from every BUCS crew I've seen.
It's just the ability to just ramp it up at the end of the race. It's almost something you don't think you can even train. It's just some people are just able to do it really remarkably.
Yeah. All these 8s congested round the pontoon. I'm sure the cameraman will give us the gold medal winners in the moment. But on the course at the moment, we have the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. 3 crews in this C final. So in lane 2 we have Rachel McKillen of Harper Adams, then Grace Webb of St Andrews University, and then Julia Bajkovic of Hertfordshire. And there we go, we just got a wee shot of the gold medal winners in the intermediate 8s. The medal ceremonies for the 8s take much longer than for sculls, as you can imagine, because there are 9 medals to be awarded for each crew, and it does take a little time on the pontoon. But these girls deserve their moments of fame and credit, and the chance to get a nice photograph. So you're a sculling expert, Chris. You could talk us through this a little bit, watching these women's lightweight scullers.
Yeah, so these are some of the lightweight girls coming down in the C final. So they did their time trial earlier. These are the ones that finished 13th to 15th. So they had to weigh in quite early this morning, around between 6 and 7 in the morning, down at 59 kilos. And I think they're starting to come up towards about 7:50 into the race, and it looks like it's Grace Webb from the University of St Andrews is leading it out. But I don't think she has that much of a lead over Rachel McKillen from Harper Adams.
No, indeed, it's still very close, still early on in the race, of course. It's been a long time since they did their time trial this morning, but here they are in their C final.
3 minutes.
Just really nice long strokes. Grace Webb there sitting in the middle of the field, just getting that sort of really nice reach out.
And it's for her, she's just got to be concentrating on the two athletes behind her, just keeping an eye on them. You can get out ahead and then just kind of watch them and respond to what they do. If they push on, you can just respond and keep working your way down the course.
Yeah, that's why you know, yesterday and today the fastest crews, because of the conditions, being seeded in a chevron pattern, just like swimming, so the fastest crews can see what's happening behind them, so they can respond to the challenges. And now we have University of London picking up their bronze medals in the championship 8s, women's championship 8s. And focusing in on the women's lightweight singles up the far end of the course. Just coming past 1,000 metres now. Just got
2 minutes.
Well, maybe it is only 500 metres. I thought we were further in than that. But so it's Grace Webb of St Andrews leading, with Hertfordshire Julia Bajkovic in second place, and Rachel McKillen of Harper Adams in that third place. And at 1,000 metres, these positions have still been maintained. Still Grace Webb of St Andrews University just coming through in that first place. As I said earlier, look at these water conditions, just beautiful.
Lane 2, Mountain 2,
It's just completely died off. I think it was a little bit tough yesterday into the very strong headwind for most of the day, and then today it's just been absolutely perfect.
Well, the headwind died down later in the afternoon, so it became a really nice end of afternoon race. Sometimes these conditions, you can see the course that these athletes are steering between their buoys. You can see how straight they are. Little bird flying past us, which is quite a surprise when you're not expecting it. But all scullers quite nicely steering a nice straight line, which means that their bodies are quite evenly balanced. There's no imbalance either side or the other.
I don't think we'll see any of these intermediate scullers having problems with the buoys. But it might be something we see in the next few races with the minor finals for the beginner singles.
Advisory for lane 2.
Indeed, I hadn't even thought about that, but yes, indeed. On the pontoon now we have University of Durham picking up their silver medal in the Women's Championship 8s. Some big smiling faces there because they had to work very hard for that medal. There's still Grace Webb of St Andrews University going very strongly there in this C-final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls.
Attention.
Looks like Grace Webb has just extended her lead since that 1,000-metre mark. She's continuing to just push on. It's likely that she's probably trying to go for as fast as time as she can get, not just aiming to beat the other two rowers, but beat herself as well.
Yes, it's nice to do that. You've got nice conditions, you've got the timing team all in place, you can get your splits. So, you know, not just make it into the final, using it as part of your training regime. So use this as a baseline for the start of next season. I hadn't even thought about that, Chris, but that's a really good thought. So as you say, she's probably using it as part of her training regime. Just not just settling for beating her club, the opposition, but actually putting in a performance that she can look back on and reflect. I think she's increased her lead and She led at 500 metres, and I think all the way down the course she's just slowly increasing that lead as she comes towards us. And she'll hear the supporters from St Andrews. I can see the gazebo over the far side, and she'll be able to hear the support from the bank there, and that is always a great encouragement when you're just into that zone where you can hear your clubmates giving you the encouragement.
It's really nice to see everyone out here supporting the minor finals, staying around to encourage their teammates.
Absolutely, just so good. Just caught a glimpse of the BUCS 8 jumping out onto pontoon to pick up their medals. Very happy ladies indeed. Lots of photography down there on the pontoon. The winners of Women's Championship 8s. But here we come into the final phase of our race. It's Grace Webb of St Andrews University leading Julia Bajkovic of Hertfordshire, who's leading Rachel McKillen of Harper Adams. And just going through the line now, it's Grace Webb finishing first in the C final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. Then over in second place will be Julia Bajkovic of Hertfordshire.
Open beginner single sculls, final 8.
And we'll soon see Rachel McKillen of Harper Adams
lane
coming
2.
into the final phases of her race.
Strathclyde, lane 3. Nottingham Trent University, lane 4.
Chris has been looking forward to the open beginner single sculls, and we can just see the first final, the F final, getting underway. And there we go, what a shot. There's the BUCS crew, the winners of Women's Championship 8s, with their four-legged admirer, not to be outdone. Big smiley faces, big happy ladies. A good win, well deserved.
So on the screen now is the F final for the Open Beginner Singles. In lane 1 is Northumbria, Reese Marsh. In lane 2 is Royal Holloway, London, Milo Brown. Lane 3 is Harriet Watt, Oliver Harding Jeans. Lane 4 is also Harriet Watt, Ben Brown. Lane 5 is Aberystwyth, Thomas Wallacott. And then in lane 6 is Strathclyde University, Finlay Sharp.
You said that without a smile on your face. Totally unbiased, Chris.
Yeah, I was speaking to Finlay before the race, and his aim is just trying to do as well as he can and race all the other Strathclyde guys in the minor finals and just see who will do the faster times.
Oh, that's a good thought. Yeah, absolutely. Everything's a competition, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. How did he do in the Scottish Student Sport Championships last weekend?
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it, but he did race at Bucks Head in the previous month, where I think he finished in 5th place in the beginner quads.
Oh, excellent. There's the distinctive kit there of Harriet Watt University. Both Chris and I hail from north of the border, so we're well acquainted with the Scottish kit colours. Not so good in some of the other ones, but nice to see the two Harriet Watt colours. They seem to be in the lead in this F final. They were seated in the middle of the course, and that's what we would expect. So I'm sure there's a big needle match going on there between Oliver and Brent from Harriet Watt.
And the two Harriet Watt scholars, I think, were part of the beginner quads that raced yesterday. They just narrowly missed out on making the A final.
Ah, yeah, I did see it. Yes. And just in short, we can see the two Harriet Watt scullers and the Northumbrian sculler. I always think it's quite difficult when you see these scullers on a camera screen, because it is quite hard to make them out. You know what we're looking at, but if you're just tuned in from home and not sure what you're looking at, these are actual people in boats propelling them down the course all by themselves, and doing that by yourself in a single scull is an awful lot of hard work, Chris.
Yeah, especially for these guys who've only started rowing in probably September, October, and they might not have even started getting out into the single until much later than that as well.
And it's hard going out in a single in the winter months when there's danger of capsizing. But here we have the timings from the 1,000 metres. Both Harriet Watt scullers going strongly there. And it's Oliver Harding-Jeans in the lead, Ben Brown in second place. And then it's Aberystwyth, Thomas Wallacott third, Rhys Marsh of Northumbria, and then Finlay Sharp of Strathclyde. Seem to have lost the Holloway sculler somewhere in the course, but then maybe he hasn't turned up on the start, and that could explain why we haven't seen him, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if he is in the race or not, but it looks like the Harry Watt sculler in lane 4, Ben Brown, is now pushed on quite ahead of the other Harry Watt sculler, Oliver Harding-Jeans, who I think is still sitting in second, but it can't be that far ahead of the Aberystwyth sculler, Thomas Wallacott.
Well done, Chris, calling him out in that, because I did get these two scullers mixed up, so I do apologise, Ben and Oliver. I got you muddled up when I was talking about you earlier. So it is definitely Ben out in front, and as Chris has said, very little between Oliver of Harriet Watt and Thomas of Aberystwyth.
It looks like Oliver might just be struggling a little bit with that buoy line, just trying to move back into the middle of his lane.
Yeah, you don't want to go down a race hitting every buoy, because that's very uncomfortable racing. Ben's sitting there, and he's got this lovely lead, and he'll be able to see what the other beginner scullers are doing behind him. So he's got this final under control.
I don't think he's letting up though. It really looks like he's actually just taking it up and trying to sprint towards the line. Probably trying to get the best time that he can, and then compare it to the other two Harriet Watt scullers who I think were racing earlier today.
Yep, that's always good to do that, bragging rights for the year, but he has certainly got a lead now. Just and as you said, he is not giving up, he is certainly going for the line. Second place now seems to be with his clubmate, Oliver Harding-Jeans. I think there was a bit of a wobble from the Aberystwyth sculler just as he came into the last 250 metres, unsettled him. He's getting back on it now, and he looks a bit more comfortable. He had a couple of wobbly strokes, but just coming towards the line now. This lovely performance from Ben Brown, from Harriet Watt.
Yes, that one.
You can see how hard he's been working, sort of really gasping for breath there. It's quite warm and muggy out there, sort of bit hard to race in these conditions sometimes, I think, when you come from north of the border.
It's a lot warmer than it was last week, racing up at the Scottish Student Sprints, which I believe both these Harriet Watt scullers were in the A final beginner singles there.
Well, yeah, certainly an awful lot warmer, as you say. And we have Thomas Wallacott of Aberystwyth just taking that third place. Fourth, looking at the moment, is it's going to be with Rhys Marsh of Northumbria on our near side in lane 1. You'll just see his head go through at the bottom of the screen, and then over on the far side we have Finlay Sharp of Strathclyde. It's still busy out in the water, lots of minor finals still to come, and we've got the beginners here, and we've just got the Strathclyde University sculler to finish his F final.
And a nice story with the Strathclyde sculler is he's actually using the boat of one of the coaches who's been helping him, as we originally didn't have a boat for 5 scullers to compete in, so he kindly offered to let Finlay use his boat, and that's him just crossing the line now.
Very kind, very kind. So the next race is the E final with Bournemouth B in lane 1, Oscar Lofthouse, Loughborough Charlie Boucher in lane 2, James Morrison of Strathclyde in lane 3, Cameron Callow of Nottingham Trent in lane 4, Al Hussein Kassir of Salford in lane 5, and James Buckmaster of Harper Adams in lane 6, another Strathclyde scholar.
Yeah, we actually have one in, I think, all of the minor finals.
Oh,
beginner
brilliant.
singles, just somehow worked out like that. And I think currently it is James Morrison of Strathclyde leading the race. When he saw the time trial results, he said, "There's no way I'm going to lose this minor final."
I did say earlier that the minor finals do produce some interesting racing, and you know, it's great to have that mentality. You know, in the beginners end of the scale, it's often you see that instinct sort of develop over the years, but to have it from the get up and go, he's obviously got a great competitive spirit there.
Yeah, and he's been involved with like the Scottish beginner program as well, that's being run up at Strathclyde Park. So he's been out there for 2 separate camps, and just helped him progress quite a lot in sculling and in the single. And I think also his first capsize was there as well. But better not speak too much about capsizing just now.
No, there were quite a few first thing this morning in the time trials, as I recall. So no, we don't talk about that now.
But it looks like the race is still fairly quite tight, with the Salford sculler and the Trent sculler both quite close up to the front of the Strathclyde sculler.
Yeah, you're right there. It's I think James has it. He's got his nose out in front, and then there's nothing between Kassir of Salford, Callow of Nottingham and Trent, and Boucher of Loughborough. All these scullers really working hard as they come towards us.
And the Trent beginner team has been doing really well so far this weekend, with 2 beginner quads in the A final yesterday, finishing I think 4th and 5th, and I think they're going to want to try and continue their performance throughout the rest of today and also into tomorrow with the beginner doubles.
Indeed, I'd forgotten the race programme, but yeah, it's good to see so many people doubling up, doing different things. You know, coming from a quad into singles into doubles. It's a nice way of sort of mixing it up for the crews. Less opportunity in sweep boats because the only other opportunity is a pair, and pairs for beginners are notoriously twitchy.
Yeah, unfortunately no beginner pairs at BUCS Regatta in the programme, but I mean it was only a few years ago they added beginner doubles, so...
Yeah, I think the doubles are quite a nice boat. I do like seeing a good racing double. But it's James Morrison focusing in their distinctive polka dots of Strathclyde University there. As a commentator, it is a delight because you know for a fact that that is the only club with polka dots.
Yeah, and James managed to pick up a bronze medal in the beginner quads yesterday in bow seat steering, which he's not been able to have a chance going through the lanes many times, but he's managed to pick it up very quickly, and he's also very good at staying between the boys today in the single.
Yeah, nice course he's been steering. You can see where the wake is coming off the stern of his boat. You can see where his puddles from his blaze are. So as you say, a beautiful straight line he's steering. But he's certainly in that first position there. We haven't mentioned the Bournemouth sculler, just because as they've come closer the course I can see he's not there, unfortunately. So we've got 5 scullers in this event, and it's going to be James Morrison. He's sculling very strongly there as we come towards the line.
And in second, it's looking like it is the Trent sculler. He is dangerously close to those boys, and I think the Salford sculler will give any shot he can to get back on him.
So yeah, it's Carlo of Nottingham, Trent taking that second place, and then on this side it's
2
in lane
minutes.
3 the
Race 369. Open beginner
sorry lane
singles
2 it's a
final
Loughborough
team.
sculler
Birmingham.
beating the Salford sculler on the
Queen.
far side, and then we still
Bournemouth.
have James Buckmaster of
Birmingham.
Harper Adams just to come
Reading.
into this view at the top of the
Strathclyde.
screen.
Attention.
A lovely view over to the other side of the lake there. Sort of looking at the boats, and you wouldn't believe how much money is invested in those boats over there. They're just abandoned on the grass, but rowing boats are a very expensive items of equipment. I think that's Harper Adams sculler there, just having finished his race. We'll be going back up to the start shortly for the next race, which is the D final of the Open Beginner Single Sculls. Do you want to tell us who's in it, Chris?
Yes, so in lane 1 we have Birmingham C, so it's Cormac Gilmore. In lane 2 we have Matthew Pearson from Bath. In lane 3 we have Strathclyde's Michael Dabrowski. Lane 4 Birmingham A, Alex Newman. Lane 5 Portsmouth Thomas Williamson, and in lane 6 Birmingham H, Matthew Dunn.
There was a lot of Birmingham scullers in the time trial this morning as well. It did seem to see an awful lot of Birmingham names, and we've got 2 of them in this. We've got 3 of them in this final, and yet again another Strathclyde sculler. So good to see.
And I think Birmingham have a ton of beginner singles every year. I think it's a point of pride for them to see how many they can get into these finals. And it looks like maybe already one of the Birmingham scullers is out in the lead.
The sculler in lane 4 is Newman of Birmingham. That's their A sculler. So yeah, you're right there. He's certainly in the lead, but this field not as separated as the previous field was. I'd say it was Birmingham A and maybe Portsmouth, and then over on this side Birmingham C and Bath. I think Strathclyde maybe slightly behind, and the Birmingham H sculler Matthew Dunn slightly behind too.
Lane 2, Liverpool John Moores. Lane 3, Loughborough. Lane 6.
The Bath sculler has been competing
5
throughout the years
minutes.
at the University Indoor Rowing Series as well, where I think he did a 3:08 1K, which is a pretty speedy time for a beginner.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it's this Newman of Birmingham. Beautiful water as they're coming towards us. You can see the sort of the wash coming off the umpire's launch as he's following this race, just spreading out beautifully. And as I say, lovely conditions for these sculling races. But it's Newman of Birmingham, the A sculler, just being zoomed in on there, and outside of him we have Williamson of Portsmouth and Dunn of Birmingham. The Birmingham kit's quite distinctive. You can see the red coming from quite a distance. I do like distinctive kit. Makes our life a bit easier, Chris.
Yeah, it does. I think the 4th and 5th place Birmingham crews are starting to make a push towards trying to get themselves into the top 3.
Exeter, you're currently in lane 3. You need to row across to lane 2.
If you're down at the course, you can probably hear a lot of shouts for Birmingham at the moment.
Oh, bit of a wobble from the Bath sculler there, a bit of slewing round in his lane. He's got himself back into position, but he's having a battle there with the Birmingham C sculler in lane 1. But it's Newman of Birmingham looking as though he's going to come through into this finish zone in first position there. Just swap the screen, so we've got a virtual finish line just drawn on the screen for us. And oh, Chris, what a battle. We've got Newman of Birmingham going through first, but 4 of the other 5 scullers sprinting for the line there, just to see how many Birmingham scullers can do it. And the sculler in lane 1, bottom of our screen, is taking that second place. What a finish he has had.
Yeah, that's Cormac Gilmore who's come in second there. And then third, looks like the Portsmouth sculler, Thomas Williamson, and then followed by very shortly afterwards another Birmingham sculler, Matthew Pearson. Or was that Matthew Dunn?
Matthew Dunn, I think Matthew Pearson was
the
Bath sculler. Yeah, what a sprint for the line in this D final. And Mikkel Dabrowski is just coming through to finish his race there. And we've got the long view of the next final. And this is the C final of the Open Beginner Single Sculls. They were ranked 13 to 18 from the time trial. So we have Conrad McElroy of Birmingham in lane 1, James McGonigal of Queens in lane 2, Alec Bulcott of Bournemouth in lane 3, Luke Offer of Birmingham in lane 4, Adam Matejkovic in lane 5, and Alexander Webster Strathclyde in lane 6.
And now I know Alex finished third last week at the Scottish Student Sprints, and he has a very quick start and tries to get out ahead of everyone as best he can, and then kind of just hold on till the end. And it looks like currently he's well positioned in third place, but it's the Bournemouth sculler out in the lead, Alex Bulcott, ahead of, I think, Birmingham, Conrad McElroy.
Some really nice performances there. Just see the umpires launch, and some amazing photography we're getting. That camera zoom is something special there. So we've got Bournemouth leading at 1,000 metres, Birmingham in second place, and Strathclyde, and then Reading, the other Birmingham sculler, and Queen's Belfast, just about a length or so behind him. And I think from this shot it's still the Belfast sculler just trailing the rest of the field, with Bournemouth sculler going very strongly there, Bulcott of Bournemouth.
Looks like he's trying to make a point of this race and just try to show everyone that made it faster than him in the time trial, that he is still quick and would have been able to contest with them up in the A and B semi-finals.
It's a big ask for beginners to do a time trial and then come into side-by-side racing, because not everybody performs very well in a time trial.
Yeah, I think so. It's something that you need a lot of experience in to get right, and for these guys, having only started recently, they won't have had much opportunity to have done any time trials.
Exactly. So, as you say, Alex Bulcott's maybe just making a point that he say, well, I didn't do very well in a time trial, but this is what I can do side-by-side racing. Yeah, it's interesting that nowadays you have to be quite good in both disciplines, because they are quite separate disciplines. Side-by-side is a different mentality to time trial, where you're racing against the clock. But Bulcott of Bournemouth looking very strong as he's coming into this finish zone. Just maybe, as Chris has said, he's got something to prove, but the battle is on for second, third and fourth between Birmingham in lane 1, Birmingham in lane 4, and in fact just overtaking them we have the Reading sculler in lane 5. Oh no, gosh, just as I said, the Birmingham sculler is making a big push. The sculler in lane 1's just had a capsize. So it's Reading in lane 5 just beating Birmingham F in lane 4. Queen's Belfast just taking that 5th place, and then we've got Strathclyde over the far side. But, sometimes with beginner sculls, early on in a race you put in that big push towards the end, and just to catch a blade in a boy, that's just often enough to unsettle you. He is fine, he's swimming, being supported by his boat and just trying to swim it over the line under his own steam. Maybe he's trying to go for a time as well, propelling himself forward.
Looks like he's going quite hard towards the finish line with his boat, just trying to get across and get that finish placement. To a lot of cheers from the crowd around.
They are all behind him because they want to see him get over this line under his own steam and get a finish time in this C final, and much kudos to him for just making that effort. So that was Conrad McElroy, the D sculler from Birmingham. I'll just wait until we can hear the Finnish judge's horn. And there it goes, and the round of applause from the crowd is just amazing. They are right behind him. Rescue launch now going to assist, and Conrad, wow, to have the presence of mind to swim the boat over the line to get a time.
Yeah, you almost wonder if he had asked about his coaches about it beforehand, if he had capsized right before the line.
Oh, that's forward thinking. That's forward thinking. And we're now moving on to the F final of the women's beginner fours. So we've got UB in lane 1, Exeter in lane 2, Liverpool, John Moores in lane 3, UCLB in lane 4, Strathclyde in lane 5, and Loughborough in lane 6. And Chris, I have to say, it's not often happens a commentator comes up here and his home club has a crew in every race. It seems to be that every race we've commented on, there's been a Strathclyde entry.
Pretty much, yeah, all of these minor finals so far. It was completely unplanned. It wasn't going to work out like that, and then...
Well, unplanned or not, it's just... it must be a great pleasure for you. You've got a big smile on your face.
It is nice, yeah. The Strathclyde very happy to be here to have made the final. They were a little bit rocked by illness earlier, so they've had a slight crew change, but they seem to be going quite well.
Oh, jolly good, jolly good.
They spend most of their time trying to get matching sunglasses just for any photographers.
You'll have to tell them to do, I think it was Surrey yesterday, Surrey yesterday in the beginners 8. All had matching ribbons in here. It seems to be a thing just to go for that, but I don't know if you could get polka dot ribbons.
I'm sure you could find some somewhere.
Oh, it's maybe a challenge for them. Oh, a bit of a wobble there from UCL, just in their women's beginner fours. Remember, these crews are just in their first year of racing. They've just come to racing this academic year, and I do apologise, that's not UL, it's Huey. I should have got the colours right before. I was just going by the colours on the blades. But it's Huey there, but they had a bit of a wobble and got it back together. Out in front is maybe Strathclyde from that angle. Just lane 5. Just as they're coming through, Chris, furthest on the left there.
Yeah, I think it's looking quite tight between these crews at the moment, but it might be this crew on the near side, the West of England crew. Yeah. Who had that wobble with the boy line, but they're back into the middle of the lanes. These boats, which have a cox, unlike the singles we saw earlier, but speaking from personal experience, coxing beginner fours is a little bit tricky. It's quite difficult to stay between the lanes.
I was going to say scary, as I would have thought. It's, I'm not a coxswain, I'm not quite happy coxing beginners, but as you say, sometimes it's tricky just staying between these lines. But it's UE leading, as Chris pointed out to me. John Moores in second place, Strathclyde third, UCL fourth, Exeter fifth, and Loughborough in fifth. Nothing much between these first three crews. It's all to contend for. Look at that lovely kit, Chris. Just especially for you. The cameraman must be listening.
Yeah, everyone very much likes the spots. Try to make everything as spotty as possible, including our gazebo, which has been spotted up for this event, wedged between, I think, the Durham gazebos.
Jolly good. Oh, jolly good. And here we have, this is the F final, and still nothing much in it as this stage of the race.
Yeah, it still looks quite tight between all the crews here. A little bit of a steering issue looked like there from Liverpool John Moores, but I think they've got it back.
It's difficult, you know, we've got beginners. It just takes a moment of inattention from one of the crew members to affect the steering. And I did say yesterday that these boats are designed to go in straight lines. They do have a rudder to help with the steering, but it's usually only for fine movements. And the rudder is probably half the size of your mobile phone. Tiny, tiny little thing that, as I said, the boat's designed to go in a straight line. And Chris's club rows on the Clyde, which is notoriously bendy, so lots of people invest in bigger rudders to get them round the bends in the Clyde.
And the Cox for the Strathclyde 4 here was unfortunately not able to race this weekend because of injury, but she was able to step in as Coxless 4 in this race, so she was still able to take part.
Still pretty close between these 6 crews there. Just and remember, this is the F final, so they've come through the time trial with similar times, so it does introduce give us some really good racing as they come towards the line. I think the crew in lane 6, Loughborough, just off the pace there. You just see them just trailing in the far left of the screen, trailing the other 5 crews.
It looks like maybe that UCLB are encroaching a little bit on the John Moore in the lanes. Boys, but they're starting to correct their steering and get back into it. I mean, both crews must only be separated distance by a little bit.
You can just see, I think Gooey there are making University West of England in lane 1 are just putting in a push just as they come in to this last phase of the race. They've come through about 1700 metres, they're almost at the last 250, and this is where some of these crews will just start ramping it up. And we've got 5 crews just all going for it.
Yeah, I think this might be one of the tightest races we've seen so far. Quite a few people still near the front of the race.
I think, to my eye at the moment, it could be between the University of West of England and UCL. UCL have made a move in this last 500 metres and are starting to pull themselves away from the rest of the field.
I think the extra bow in lane 2 is starting to take it up for the sprint. They've been looking quite good down the course, just nice and relaxed, and now they're really starting to sprint towards the end with just a couple hundred metres left of the race.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's UCL just made a move in that last 500 metres and just powering it through as they come towards the line. That is a very strong finish from UCL there. And then it is a blanket finish between John Moores, Strathclyde, Exeter and University of West of England. You'll see these other 4 crews just trying to get their noses in front to take that 2nd and 3rd place. Could be John Moore's 2nd. Oh boy. And then 3 boats for 3rd. I have no idea who went through in 3rd place there between Strathclyde, Huey and Exeter. That was such a tight finish. Over on the far side, still to cross the line, we have Loughborough.
Can you go to lane 2 and then back down, please?
Some cracking racing there in women's beginner
lane 4 until move into your lane and then back down.
So for the next few races, I'm joined up in my eagle's eye view of the racing by Lara from Loughborough, which is also great knowledge of the Reading crews, which is really good to have. So we've run out of Strathclyde University crews. Chris has gone downstairs. I think, as I said earlier, every race he commented on, we had a Strathclyde crew in it. We're hoping for some Reading and Loughborough crews for the next little while with Lara. So we are now with the E final of the women's beginner fours, with Leeds in lane 1, York B in lane 2, St Andrews in lane 3, Lancaster A in lane 4, Liverpool B in lane 5, Warwick B in lane 6. I could see the colours of St Andrews. You could just see them there, the pale blue with the... Oh, oops, that was a bit of a boat stopper there just as they came in. But managing to recover well, Lara.
Yeah, it's always a difficult task to recover from that, but stayed composed and have managed to carry on through the first K of this race.
So leading at 1,000 metres we have York, nice colours, with St Andrews in second place, Liverpool third, Lancaster fourth, Leeds fifth and Warwick in sixth. And had a chat with the York coach this morning, so he'll have a big smile on his face seeing his crews doing so well. Some beautiful shots we're getting from the cameraman here, Lara, just and sharing them with you at home. So you can see how beautiful this water is. Not often you can see Nottingham this benign.
It's been such a nice flat day today. I train here, so I see it on the worst and the best days, and I have to say this is pretty ideal conditions to be racing in today. So can't complain, the sun's out.
Nice temperature.
Yeah, perfect conditions really.
So just look at this view from 1,000 metres, and it still looks to be York leading St Andrews. Both these crews pretty much in the middle of the course. I think York in lane 2. I think Lancaster just slightly behind York maybe. Is it St Andrews maybe got their noses in front there? Good recovery from their wobble they had earlier.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty close between those two crews at the minute. But St Andrews doing a nice job in the middle lane there.
Yeah, just as I said earlier, these crews will have had pretty similar boat speeds from the time trials earlier, so it's really nice to get them in a side-by-side race, because you often get great things when you've got similar boat speeds. Get good racing.
Yeah, it's been awfully tight with some of the time trials from this morning, so really good to get them all side by side and battle it out and see what happens. We're just coming up to the 1500 now, just through the 1500.
I think just looking at that course, the crew in lane 6, Warwick B, just seemed to be slightly off the pace. Just the top of far left-hand side of the screen. Just yeah, they seem to be slightly behind. But then the other 5 crews seem to be fairly well in contention. St Andrews still going strong there, as are Lancaster. Liverpool seem to be coming back into it, and York still not out of contention yet. What I love about this event is just sitting here, you can hear the wall of sound, so you know the crews are getting closer. And as you can see on the screen, we're just coming into the start of all the gazebos with everybody in the bank, the coaches following in their peloton. And you can just hear this wall of sound as encouragement for all these crews. And it's great to see clubmates coming out for the beginners, because that often doesn't happen in other regattas. But I always think there's a great atmosphere at BUCS.
Yeah, the support here has been incredible. Walking up and down the banks, you bump into people left, right and centre. The banks are always full of people, loads of people to chat to, and yeah, it's great to see Nottingham so busy.
And it's a happy atmosphere, I always think.
Yeah,
it's a very happy
really
atmosphere.
Positive, everyone cheering each other on, so supportive. It's really great to see.
And it's still St Andrews University, just pulled themselves out in front now. They're just coming into the last 150 metres, just in front. They've sort of pulled themselves in front of York. But look at this battle for second, third and fourth. between York, Lancaster and Liverpool. All these three crews sprinting
so
for the line.
between them.
And, St Andrews just pulling it there, and I think it was Liverpool and then Lancaster and then York. A good move from Liverpool in that last 500 or so. Just cracking race there. And then on our near side we have the Leeds crew. Just you'll see them coming into the bottom of the screen there. And then in the top of our screen we'll have Warwick B. Now this is the E final, so some happy smiling faces there. That's Warwick just having completed their race. As you can see from the screen, the sun's coming out again. We had a bit of cloud cover for a while. It's made being up here a bit more pleasant, but I think the sun's going to swing round and we're going to be in our little greenhouse for a while again. But Lara, do you want to tell us who's in this D final of this?
So we're into the starting stages of the D final now. We've got UCL in lane 1, Imperial in lane 2, Warwick in lane 3, Leicester in lane 4, UE in lane 5 and Sheffield in lane 6.
Here we can see them just coming into view there.
Nice shot of Imperial there.
Isn't it?
Side by side. Yeah, next to the Warwick crew as well.
There's some very good lenses out there. Sort of nice shots of these crews just as they come towards us. You actually feel that they're closer than they are because you can see so close. And there we can see the Imperial crew and just how close it is there between Warwick, Leicester, UE and Sheffield.
Yeah, got some really tight racing in lanes 3 and 4 and 5 there.
Oh, absolutely. It's sometimes hard, you still to remind yourself that these are beginner fours. They've only started racing or rowing this academic year, and some very tidy racing or rowing here. Some well-schooled fours. On this side we have UCL, distinctive blue and purple.
Yeah, really nice shot of UCL there. They've just come through the K now, with Imperial out in front.
And then, yeah, Imperial seem to have the lead in hand there, but then there's very little between the next, the next 5 boats between Warwick, Leicester, UE, Sheffield and UCL. You know, 10 seconds, a couple of boat lengths, so things can change, especially with the beginners fours. And yeah, it's a 2K race, so lots can still happen.
Oxford, Queens B, Nottingham.
And here you can see them racing towards us. It's Imperial still in pole position there, and then just a fan out of boats just slightly behind. Warwick, Leicester, UE on the outside, and you know, being in front, you've got that sort of view of the rest of the field, so you can see what the other crews are doing.
Yeah, it's quite nice being in that pole position and controlling the race, so I'm sure they're having a nice time sat out in front, controlling the race hopefully. They've paced it well.
That's just such a lovely shot, this one. I think UCL need to be off the pace there, just slightly behind. And yeah, it's still Imperial's race, I think, at the moment, with I think they've set up a chevron pattern with Imperial, and then Warwick, Leicester, Ely and Sheffield A. Just slightly behind them on the screen. Just,
Leicester B, lane 5. Exeter B, lane 6.
as we said earlier, some really nice rowing conditions this afternoon. Just, you can see the umpires rowing, you can see the wake coming off that, and just shows you how flat the rest of the water is. That we can just enjoy this beautiful conditions. I'm sure the crews are enjoying the conditions too.
It's just I know that sometimes, yeah, in University of
So here we have, it's still Imperial in charge, and as I said earlier, there seems to be this chevron pattern. I think second place is Warwick, and then maybe UE is in third at the moment. What do you think, Lara?
Yeah, it seems to be pretty tight between them all. Difficult to say. Imperial look to have the edge on them all, and then it looks to be Warwick closely behind them. And then it seems to be a battle for third at the minute.
Can you roll to your lane and get the patch, please?
Just looking there, do you think Warwick had thought they were maybe going to make a move there? I think they just thought about putting the rating up to just squeeze back on Imperial, and I think...
Yeah, it looks like they've taken the rate up there.
I think they're just managing to do it. Imperial can see this happening, so it's up to them to sort of reply to that challenge, and I think they've just done that. Just trying to maintain that advantage they have over Warwick there on their outside.
Yeah, Imperial have responded to that move from Warwick pretty well, coming into the closing stages of this race. I think Imperial will take the win there, but Warwick have really pushed them the whole way.
Indeed they have, and they thought the chance was okay, and they thought they'd put some pressure on Imperial, and sometimes, yeah, it's always worth a shot of putting a pressure on a crew, because sometimes they can crack.
Yeah, it's always worth the challenge.
And then it's Leicester coming in, UE next, and then it'll be Sheffield over on the far side. And then on our near side we have UCL just to finish their race in this D final of the women's Coxed Fours.
We're now into the C final of the Women's Beginners Coxed Fours. I think they're coming into the K. We've got Oxford in lane 1, Queen's in lane 2, Nottingham in lane 3, Surrey in lane 4, Cardiff in lane 5 and York in lane 6. Got a lovely shot of Queen's and York at the minute. In the C final, we've got Surrey out in front at the K and Nottingham closely behind, only 0.5 of a second between them.
Oh boy, that's going to be a close race. Oh wow. We did say that these, as we get closer to the AB finals, the crews are closer and closer together time-wise. So yeah, those times in between Surrey and Nottingham, very tight indeed.
Yeah, and then another battle between third and fourth, Cardiff and Queen's, within 1.5 seconds.
I'd say between Oxford and York.
Yeah, three different battles going on here.
Well, that's great to see, isn't it? It's just watching these crews just have their own tussles. But it's hard if how they set up the fastest crews in the middle, and then if you're on the outer side, it's very hard to see from lane 1 over to lane 6. So it's really hard to gauge where you are relative to them.
Yeah, hopefully the Coxes can give them an idea and look over
see where they might be standing.
But the action at the moment is very much in the middle of the field. Nottingham and Surrey B just having this great battle. And then Queen's and Oxford, another tussle there, and then over the far side, Cardiff and York. I'm not sure if York were just slightly off the pace there, but it's very hard. I think they might be up there with Oxford in lane 1, which we can't see at the moment, but it's very hard to get the angles right when we're sitting up here looking sort of across the course.
Yeah, I think we've currently got Surrey out in front. Coming into the second half of this race.
These the crew from Surrey and the crew from Nottingham, they'll know they've had a race today when they go home and they sort of try and analyse it, because they've been so close for most of the way down the course. They've been pushing off each other, and that's really given them a reason to have a really good performance. But it's Nottingham, I think, the Yellow Blades just winning that battle with Surrey at the moment. Just I think that Yellow Blades, boat with the Yellow Blades just marginally in front.
Yeah, by just over a second at the 1500, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the closing stages of the race.
And those are coming up fast. We're almost into the last 250 metres. To my eye, I think it's Nottingham now leading Surrey, but we've got an Oxford crew in lane 1, sort of sneaking into the camera shot shortly, and you'll be able to see them. They've mounted a charge in the last 250 metres. It'll be interesting to see where Oxford are in relation to Cardiff over on the far side, I think.
You can hear the shouts of everyone on the banks now coming into the final stages. Nottingham on their home water, so hopefully you've got a lot of support.
Oh, Nottingham, they're ramping it up here now just to make sure that they are pulling themselves away from that Surrey group and doing it in some style. I'm sure there's lots of support from, as you say, the supporters there, and great performance from Nottingham there to take that first place in the C final. Surrey in second, and Oxford have pulled themselves into that third place, overhauling Cardiff. And then Queen's in lane 2 and York over in the far side. Nottingham crew very happy with their performance there. Cox is getting an early bath from bow person splashing water up at her. So very happy with their performance. So Lara, are you a sweep person or a sculling person?
I'm very much a sculling person. I've
Good.
come from Reading Uni, who specialise in sculling.
I should have thought that question out before I asked it, indeed.
Yeah.
So, because you'll be delighted, because we're going to move on to women's beginner fours.
Yeah.
Beginner quads.
Quads, yeah.
So quite a few of these heats, and great camera shot there. We could just see them getting on the start line.
Yeah, we've got a Loughborough crew in there as well, which is lovely to see.
Just especially for you.
Yeah.
It's always nice to get a camera shot of the start and see people getting onto the start. And we don't often have the time to get that luxury. It's just because there was no F final in the women's beginner quads, so there's a slight gap in proceedings here, so we can just watch these boats get on. For people who maybe don't know much about racing, these boats are held in a pontoon, and there's somebody out in the pontoon holding onto the stern canvas, and then there is somebody on the bank who will tell whoever's holding the canvas to push the boat out or pull the boat in so that the bow balls are level on the start line. So that means they all start at the same place so that whoever comes over the line first is the winner. So it's a lot of people involved in organising racing. So we need volunteers to hold the bow ball, these boats, stick boat people, and then somebody to align the crews, and then there'll be a starter, an assistant starter, and then there'll be people in the bank marshalling the crews so they come into the start area in their race groups. So yeah, it's always nice to watch. I like going up to start. I love seeing starts of races.
Yeah, and it's great to have so many volunteers, and I always love to have a chat to the stake boat holders as well. It's great when you get a smile off them when you're preparing for the start.
Yeah. Sort of, if you're up at the start, side on to the crews as they do their start, the first 10 strokes can just be stunning. So we've done a roll call. Lara, do you want to do the roll call?
Yeah, sure. So this must be the E final. I think it displayed C final, but on our sheet here we've got the E final of the women's beginner quads. And we've got Sunderland in lane 1, Salford in lane 2, Bangor in lane 3, Lincoln B in lane 4, Loughborough C in lane 5, and Exeter B in lane 6. So they're just off the start there. First 10 strokes of this race. Just umpire wave his flag over to make sure they're all staying in the correct lanes.
Yeah, especially with women's beginner quads, it's there's no cocks with these crews, so it's quite hard to ask a beginner not only to race a quad but actually to steer it at the same time. I know we said earlier that boats are designed to go in a straight line, but there are outside influences that affect, somebody can fluff a stroke and miss a stroke, and that can cause the boat to slew round. So these boats are steered with a steering foot, a steering plate attached to somebody's foot, which just moves the rudder very, very slightly. So not only does the person have to think about rowing in time, they also have to think about steering and all these other things. Usually in that case somebody else in the crew will make the calls and sort of give the commands, just to help them sort of split the cox's role between two or three crew members.
Yeah, I have big respect for beginners learning to steer and row in the same year. I'm a steers person often myself, so it's a big ask to ask these crews. We seem to have one of the crews.
Bit of a collision there by the looks of the screen. Wobble, I'm not quite sure what happened there. I just saw the blades just slewing up. Umpire sitting very comfortably between these two crews now, just placing his boat to keep them apart. Yeah, just not quite sure what happened there. They seem to be rowing or sculling nicely now, just well separated.
They've just crossed the 500 metre mark with Bangor out in front, but only marginally in front of Exeter and Salford. It all seems to be pretty tight at the minute, with Salford and then Loughborough only a second behind that, and then Sunderland and Lincoln.
Salford. Crew being warned for steering again. The umpire's flag's out and he's indicating which way he wants them to go. And I think that's maybe the Exeter crew. Just being warned. As we said earlier, Lara, very difficult one to do. It's asking a lot of these crews to steer and do the calls themselves, but all crews now seem to be pretty well in their own lanes. Loughborough there, nice shot from the Loughborough crew.
Yeah, Loughborough will have been training hard on the Soar, the River Soar close by, only about half an hour away from here.
And it's just trying to get my colours right here. I think it's Bangor out in lead there, still led at 500 metres, and I think they're still in the lead. there as they come towards us in the camera.
Yeah, they look to be sculling nicely.
Indeed, and I think we can just, there's an Exeter boat maybe in front there, just from the puddles in the lane to their left. So it's maybe Bangor and Exeter just having a good old battle there.
Yeah, it looks to be pretty close between them. I think Exeter just caught the water, so that might have knocked their momentum, but good recovery from them.
Indeed. It does knock you off a bit. It just means you have to focus more in on what you're doing. And then we have Salford, Lincoln, and I'm sorry, I think it's Salford there with the blue and yellow blades. I'm just trying to get the colours right there. So Bangor and Exeter there. Bangor leading Exeter, Salford in third, Loughborough in fourth, and Lincoln fifth at the moment. I think the field looks to be quite separated now. They've sorted themselves out into the ranking. This is the E final of the big women's beginner quads.
2 minutes.
And it's Sunderland, the distinctive strip of Sunderland there with the tiger teeth all this up the side of them. It's a lovely shot as they're coming towards us, and it's lane 3 Bangor there just out in the lead. Exeter still in that second place.
3-7-6.
Sunderland slightly behind the rest of the field there in the far right hand lane. I think they're having
looks to be being warned on the left hand side there. Another collision going on.
Nottingham Trent University.
And it's Loughborough that's suffering from Exeter's attention there.
Leads. Attention.
And Bangor just going nicely in their own lane there. Just a bit of a wobble over the boy line there with their blades, but they've just corrected that to get back into their lane. Ideally in a 2K race you don't want any wobbles into any other lanes, you just want to have a straight line down the middle of the lane because that's measured 2,000 metre distance. If you sort of start wobbling side to side, that adds in the distance, and every time you have a wee correction it just slows the boat down. Very nice quad sculling from Bangor there.
Race 377, women's beginner quads,
leading
final
1500.
The Montfort,
We'll get the
lane 1,
times up to confirm
York
that.
St John, lane 2, Bournemouth, lane 3, Queens, lane 4, Exeter, lane 5,
Exeter still seem to be having issues with their steering there.
lane 6. Get attached quickly, please.
Loughborough now in the lead, and Exeter were going so well. I just think their steering's maybe letting them down in this race.
Yeah, they seem to be sharing a lane with Loughborough currently.
And Bangor just ploughing their own little furrow up their lane and just keeping out of all the mischief that's happening around them, and sometimes that's a happy place to be.
Yeah, tapping it along nicely.
Okay, to Montfort all the way to lane 1, please. You might need more than one person rowing. York St John has
So
left
the
the
first of
Montfort
these
car
crews
park
coming
queue.
into the last 250 metres there. You can see the blue marker on the bank. And we've got the times from the 1500 metres there. Bangor continuing their lead, but it's now Loughborough in that second place. Salford third. Lincoln fourth, and Exeter in fifth. And I think steering issues have done Exeter no favours there.
I think Salford have just made a move from Loughborough's small mishap there, so they're Loughborough will have to try and
Queens, take a look.
claw that
Come
back.
out of your lane, Queens, you are lane 4.
Seems to be fairly close in the middle rankings at the minute.
Yes, Bangor have done what they needed to do and just got themselves out of the danger zone and just continued to make their lead by a bigger margin.
Yeah, Bangor have done well to get a good lead into the closing stages of this race.
Indeed they have, and look at them just coming through towards the finish line now. Lots of support for Bangor there, just as they cross the line. Now the battle's on for second, third and fourth. There's been a bit of lane swapping going on here, so I'm not quite sure who's in which lane. That's
looks to be Lincoln B crossing the line in second place.
And then Salford in third, and then I think it's Loughborough
in fourth. And Exeter on the far side in the last few strokes. Some nice support from Bangor there.
Yeah.
Happy faces.
Yep, quite right. And then just coming towards us in the line we have Sunderland A with their shark mouth in the bow ball, around the bow ball of the boat, in the Sunderland boat.
Yes, a very distinctive boat.
Yeah, we spotted it in the time trials, thought it was quite amusing.
Yeah.
Quite amusing, making a feature of the bow ball. And I'm sure shortly the next race will have started. A nice shot of all the boats over the far bank. As I was talking to Chris, there's a lot of money invested in those boats over there.
Got the D final for the women's beginner quads coming into shot now. We've got Manchester in lane 1, St Andrews in lane 2, Swansea in lane 3, Nottingham Trent C in lane 4, Portsmouth in lane 5 and Leeds B in lane 6.
A really nice shot of Swansea there. You can see the swans on their blades.
Apparatus, get straight please.
And then on Swansea's outside we have
Nottingham Trent in their bright pink all-in-ones.
I think it's what, and then I think in front of the Swansea we have St Andrews, just leading the field there, and then could be Portsmouth and then Leeds. The angle of the camera there makes these gazebos seem much closer than they look. I just thought, oh, they're really close, but they're not as close as I think they are. So, surprisingly, I thought Swansea were doing really well, but it's Nottingham Trent leading the field at 1,000 metres, Swansea in second place, St Andrews in third, then Portsmouth, then Leeds, and then Manchester. Very little between these front three crews. So maybe St Andrews are now in the lead, Swansea, Nottingham Trent. You know, it was very difficult to call from the angles we were looking at. And it's really, yeah, tricky one to call.
Yeah, definitely an exciting race for the top three still at the 1,000 metre mark.
A second between them at 1,000 metres, that is very close. And this is the D final. And if you look at the boats in the course, yeah, it is very close between these first three. St Andrews in lane 2, Swansea, Nottingham Trent. I think now it's between Nottingham Trent and St Andrews.
Yeah, it looks to be Nottingham Trent in the pink all-in-ones to be just out in front.
And then Swansea's the meet in that Nottingham Trent St Andrews challenge. St Andrews, then Nottingham Trent, and then Swansea. That's a good push there in that 500. Oh, a bit of a boat stopper there from Swansea. They just got caught a mammoth crab and had to stop, and that'll take a while to get going again.
Yeah, I think it will be between St Andrews and Nottingham Trent for the pole position, coming into the last 500 metres. St Andrews look to be holding on out in front at the minute.
Indeed they do, and yeah, just hope they hold on to that. And then there'll be this great battle for third place now between Swansea and Portsmouth. Swansea had that bit of a wobble, and I think Portsmouth managed to overhaul them there. Going with Portsmouth, we have Leeds out on the far side, and then in this lane, Manchester are still they're ramping it up. So looking up here, to my eye, it looks as though St Andrews are in the lead. Nottingham Trent now in that second place. Very little separated these two crews earlier on in the race, but St Andrews now hear the support of the crowds. They've ramped it up there and are just pulling themselves apart from Nottingham Trent.
Yeah, St Andrews look to be coming into their final few strokes of this race. They'll be crossing the line as winners.
They certainly lifted that last 250 metres or so.
Yes, that was a good sprint from them to pull away from the Nottingham Trent quad.
And then I think it's going to be Portsmouth in third, and then Swansea. Just Swansea going through in the middle there, and then a good battle between Manchester and Leeds.
I think Leeds might just about have it ahead of Manchester for the 5th and 6th position.
St Andrews just carrying on, certainly raced it through the line. It took them a while to stop at the other side of it, so good on them. What your coaches always say, race through the line, don't stop before the line.
Nice high fives in that boat now.
Yeah. And still people are voting for their minor finals later on. You can still see people walking boats along the course, the side of the course. So race 377 is underway, and women's beginner quads, the C final. De Montfort in lane 1, York St John in lane 2, Bournemouth in lane 3, Queen's B in lane 4, Exeter A in lane 5, and Harper Adams in lane 6. And this is the C final. I would expect them to be very close, boat speed wise.
Yeah, so these lot will have just about missed out on the B final, so they'll be vying for the top spot in the C final.
So 500 metre times, Exeter leading, De Montfort, Harper Adams in third place, and then Queen's and Bournemouth and York St John. I can see the Queen's kit there, just in the sunshine. Nice distinct kit there with the hoops around the middle.
Yeah, lots of Queen's crews out this weekend, which is nice to see coming over from Ireland.
And then you've got the distinctive blaze of Exeter just in front of them there, the nice triangles.
Yeah, Exeter out in front at the K, look to be sculling quite nicely.
I wonder if the gentleman knows he's in the camera there. Just having his little dance there.
Getting a nice feature.
Yes, I suppose perfect place to view the cruise from. And this is looking a very close race. Looks closer than the timings would indicate there.
Yeah, they still look very grouped together from this shot here. Coming into the 1500 metre mark.
So it's Exeter over lane 5 in the lead. Now, I would have expected lanes 3 and 4 to be the faster ones in this heat.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case.
So Exeter have obviously maybe more suited to side-by-side racing than time trialling. Or maybe they went out hard just to see what the other crews could do.
Their mark on the field.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that things don't always go as we possibly think they should.
Yeah, it's always a different game, side by side as well, and getting out in front and sitting there and playing some mind games with the crew next to you as well.
Oh, absolutely. Psychology is a wonderful thing. As you say, playing the mind games, gamesmanship. And it does count. And it's still, from here, it looks as though Exeter maintaining that lead. About the length in front of the Montfort now. And you can just see on Exeter's outside Harper Adams there. And I think they're maybe a couple of lengths adrift of Exeter from that shot.
But then there seems to be nothing between the final four crews. A second between them all, which is very exciting to see. I think that's lengthened out at the 1500. Exeter still leading at the 1500, followed by De Montfort. But York and still hanging in there, and Bournemouth as well. Be interesting to see what they've got in the final 500 metres of this race. It's still Exeter in front, but it seems to be anyone's game for the next few positions. Only about a second between them.
Now this is the C final. You would expect it to be a close race here. And there's a big challenge coming on from Exeter from Bournemouth now, isn't it? Bournemouth look as though they've just ramped it up that last little while.
2 minutes.
I think Bournemouth are going to steal it from Exeter here. Just looking across.
They've really ramped it up. They look to be moving quite nicely.
Women's intermediate single sculls.
Gosh, lots of support in the bank from both these crews. Exeter and Bournemouth, what a strong finish they've had. Maybe they thought they'd let Exeter go out and then just reel them in as they came towards the line, and that's what they seem to be doing.
Yeah, really strong from Bournemouth. That's an impressive final 500 from them.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Look at them go as they come towards the line. As I said, reeling that Exeter crew in just in that last few strokes. Bournemouth, Exeter. And then
York St John's in
York
third.
St John's and De Montfort this side, and then a good battle over the far side between Queen's and Harper Adams. Well, who'd have thought that? Exeter having led all the way down the course. And what a strong finish from Bournemouth there. They should be so proud of having that.
Yeah, Bournemouth timed that to perfection.
Absolutely. Quite surprising for a beginner's quad, but wow. It's great. Nice to have some surprises. So we're going on to the women's intermediate single sculls, the G final. So lane 1 we have Aberdeen, Alec Cassell, and Molly Rippon of York in lane 2. Amelia McAleer of Queen's in 3, Isabella Bourman of Brooks in 4, Georgia Silver of Liverpool in lane 5, and Eleanor Sykes of Swansea in lane 6.
Exeter, lane 2.
And we can just see them off the start.
Lane 3. London, lane 4.
In fact, they are quite far into the race. We'll have to wait for some intermediate timings because it's quite hard to tell with single scullers who's in the lead. But here we have intermediate timings. Aberdeen leading at 1,000 metres. Queen's in second place. Oxford Brookes in third. Just a couple of seconds between these three scullers, and just 2 seconds behind them we have the Liverpool sculler. And then a gap to the Swansea and York. Swansea and York pretty much neck and neck there for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it's still anyone's to play for, really, with only 7 seconds between them, and especially in a single scull with a K to go, anything can happen.
Indeed.
3 minutes.
As we were talking about earlier, we you know, these crews are seeded, so you'd expect the fast ones in the middle of the race. And 1,000 metres, we've got Aberdeen out in lane 1, leading the field, which is not what we expected. But then in the previous race, we saw Bournemouth from the middle of the field come through and just reel Exeter in at the final line. So this is where racing is great, because you have all these different factors, psychology, gamesmanship, playing with people's brains to take into account. What would you rather race? Would you rather be out in front all the way, or would you rather be sneaky and come from behind at the last minute?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I think it depends who I'm racing. It is nice to sit out in front, and just if you've got the confidence to know that you're quicker than them, it's nice to see them behind and go, okay, I'm going to sit here nicely. But then there's also a nice bit thinking, oh, I'm going to row through you. I'm going to sneakily back myself to be.
Yeah, I know there's places for both, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely places for both. But I think the Aberdeen Scullers maybe not in the lead anymore. I think it's possibly Queen's, Amelia McAleer of Queen's, just pulling herself into front now. I think in that sort of third 500 maybe something's changed. She's decided that she's not having that, taking the lead from Aberdeen, and the timings have just come up that she is now in front of Aberdeen, with the BUCS in that third place. But as I said earlier, still close between these first 3 scullers in this G final, these intermediate single sculls.
Yeah, nice shot of the Queen's single sculler there, side by side.
Indeed.
With BUCS.
And she's sitting there and she can see that BUCS sculler and know exactly where she is in relation to her. And that's a nice place to be, sort of sitting on their shoulder in front of them, so that you can see if they do anything. Her danger zone will be the Aberdeen sculler way on her right side, because she just won't have a good eye on her. But I'm sure she can see her now, just coming into view there. So there's nothing much between the BUCS sculler, the Aberdeen sculler, and the Swansea sculler over in lane 6.
Yeah, into the final stages now, taking the rate up. You can see the Queen's girl take the rate up to cross the line in front of that Aberdeen sculler.
Birmingham, lane 1.
Third place looks to be with the BUCS sculler. And then we've got the Swansea sculler.
Exeter, lane 4.
And York and Liverpool.
Lane 5.
Cracking race there.
Lane 6.
Amelia McAleer of Queen's there, just taking a well-deserved drink just after all the effort in this intermediate final.
I'm excited to see this next race. I've got 2 of my friends in here. We've got Phoebe Horan of Bath in lane 1, Plymouth Jess Allen in lane 2, Rebecca Harrison of Edinburgh in lane 3, Bethan Hickey of Bournemouth in lane 4, Maddie Shaw of Loughborough in lane 5, and Rosie Mamet of Reading in lane 6.
So you'll be interested in the far side of the course.
Yeah, the battle between Maddie and Rosie.
Yeah.
You can see Rosie in her high-vis top.
Oh, yeah.
Reading special.
Yeah, I do like seeing Reading with their high-vis tops, and you know, as a commentator, it's lovely to see because you can spot them.
Yeah, a
Reading.
lot easier to spot.
And as commentators, you want things that are easy to spot from a distance. There's nothing much between these 6 colours, really.
No, really close race at the K.
Bournemouth, then Bath, then Loughborough. Good grief. Less than 2 seconds between 5 scullers. That is very tight indeed at 1,000 metres.
Yeah, it seems to be anyone's game coming into the K. Reset and go again.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether the race plan was to do anything drastic at the 1,000 metres. I don't think you can when that field is this tight. Just want to hold on and not let anybody get too far away from you.
Yeah, and some really strong scullers in this final. Rosie Mammoth's already medalled yesterday, which is great to see, and Maddie did really well in the Loughborough quad as well. Yeah, so a really strong F final for these single scullers.
Yeah, indeed, just looking up the course there, and in fact I'm so busy concentrating on the screen trying to assess who's in front and just try and separate them out. I hadn't realised they were quite so close to us in the tower, and
yeah, they're coming into the final stages now, last 250 metres.
And I have no idea who's in the lead there. I think it's maybe the Bournemouth sculler in lane 4. But then we've got Rosie Mammoth just sticking with her too. And then the Plymouth sculler just up there in contention too. And it's going to be a sprint for the line again, Lara.
Yeah, everyone taking the rate up there. Really exciting. Sprint for the line. They're all still fairly grouped together.
Very close together.
Bournemouth just out in front.
You've got the radio.
Reading, Rosie making a move.
Oh gosh, this is so close, and it's going to be Bournemouth just coming into sight first. Then we've got the high vis of Reading, just possibly
really
taking that second place. Oh gosh, no, I don't. I think Reading was pipped just on the line by the Plymouth sculler. But you know, that's one for the Finnish judges who are sitting below us. This is an artificial line we have on the screen. We're talking as though we are the Finnish judges, but we're not. So results to be confirmed for that second and third place, because that was such a close finish. Heard both beeps on came out together, pretty close together.
Yeah, really close. Just pipped Reading by 0.4 of a second. On the screen.
What an amazing race there. And you want to do the next one, the F final, which is coming through 1,000 metres.
Yeah, so we've got in lane 1 Glasgow Caledonian, Sutherland. In lane 2 we've got Eva Leacock of Exeter. In lane 3 we have Erica Silke of Oxford Brookes. Lane 4 Maddie Perry-Smith of London. And then in lane 5 we've got Cledona Murtiga, sorry about the pronunciation for that, of Oxford Brookes, and May Findlay of Reading in lane 6.
Another Reading sculler.
Yeah.
The 2 Oxford Brookes scullers, that's... Excuse me, I've got a little frog in my throat that's just desperately holding on in there, and I'm hoping I can make it to the end of this race before Camilla comes in and takes over. Yet again, another close race in this E final. Focusing in there in my Finlay of Reading, over in the far side.
Of the Reading sculler there, coming into the 1500 metres.
And the cameraman's doing a lovely job of giving us a really intimate view of all these colours. But I'm sure he's going to pan out in a minute and just show you how close they are. Coming in to about 300 metres out and sort of just eyeballing the field. I have no idea who's in front there.
Yeah, it's still really close between all of them.
It's possibly lanes 1 and 2, Exeter and Glasgow Cali. But I wouldn't like to call that one. Reading's up there, Brookes are up there. I would say that the Brookes sculler in lane 3 is maybe marginally behind, but maybe. It's so close.
It just highlights how tight the time trial racing must have been. to qualify for all of these finals, which is great to see.
And for these scullers to be so close at this stage in the race, because scullers usually separate themselves out. But these scullers aren't doing that. They are just giving us race after race of very tight finishes, and I'm sure we are going to see a sprint for the line, just ramping up now. The Reading sculler has gone.
Yeah.
She has gone. My Finlay has gone, and she is making inroads towards the finish line. But we've also got Eva Ellicock of Exeter. I think she's making a move there as well. Oh boy, this is going to be some finish.
Yeah, May seems to be leading the field there, which is great to see. A Reading sculler across the line, but still
then
very
the minor
close.
positions, look at that. It's Exeter.
Then Brooks.
And Brooks, London.
Just relax all scullers,
Another
we're
Brooks.
wrapping it up by launch, so
Glasgow Cali. Wow, what an amazing finish there. Just
So close.
cracking. Oh, we're getting some lovely racing this afternoon. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm just going to sign off shortly and hand you over to Camilla, who will be entertaining you for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, thank you very much there to Carol and Lara for taking us through all of the first chunk of minor finals here this afternoon. My name's Camilla Hadland-Horrocks. I'm being joined here by Nadine Smith for the remainder of the day. And
Hello.
hello, Nadine. We've we've just been talking about what a long day it is if you time trial at the start of the day and then you've got your race later on, and that's what a lot of these guys will have done first thing this morning, Nadine.
Yes.
Because a lot of the singles, right, they'll have raced time trial first thing.
Yeah, that was quite early on in the day as well, so they've had a nice break in racing.
Yeah, I think the women's intermediate single was one of the first time trials that we had this morning. So these guys have waited a long, long time.
It was probably about like 8:45 around that time.
Yeah, exactly. So to give you a bit of an update on this D final of the women's intermediate single sculls. So D final, we're looking at places 25 through 30, ranking for when they come away from the regatta, and it is in the in lane 1, Birmingham A's Emily Lavelle. In lane 2, Jessica Marden of Queen's University Belfast. In lane 3 for Nottingham, Ella Bardsley-Taylor. In lane 4, Bethany Draper of Exeter. In lane 5, Veronica Vonikova of Strathclyde. And in lane 6, it's Alana Donahoe of Queen's University Belfast. So I think, having a quick look at the timing markers, we've got the 500 metre times, but these athletes already approaching the final 500 metres. It looked like to me, Nadine, who have we got out in front?
So based on the time, it would be Jessica Marden of Queen's, followed closely with Nottingham. That was the last time, so on the updated times, it is Nottingham. So Ella Bardsley-Taylor, who has taken the lead.
But only just really 0.2 of a second we've got separating the middle lanes here for the top 2 spots in this D final. Now, the centre lanes, they're usually the fastest qualifiers from the time trials, so we're expecting, good results from these athletes.
Exeter,
And they've switched again, 500 metres to go, and it's been a great push there for...
It's a little bit more of a lead, isn't it?
It is Bethany Draper. She's managed to push on now 4 seconds, which is just over a length.
But then that Queen's, what is it? We've got lane 2, yeah, so Jessica Marden, she's following closely on Nottingham, Ella Barsley-Taylor on her tail.
Yeah, and I think the thing with single sculls is actually, Nadine, you find that people can speed up really quickly. So the Exeter sculler seems to have pushed on from nowhere and gained almost a length, but that's really easy in 500 metres in a single.
Yeah, we were just watching the beginner open category for the D final, and one of the scullers was in third or fourth position and opened up right in the last 250 metres. And he ended up winning that final, so...
Well, we could see exactly the same thing here. And so on your screen at the moment, on the right-hand side of your picture, that is Exeter University's Bethany Draper. On the left-hand side of your picture, that is Queen's University, Belfast. I think that's actually Alana Donohoe over in lane number 6 on the far left of your picture. So it's just a case of where is Nottingham? I think probably off the bottom of your screen somewhere in lane number 3. And as I take a quick look to outside of our commentary position on the water, I think she's dropped back into third position, and it is these two scullers on the screen, and there she is. She's appeared, Ella Barnsley-Taylor, into the Red Boys, but what a race this is for the lead.
Yeah, it's coming very, very close there. So it looks like a push is coming from lane number 6 a little bit, and we've also got lane number 3, which, yeah, taken by Exeter. That was a push from Nottingham. Was it Nottingham? Yeah, but a win for Bethany Draper.
Yeah, an excellent scull there. Bethany Draper by just under half a length, I think, ahead of Alana Donohoe. And there she is, the sculler from Exeter University, Birmingham there, rounding out the final athlete from this final. And, wow, it's been a long old wait for that final, and I'm sure Draper very pleased with that performance in this women's intermediate single sculls D final. So that ranking overall will mean I got that wrong, didn't I, earlier? Because I was saying the D final is actually positions 19 through 24, isn't it? I say,
yeah, we're a little bit too
I was
high.
one final down, so actually 19. It wasn't. It was 19th position overall for Bethany Draper of Exeter, so very well done to her. So next up we have got the C final, so this will be the top final that we've got in this women's intermediate single, because we've seen the A and the B finals earlier on this afternoon. In this race, in lane 1, we've got Harmony Noy, who was actually due to be part of our commentary team from Bath, then Shannon Whelan of Reading, Olivia Coxon of Loughborough, Isabel Burridge of Reading in lane 4, in lane 5, Sarah Rose McKevitt, and in lane 6, Catherine Smith.
That's interesting to see, because based on the D final before, that looks like the Exeter B boat just kept up and took that C final over the A boat, so
yeah,
probably exciting for her, knowing that although some don't do it based on rankings.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that, you know, again, they'll have all time trialled and gone directly from, that's the thing with the intermediate events, right, all the way through to the A final. It was a direct qualification from time trial to side by side, and some people time trial better than others, I think.
Yeah, exactly, so...
But I think out in front at the moment, it's saying there that it is Exeter, but I just can't spy Exeter on the screen at the moment because they're all the way over in lane number 6, and there they are. This is a very close race. We're at 1,000 metres, halfway gone, and to me, actually, Reading flying here through this second 500 and approaching the third 500. This is Isabel Burridge, who was on screen, now on screen. This is Bath. That's Harmony Noy, I think, of Bath indeed, in lane number 1, who's trying to chase down Reading's Shannon Whelan in the lane next to her. But as we sort of move out, we get to see a little bit more of the picture of this race, and
it's
yes,
so close.
So close.
Even on the timings, you can see that between those top 3 boats, it's seconds.
is, and I think, you know, halfway, still lots of change to come. Some people can go out quite hard, right? And that's a difficult thing to then try and maintain.
Yeah, you've got nothing left in the tank, but I guess your last race of the day, you don't want anything left in it. It's just how you preserve it as you come down that course.
And one of the great things about BUCS is a lot of these athletes will be doubling up. They'll be racing lots of different times.
Yeah.
So I think reserving some energy for tomorrow's racing might be something that these guys are looking to do.
Yeah, and a lot of these probably, as the women's intermediate single scullers, will be entering into the women's intermediate double sculls tomorrow. So we'll probably see a lot of these athletes again.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I was just thinking, great to see representation from Ulster University here, from Northern Ireland. So we've got lots of different lots of different representation from the home international side, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, but I rarely see Ulster represented.
I actually hadn't heard of Ulster until just now.
Yeah, Sarah Rose McKevitt here representing Ulster, and actually in a top 3 position in the top half of this field. It's very close. You were absolutely right, Nadine. The times separated, 2 seconds separating the top 3. That is less than a length.
Yeah, and we were saying these are the top 12 to 18 scullers then, based on that. Is that right?
13 to 18, right? Because 12 will be in the bottom of the B final.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, absolutely
13
right.
to 18. So, yeah, that's a pretty good position for them to be in.
And I guess you were saying that some of these guys might be racing in the double tomorrow. What's different between the double and the single in terms of how you approach it?
Well, some of the girls that I'm rowing with, they're looking at the competition and thinking, oh, well, I know this girl is a really good sculler. What's it going to be like when we go against them in the doubles? And then they remember that it's actually gone from that singular person to there's now 2 people, and it has a very, very different dynamic. It is much more of a team effort, and you have to work together to get down that course. So I guess for the single sculls, it is just what you've got is what's going to get you down.
Yeah, definitely, but that can also, be to your detriment as well. If you go too hard, it's only you that's to pull you down the course. Is it what I'm finding really interesting here actually is we've almost got a reverse chevron. So we talk a lot about the faster crews from the time trials being in the middle lanes. So what we often see is an arrowhead, which is lanes 3 and 4 being the fastest, going out towards the outside lanes, lanes 1 and 6, creating that arrow. What we've got here, it seems, is we've actually got a reverse arrow. You can see 4 and 3, Reading and Loughborough, further back here than the outside lanes. We've got lanes 2 and 6 leading out this race. So they're outperforming their time trial result, but still all very close here in this race. I think only a couple of lengths separating all scullers.
Which really puts it in for any position for any of the scullers to take it up.
It really does. I think for me at the moment, though, my race leader still is lane 2, Shannon Whelan of Reading University. But look at this race for second over on the far side of the course.
Yeah, I was going to say lane 6 looks like they are still holding out on that second position, but it's always so hard to tell on an angle.
Yeah, I think you're right. Catherine Smith of Exeter University B on the far left of your picture, going toe-to-toe with Ulster's Sarah Rose McKevitt. They are separated by mere centimetres.
But you can see for a push now from everyone. They can hear everyone in the crowd, and it's that time that this is where you really empty the tank.
Yeah, and actually that race on the far side is pushing up towards Reading here, and it's going to be a blanket finish for the top 3.
Crikey, that is a tough one. That's so close.
And here we go, coming up to the line. Reading will take one stroke to lead.
That looks like Exeter just fell closely in second.
Yeah, I think Catherine Smith might have just taken second. Sarah Rose McKevitt of Ulster would have taken it third there. And as the athletes trickle down through, it looks like then the other sculler from Reading, Isabel Burridge, followed by Loughborough, which is the Olivia Coxon, and then finally Harmony Noy of Bath University.
That was a good finish from those scullers.
And as we, sort of progressed up through the rankings of the minor finals, I feel like we get to maybe some scullers who've got a little bit more experience in those higher ranking finals.
Definitely.
So we move from singles to doubles, and we're on to open events now, which is often men, but it is open for a reason, right? It is the open category. But we now have in lane 1 Swansea, in Swansea B, I should say, because then in lane 2 we've got Swansea A. Lane 3 we've got Strathclyde. In lane 4 we've got Portsmouth. In lane 5 Birmingham, and in lane 6 Exeter B.
Now I know from this one, as we've got our own crew in here, looking at the times from their time trial was just insane. It was just 40 seconds separating those in the G final to the top boat that's made it through to the A final.
Wow, 40 seconds. That's really not that much when you think about it, right?
No, for 42 crews, that whole difference is 40 seconds.
And if you think about even some of these crews will be separated at the end by 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy to think that. And looking at the draw that we've got here, we've already gone through 500 metres gone, so very early days, but still really not much to choose between the top crews. So Strathclyde looking to stick to, they would have gone fastest in the time trial in this G final.
Yeah.
So that they are currently leading out in the first 500 metres, but Exeter really outperforming here from an outside lane.
Yeah, they've obviously thought they've made it into a G final. They're really going to try and push for it here.
They really are, and I'm just trying to get my bearings here, because actually, to me, this looks like a different final, because I'm looking at the screen, and I think that is Harriet Watt we've got on the screen. So this must be the F final of intermediate doubles. Our apologies, which again, just because I recognise the kit of Harriet Watt there in lane number 4, and I was thinking that looks like Nottingham Trent Liker on the left with the pink. So
Exeter kit.
So yeah, I think this must be the F final of the intermediate doubles.
They've
and
just
there we go.
updated.
Here is the graphic. I don't know where the G final is. We might get it at some point. They might sort the races over if the full complement of athletes was there at the start to keep racing on time. So instead, I will give you the rundown of this race, which is Loughborough in lane number 1, Loughborough, Bournemouth in 2, Exeter in 3, Harriet Watt in 4, Sunderland in 5, and Nottingham Trent in 6. And actually, the G final is right in front of us here, going over the finish. And what a close race that was. That was brilliant. And what a race from Swansea A, I think, who won that there through the line. But you can see just...
You can kind of see the pattern left from first, second and third there.
Yes. Swansea won that out over Strathclyde. And then another Swansea boat in the top 3, Swansea B from lane number 1. Portsmouth coming in 4th. That was your teammates there, Nadine, and yeah, a good finish all round, I think, for those crews. And we'll jump back up to halfway now with the F final,
which they are now in fact on time for.
Indeed they are. We are running to time here at BUCS today, so you're tuning in.
Surprise.
This is the F final of the intermediate doubles called Bournemouth on your pitch there near side in lane number 2. That is the crew of sorry, I'm just trying to update my own graphics. So that's Bournemouth University, James White and Matt Hale, and then on screen there that is Harriet Watt, Joshua Cannell and Nathaniel Fishburn. But those two crews trailing at the moment to the crew from Exeter, who are there on the horizon in the distance. Exeter's made up of the crew of Matteo Mladenic and Oscar Dane, but a reasonable gap that they've managed to secure.
It looks very close between Exeter and Harriet Watt still.
Yeah, and I think time still in this second half to try and push on, and we'll get a great shot here from our camera at the next timing marker.
We're seeing a bit more of that chevron pattern you were talking about earlier, with those 2 middle lane crews just reaching out in the front.
And I think sometimes, you know, the experienced crews may be a little bit more, as we go through the finals, right? We're at the bottom end of the finals, G, F. As we work our way up towards final C, we were talking earlier about how the crews maybe get a little bit more experienced and knowing how to push themselves in a time trial versus how to push themselves in a side-by-side. So you are right. Harriet Watt's still right up there, I think, with Exeter. Maybe just clinging on by just under a length, maybe. Hard to tell from behind. These behind shots, the perspective never gets any easier, no matter how many times you commentate these races. But Harriet Watt on the left there in the yellow, Exeter on the right. And both very tidy crews here. I think sometimes the timing when you're sculling, you know, both with one blade in each hand, can be a challenge when you're trying to navigate the lane as well. You can see Exeter steering there. It's a lot to think about.
It's good to see that none of their heads are swaying to the side to look at their opponents. They are very focused by the looks of it. It's hard when you are so close, when you're side by side racing, not to just keep watching where that crew is and if they are creeping in front of you or you have got the upper hand. So you can tell they're really in the moment there. And it looks like the outside crew in lane 6, Nottingham Trent, you can kind of see the pink through the picture here. They look like they're also trying to keep up with those 2 boats in the lead.
Which can be really difficult from lane 6 sometimes, because you feel a little bit out, which is why we prioritise those middle lanes for the faster crews, because you can see on both sides, whereas when you're in lane 6, so it's a lot. If you're racing a crew over in lane 1, for instance, you don't get that advantage and that benefit of knowing where people are quite as closely.
They are a bit closer to the crowds cheering on the side though, so sometimes that can put you off, I guess, because you're closer to it all and you can hear when other crews are being cheered on.
Yeah, that is true. Wow, look at this turn of speed here from Exeter in the final 100 metres. You can see the red buoys. That's where you know you're in 100 metres to go. The timing just going ever so slightly off, but I think in the sprinting stages when you're tired and when you're sort of pushing on towards the line, every little last bit you've got, that can sometimes be the case to get all your power down. And they've managed to open up a real lead here over Harriet Watt.
Yeah, just about a length we're looking at there. Maybe over now.
Yeah, length of clear water at least, I think you're right. And over the line will be the winners of this final, of this F final of the intermediate double sculls. And Harriet Watt will slide through in second after that great race the whole way down that course.
Oh, it's going to be a close position for third there, but it looks like Nottingham Trent in lane 6 did just take that over Bournemouth.
Yeah, that was very close. We didn't see those pictures. We're looking at the winning crew. That's the crew from Exeter of Matteo Mladenic and Oscar Dane, who were victorious. A great row from them and a great sprint from them as well to open up that distance ahead of the Scottish crew from Harriet Watt. So we'll jump right into the next race now. This is the E final, I think, of the intermediate double sculls, already at the 1,000-metre marker. This is Sussex in 1, Newcastle A in 2, Newcastle B in 3, Reading F in 4, Bournemouth A in 5, and Plymouth in lane number 6.
Crikey, an F crew from Reading.
Yes,
that's insane.
So many scullers here from Reading. I think we had a K sculler in yesterday's intermediate singles,
I was briefly chatting, well, my friend was chatting with them and I was there, but they said they nearly entered 14 scullers into the intermediate open category.
Wow. And they brought 11, so you know those 3 that they didn't bring would have been right up in the mix, and that's translated today into the intermediate doubles clearly.
And like for the single scullers for the ladies earlier, it's now moving on to the men's doing their double quad races from their doubles today.
Yeah.
So likely we'll be seeing all of these doubles moved into a slightly larger boat.
Many intermediate quads to be expected from Reading then, is what you're saying.
Yes, many.
Yes, and interesting to see Newcastle have ended up here in the same final as well. Their A and B crews making it into this E final. Newcastle all still here, I think, cheering on. I can see a few Newcastle fans on the finish line. Their boat trailer is just past the finish, so you can see that they're still in the mix, coming into 1,500 metres. But our race leader still lane 1, which I think is Sussex in this race.
Yeah, it looks like that.
So Sussex made up of James Edgar and Ethan Mann. They're right here closest to your picture, about to go off screen. That is the leading crew. Plymouth now on your screen in that sort of striped lycra. They're all the way over on the other side of the lake in lane number 6. And yeah, it's funny this. It's a complete reverse again
Yeah.
of what we were saying. As we go to the finals, it'll look more like an arrowhead, but fools we were, because it's actually the outside lanes again here.
Yeah, they've taken that lead, but I think based on our timings, it looks like the Newcastle B boat was still in that third position, but we're getting a few more updates through now as they're crossing the 1500 metre mark. But that Newcastle boat, by the looks of it, is still in third position.
Yes, they are, and it looks like they're managing to stay out ahead of their A crew, who are in sixth. You can see them just one in from the right-hand side of your picture. But the outside crews here, Sussex and Plymouth, completely throwing out the form book. They've said rubbish to the crews in the middle being the fastest crews from the time trial. They want to make sure that they're in those top positions, but we can probably expect a pretty mature race plan from those in the centre lanes, from Newcastle and Reading in lanes 3 and 4.
Definitely.
And they might start closing back.
Yeah.
So you can see the sprint there from Newcastle, who are in the blue, just trying to raise the rating to close in on Plymouth and Sussex. But what a great final 500 metres this has been. Sussex, who have led through all of the timing markers so far, have very synchronised. They're particularly good at staying with one another through these high ratings, and they're staying ahead. They're keeping their noses out in front, which Plymouth are just not managing to do. They've just had a bit of a blip. They, I think, have just slowed down and allowed Newcastle and may even allow Reading to come through them as well. But Sussex, what a great job from them. A huge celebration for a win in that final. Oh, a small pip on the line there. I'm not sure whether it was Reading or Plymouth that got
it
that
looked like a
third
close
spot.
one, potentially Reading.
We'll see.
Oh, we've now got Newcastle going into Sussex.
Oh gosh, there are your winners. There are Sussex, who have been celebrating that win for the last few minutes.
And that's a good 3-second win.
Yeah, a huge margin that they managed to get by the end, given how close it was 500 metres ago.
But you can see between that Reading and Plymouth crew, it really was very close.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second, absolutely nothing there separating Reading and Plymouth really fell away. They must have put in a huge effort through the middle part of the race.
But that's maybe where, like you were saying, for Newcastle, their race plans come in a bit more, and they do persevere that little bit more left in the tank,
and
ready for the finish.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be mature enough, I think, to have enough left in the tank, right, to be able to do a sprint like that. The race is 2,000 metres long.
Yeah.
It doesn't finish at 1,500 metres. So, that is exactly what you've got to save your energy for, and it's the long game that counts. Now, we're back up at the beginning stages of the D final of the intermediate double sculls. In lane 1, Aberdeen. In lane 2, Durham. In lane 3, Southampton. In lane 4, Birmingham. In lane 5, Glasgow. And in lane 6, Hartpury. So we're looking here, that looks to me like a Birmingham crew in the foreground of this race, and they're looking very together indeed. If you were to tell me this was the D final, I don't think I'd quite believe you.
No, me neither. I find that with a lot of races that I'm watching at the moment, and if you were an innocent spectator on the side, you'd have no idea between the beginner and the intermediate crews. Sometimes it can just, those A and B finalists for beginners are really upping their abilities, and it's even in situations like this now, you would have no idea that this was a D crew.
Yeah, exactly. It just goes to show you like how good the quality is here, that we're fielding, you know, minor finals all the way down, and this is the level and the quality of the D final. Birmingham here out in front, and this crew from Birmingham University, will give you a name check in just a second. In fact, these are my friends from the commentary box earlier, so a big shout out to Sam Collins and Alex Reed, who was up doing some commentary with us earlier during the time trials, which was very nice, and great to see them leading out this final. Hopefully they'll listen back and hear our nice words about them. But they have got stiff competition, it seems, from University of Southampton, who chased them through the first timing marker in the lane next to them in lane number 3, and really quite close across the board here.
Yeah, it's mine, yeah.
So from this camera position, this is at the halfway point, and Birmingham, you can see there, just forging out in the middle of the lake. They are our race leaders at the moment, but one closer in lane 3. That is where Southampton sit. Daniel Holdsworth and Thomas Bodley, who are the crew attempting to hunt down Birmingham, and it's a long race, as we've just said. We're only in the first half, and I think Southampton will certainly be looking to try and close that gap.
But this is where we are seeing those 2 middle lane crews just pushing out in front of the others. It'd be interesting now to see the time trial differences in their scores.
Yeah, it would. I think we should, because they come straight from the time trial to the to this final, and so they only have raced each other during a time trial rather than in any side-by-side. So this is the first opportunity to see how they get on in side-by-side racing. And just taking a look at the time trial results, we are currently in the D final. It was Southampton that beat them by 0.4 of a second, beat Birmingham. So we know this is going to be a close race.
And even they know that going into this, that there really is nothing in it between these 2 crews. Then it becomes a bit of a mental game, really, and thinking, do I have what it takes to push against this other crew?
And actually, I think Birmingham have managed to hold them at bay well, because Southampton had put in a bit of a push, but now they've dropped off a little bit again. I think they're back down at almost the length deficit.
Yeah.
Oh, and the University of Aberdeen have been coming up patiently on the outside here, almost unspotted, right?
Almost.
They're in lane number 1, they're out of the mix, they've silently crept through, and Aberdeen actually led this race through the 1500 metres. There to the furthest right hand side of your picture, Scott Carr and Campbell Wheeler, and look at this, they are really shifting here. I don't know whether Birmingham will have noticed them from lane 3.
No, it's a little bit too far out of their peripheral.
And actually, Southampton are no longer their main rivals. I don't know whether they'll have realised it's actually the pairing from Scotland, the University of Aberdeen, who have been plugging away and actually racing really well here from over in lane number 1. And they have indeed moved past Birmingham now into the Red Boys and into the final stages.
It's going to be a close one on the finish there. Even looking across onto the water now, it looks close, but we've got a bit of a better image coming through the camera.
Yeah, Aberdeen, that was an amazing sprint. Took everyone by surprise, including Birmingham, I think, to win out that final, to win out the D final of the intermediate double sculls. Southampton will trickle through behind alongside the crew from Glasgow, Hartbury. But yeah, what a race there from Aberdeen.
Yeah, from the start of the race to the finish, Aberdeen went from a solid 3rd position to managing to take that win.
Brilliant stuff, absolutely brilliant stuff. And I think that's what's really good about the time trials taking place in the morning, is that you get finals that are seeded with crews that are really similar speed to yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes it is frustrating to think, oh, I didn't make one of those top finals, but when you think about it, you're then getting a race that reflects your ability, which would be way more fun than if you were in a final where you could have been left behind.
Yeah, and I think that's what used to happen, right, with some of the semi-finals, is that crews weren't racing crews of their own speed, and actually now, across the board, we're getting these really tight finishes because they've recorded similar times in the time trial. Now, we're already well beyond halfway, I think, with the next race on the course, which is the C final of the intermediate double sculls. In lane 1, Manchester Met. In lane 2, Durham B. In lane 3, Royal Holloway A. In lane 4, Oxford Brookes. In lane 5, Southampton. And in lane 6, Leeds.
So in this one we can see that the Southampton B crew just came in front to make that C final over the Southampton A crew. Be interesting to see how this race goes, with, I guess, Royal Holloway and Oxford Brookes expecting to take that lead from the middle 2 lanes.
Well, is that how it's playing out, I wonder? And actually, I think we are missing a crew here, just counting the number that we've got on the lake, and I can only see 4 crews. Yeah, 2 crews. I think we're missing a crew in lane 2 and a crew in lane 4, which would have been one of our faster crews. So Oxfordbrook's missing.
And Durham.
So no crews.
Which is interesting, we were missing Durham from the race before as well.
Yes, we were, and I think that, you know, it's... if you're doing a lot of racing, you're doubling up, you're doing whatever, yeah, I think sometimes that can get quite tiring on the body.
Yeah.
And if you've got any niggles, any injuries, any sort of slight sicknesses, doing a second race quite late on in the day, if you've got racing tomorrow as well, could jeopardise your performance for tomorrow's racing.
And you've really got to prioritise what is your club gunning for, really, whether it is those smaller minor finals or if there is a larger crew you're part of that you might make one of those higher up, potentially AB finals.
Yeah, and I guess that, you know, when you're coming from the smaller clubs, and I guess just having you can talk a little bit to this, is that, you know, I'm guessing you set your own kind of goals and where you want to finish.
Definitely, and like for every club it's different. For us it's to get each of those crews into a minor final, whereas other clubs would be get each of our crews into an AB final. So it's different goals across any. So for us, making these D finals, C finals is an accomplishment in itself.
Especially as some crews get eliminated, but no elimination at all on
No.
the cards here for Royal Holloway, who have absolutely stormed away to a very tidy final indeed.
Ooh, that looks like a close position for second and third, but looks like lane 1 took that one, which was Manchester Met.
And you know what? That actually is really lovely. That is a brother-sister double of Annabelle Renette and her brother Harry Renette. We did talk about it being open earlier,
Yes,
right?
we watched these in their time trial, and that it sparked a lot of conversation actually. And for those of the people that weren't aware what open actually meant, so that's really interesting and quite lovely to see, really.
Yeah, and Annabelle Renette's been racing elsewhere in her own single, I think, this weekend. But yeah, the brother-sister pairing, Annabelle and Harry, just goes to show you that this event is not limited to anyone entering it, right? Yeah, it's open for a reason. We don't call it the men's intermediate.
No.
We call it the open intermediate for that exact reason, and they've not broken any rules, and they've won the C final, the highest minor final. You know, they must have been very close to the big
I admire
final.
them, really. My brother also rose, but I couldn't think of anything more traumatic than sitting in a double with him.
Well, yeah, I do. I think that you know, rowing with relatives, you've got to have a pretty sturdy plan.
Which, by the looks of it, they do for managing to take that C final.
Yeah, amazing stuff. That was great to see, and a very smooth row. And they must both be at the same university as well to be racing here at BUCS, so that's really nice. Now we had a race cancelled. I say cancelled. There was no race in the beginner E final, so we're now straight on to the D final, which means we get these lovely scenes from the start. Nadine, now you've been up there, you've been a crew. Talk us through what's going on here and what these guys are doing.
So when we got up to the start, I was steering, didn't think it through and started backing down the wrong way, but you can see these crews are backing down to join their stake boat, which is volunteers. They're ready to hold their boat, so there's lots of university students helping out, and they're just there to line all the crews up, make sure they're straight, and just get ready to start.
So yeah, they are just getting ready to start in the next kind of 5 minutes or so, and this race due to go off at 6:48, which is actually in 8 minutes time.
So we're nice and ahead of schedule.
So we are nice and ahead of schedule, and actually I think that as we start to look at what these crews are lining up to, this is UCL in 1, Bath in 2, Lincoln in 3, Exeter in 4, Lancaster in 5, and Salford in lane number 6. That's going left to right here as we're looking down the course. We've got a short break just to sort of wait for the 8 minutes or so, 7 minutes now, until we get underway with this beginner 8s event.
And what we've got to remember with this crew here is they are beginners, so you can see the manoeuvring is sometimes a little bit more difficult. And for some crews, they find that easier. And it's no easy job backing down onto a starting post, and you'll find their blades sink and they're not sure if they're doing it correctly. So it's definitely a team effort.
Yeah, and these crews are all coxed, and the cox will be sort of giving instruction, and we'll see in a minute this crew that's kind of looking a bit wonky, they won't want to set off that way, but they've got a bit of time now. Look, you can see here the 2 seats just taking that blade and tapping it round, and the reason they do that is to keep the blade as close to the boat as possible, because if the bow person was to do that and start taking strokes, it would really swing the boat, whereas the taps closest to the boat, it stops it from rowing away from the stake boat holder that's clinging onto it for dear life to keep them in the blocks.
But you can see now that they've straightened up, so once you get anywhere near the stakeholder and they can hold it, it is really just a matter of small manoeuvres to get back into position.
Well, we talked a little bit as well about the volunteers, and I do want to give a shout out to them. You know, you mentioned that all of the stake boat holders, so those guys that are lying down on the bits of raft that are holding the boats, they're all volunteers, mostly from the students population that's here at Nottingham this weekend, but we also have, you know, helpers, friends, family who do help us out. And if you are around tomorrow, if you're here in Nottingham and you do fancy giving volunteering a go, there's a huge student volunteer community that have a big WhatsApp group that are centrally organised in order to be able to I guess, organise a set of volunteers on a rota to be able to allow these students to race, because it just would not be, honestly, would not happen without them.
No, and that's what we keep telling the members of our club. And when we're all stood around watching, we're like, well, you could be up holding a stake boat right now. And a lot of them are like, oh my God, I can't do that. And then we talk to them about it and they're like, oh no, that's really fun. And we've had quite a few of our members up stake boating, and I believe we've got some up there now holding the boats.
Oh, brilliant. That's great.
Yeah, we had one of our members who took the lead of that and just kept signing other people up so that they could go and help. And I believe they were a bit short tonight, which is why we've had, I think, 3 people go up just to fill those gaps.
And nobody here would get set off the start without them. We can't run, you know, the boats would not be able to be attached to the start without those people. So a big thank you to you, if that is you, if you have given your time over the course of this weekend. We thank you a lot for allowing all of this student community to race, but also if you fancy it and you want to give back, and you know, again, all of our commentary team of volunteers as well, the whole function is run by a group of volunteers. Do get in touch, or if you come and speak to any of the people here at the National Water Sports Centre to get involved. There is lots of opportunities to volunteer, not only in the timing huts and on the stake boats, but in teams like commentary as well, where we're here to allow you guys to watch at home, to allow people to stay tuned. So yeah, we're really grateful for everyone who gives up their time for BUCS Regatta.
It also gives you a whole another outlook on the event, rather than just spectating or taking part. This is like, you get to see the running of it, be immersed in more of it. And I think one part of rowing is that it's such a complex sport in itself that there's so many aspects that make it up, that this is just another addition to it, so it's great.
Well, what a wonderful shot here of all of these beginner 8s, open beginner 8s going off the start here 4 minutes early. Something I never thought I'd be saying about
We're
beginner
in for a
8s in minor finals, but here we go. And oh no, there's us. Here we are in the commentary box. You can get a nice shot of us up here in our box at the top of the tower. This is where all of the production is coming from, and yeah, we're talking on these lovely pictures here, Nadine and I, into the last part of this evening. So we've got about an hour and a quarter to go of racing left today. We've got some beginner 8s which are on the programme right now. We've also got some intermediate 4s too. So yeah, we will continue to bring you all of these finals. So finals D&C of the beginner 8s. We already talked about the lineup. We've got UCL in 1, Bath in 2, Lincoln in lane 3, Exeter in 4, Lancaster in 5, and Salford in lane 6. And it looks like a really great start for Exeter, who this is their B crew, but their A crew actually won The A final earlier today.
We watched that. You could hear it actually from anywhere you were around the lake. The cheers were so loud. I believe they won it last year as well. I'm not sure. I think they did.
I think you might be right. And they won BUCS 4s and 8s as well in November in the time trial format. So Exeter, a great beginner programme to have a second crew racing here in the D final. And to be doing pretty well at that too, in a middle lane, lane 4. That's absolutely wonderful stuff. And you can see them there. They're 3 in from the left of your picture, centre of the picture you've got right now. And they are going head to head, I think, with Lincoln just to their right. That's the right hand side of the picture, and on their left hand side that is the crew from Lancaster.
And yesterday these crews would have been racing in 4s, a lot of them. Yeah, they had the beginner 4s racing, and it's a lot more chaotic, I think, the 4s than the 8s. There's a lot more that can go wrong, slightly more balanced, so they're always ones that we love to watch. It's where the most excitement happens, and yeah, a lot of us stand and we make sure we can watch those races, because something always happens. Someone catches a crab, they steer in course. It's always a good watch.
And again, I think that yes, we talk about there's lots of trials and tribulations of learning to row, of which a lot of these crews will have experienced that this weekend, and you've kind of got to go through that, I think, as a beginner.
Oh, 100%.
You've got to go through the crabs, you've got to go through the steering woes, you've got to go through the challenging conditions to make you a better rower when it comes to your senior years. No one gets into a boat
and they row it like a pro. You've got to go through all of that, which I think makes it even more exciting, because then obviously all of these beginner crews will then next year be moving up into the intermediate category, and you instantly see such a jump in performance anyway that sometimes it's often hard to believe that those intermediates were beginners just the season prior.
Yeah, and the amount of names we see come through the rankings when you're commentating year on year is awesome to see. So we'd love to see some of you back if you're tuning in in later years of BUCS Regatta. In the near side of the picture, that is the crew from University College London, who are just trailing at the moment from these leading crews, and Exeter looking to make it yet another final win. This time no medals in this one, but it will be the highest ranking they can achieve, having come out of the time trial. And clearly they're being coached extremely well at Exeter, this beginner squad.
I do believe they advertise as well as one of the leading men's beginner programs in the country. So for some students looking at their prospective unis, that is a very admirable quality that other unis necessarily can't always offer.
And I think they can stand behind that, because given their results, they've had a very successful BUCS Regatta over the last couple of years. Now they're going head to head with Bath, and as they move into the final 1,000 metres of this race, Bath, probably one of the nearest neighbouring universities to Exeter, I would think, geographically. They probably come up against each other quite a bit.
Yeah, I would imagine. I'm actually, my hometown, well, my home area is down in Devon, so Exeter is a very close drive away from me. Very familiar with the area that they train on and their facilities. So,
which is on the River
Exe, believe it or not.
On the River Exe, a good stretch of water.
Yes, very good. The local club there train on a slightly smaller stretch, which we do our sprint regattas at, which are really fun. It's like 433 metres, but Exeter train on a slightly longer stretch, which goes out into the Exe a bit more. But yeah, I've got some friends at Exeter Uni as well, so very familiar with their rowing programme.
Brilliant. And yes, as I say, that's obviously a good stretch to train on, because this beginner 8 still leading out ahead of Bath. They're, as I say, probably one of their nearest neighbouring programmes in terms of in the country.
Yes, definitely.
So yeah, these beginners will continue to see each other time on time again at local regattas coming into the summer and also into the following years. But Bath actually, I think they've just had a crab, because the blade work's just gone out of time a little bit.
And a slight little, that looked like a steering off centre a little bit.
Well, I think once you lose a blade and everyone else keeps rowing, it does turn the boat a little bit, right? Because then you're unbalanced on both sides.
And it's with beginners, it's deciding whether to keep rowing or stop and recenter yourselves quickly. Because sometimes you can catch a crab and that's it, you're gone.
But look, they've managed really well, they've recovered really well, but it has given Lincoln a really good opportunity here to push on.
Yes, definitely.
Sheffield.
And so we're entering the final 500 metres. This is almost a race of two halves here. We've got three crews right up at the front that are going neck and neck into the final 30 strokes or so. Lincoln are really trying to take that open door opportunity when Bath had that little wobble, and they're slicing right through the centre now, and they've come alive in the sprint.
They've got a lovely patch of water to just take this finish on.
What an amazing sprint here from the University of Lincoln. They're coming right for Exeter. They're closing down their lead. The bow ball now sits on the 5-man of the Exeter crew and is continuing to eat away. But have they run out of water? They're into the red buoys now. The steering's going slightly off for Lincoln. They're going to have to re-centre in the lane. But here they come. Exeter are trying to cling on with their fingernails. They've only got 2 seats lead now ahead of the University of Lincoln. But it is going to be Exeter winning this G
and we've
final
got a
again.
grab from, what crew was that?
Lincoln.
Oh, that was a good time, I think, just as they were crossing the finish line.
Lincoln just managed on the line to hold it together, but Exeter, they were pushed so hard, and yeah, both crews coming home with a race win in the beginner category for Exeter. Excellent stuff for them. Bath will finish in third, and then we've got the remainder of these crews moving through now. Lincoln, Salford, and the University College London crew in lane number 1. But you can see here, lovely scenes in Nottingham. I love this part of the day. I wish all racing could take place. Well, I say that.
We'd be here all night.
It could take place after 6 p.m. But it is stunning. The sun setting, the water's always really calm. There's barely any wind, and this is scenes from home here, which I think are absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, last night with the sunset as well, none of us wanted to leave.
It was beautiful last night. We had a very clear day yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, and the weather's held out today, luckily. Had lots of sun.
Well, yeah, let's hope, because we were forecast a little bit of rain today, and it never came. And I think it's the same tomorrow. We're forecast a bit of rain, so let's hope that you know, much the same. The forecast is incorrect. So we'll move now. That is the end of the beginner 8 category this time around, which, you know, the end of beginner 8 for BUCS Regatta 2024. And that means that this time we're about to move on to intermediate coxed 4s. Oh, my apologies, we've got one more race. We've got the C final. I'm silly. I was thinking that was the C final.
I thought that was the C final.
We're now on to the C final. It's the end of the day here,
Yeah.
Nadine. My brain's not working clearly.
And like we said, the rowing is just too good to distinguish between D final and C final.
Yeah,
So.
you're absolutely right. Well, in this race, we've got Sheffield in lane 1, Manchester in 2, UE in 3, Lancaster in 4, Swansea in 5, and Liverpool in lane number 6. Or you can hear, if you listen very closely, you can hear the coxes in this race.
Yes, yeah, you can.
Squeeze, I'm hearing. I don't know who that is. They're telling them to squeeze. So I believe we're looking here at UE in lane number 3 there. They're closest to us, and their lycra's very similar to Lancaster in the lane next to them, just on their left. So we'll keep telling these apart for you, because they're both black and red. And then that's Swansea there with the swans on their blades. I love this about the Swansea crews.
It's nice and identifying.
One of the nicest blade sort of strips that we've got, I would say, here at the regatta. And then on the near side, that to me looks like who is it? That's Sheffield and Manchester just ahead.
So that looks like Lancaster has taken the lead currently.
But yeah, very close between Lancaster and UE, and those very similar kits. But Lancaster have got a great beginner programme. We've seen really good things from them over the last few years.
Yeah, and actually UE, they started the year with 9 members and have gone up to over 70 just from their intake at Freshers. So it's incredible to see how many athletes that they've been able to bring to this event, and just how far they have been able to come over the year.
That's an amazing stat, and to be producing a full beginner 8, you know, here lining up, that's awesome.
And making a C final with that.
Yes, exactly, making the C final too. And they were on the same stretch as Bristol Uni, I believe. Or
Yes,
near,
I believe.
There or thereabouts.
I think it's out of a private boys' school. I can't remember exactly. So they have some really good boats, really good facilities. They just needed the rowers to fill the seats, and evidently they've been able to do just that.
Yeah. And look, this is shaping up to be a really good final. We've only got sort of 5 seconds or so separating Lancaster, UE and Swansea, and then Manchester just 1 second further behind that as well. So just Liverpool perhaps off the pace here over in lanes number 6. You can see them in the white with the blue over on the far left-hand side of your picture, but everyone else fairly closely in contention here.
Even as you look out onto the water now, you can see they are very close. There's not much in it. We have got a slight chevron pattern, as you say. Those two middle crews have taken the lead, and that outside lane of 1 and 6. It's a hard angle to tell, but they do look like they are slightly behind, but not by much. We can update the stats so we can get some timings.
Yes, and we'll be seeing them coming towards the final 500 metres, where that excellent sprint in the previous race between Lincoln, Exeter, Bath, you know, we'll see that again here in this race. And if they're close already, I would not be surprised if UE and Lancaster were sort of going toe-to-toe right until the end. For
Yeah,
me,
we've just had those updated times come through, and that is UE that has taken the lead by just 2 seconds.
Gosh, what a great third 500 UE have had. They've managed to hold their nerve, and the hardest part of the race, I always think, that third quarter. And yeah, they're now pushing on. They've got clear water, and actually I don't think they're going to be bothered at all. It's Lancaster that are going backwards a little bit. I think they put in a really great stint in the first half of this race, but it's clearly you know, paying its toll in this final 500, 200 metres now, as they get eaten back up by the rest of the field. But UE have got the wind in their sails and are continuing to move away.
Yeah, they've just pulled off the Lancaster boat, starting to enter what looks like clear water, giving them that definite lead over the Lancaster crew. Could be a close call for third position.
Oh, what a brilliant finish there from UE. Like you're saying, a great story. They've gone from 9 members to 70.
Yeah.
A big round of applause, well celebrated and deserved. Lancaster will still take that second place, but close for third, like you say, Nadine. It was a very, very closely fought battle. As the sun starts to kind of hit the water, becomes more and more difficult to see the crews. That final positioning as well between Sheffield and Liverpool, just 0.1 of a second. Well, no, sorry, 1 second between those. But it was Swansea that came third. Manchester, 0.7 of a second into fourth. So very, very close indeed, despite the fact we are down in the C final.
And I don't know if you heard them, there was a very happy cheer from someone on the spectating line with a "yeah boys," so obviously a happy result for them.
Wonderful. So, deja vu, I'm going to say what I said last time, which is that is the beginner 8s now done for BUCS Regatta 2024. That was the final of beginner 8s. No more beginner 8s, both women's and men's now complete. So we will see tomorrow. Or no, have we had
no 8s tomorrow. No 8s on a Monday. They avoid it for exam clashes.
Yeah, there you go. So no 8s on a Monday. So now we are on to Coxed Fours. This is the G final of the intermediate Coxed Fours. Bristol in lane 1, Warwick in lane 2, York in lane 3, Swansea in 4, Exeter in 5, and Surrey in lane number 6.
I really love that they've added a G final this year. It's given those 6 crews that extra race, and for a lot of them they come all this way and don't get to do any side-by-side racing, so it's definitely given them an opportunity to experience something that hasn't been accessible before.
Yeah, and I wish we could offer side-by-side racing to everyone that comes to BUCS Regatta, but we would honestly be here until midnight.
Or a week.
We'd be doing an overnight commentary shift, or we would be asking people to take off work to try and get all the crews down the track. Maybe that's the thing, night rowing. We need to get floodlights on. But it's Bristol that we've got on screen here. They're leading this race by a very comfortable margin. About 7 seconds they had over Swansea at the 1,000 metres.
They also look very comfortable settling into that race.
They do indeed, very rhythmical, and perhaps, you know, this is the kind of thing where you never know if somebody's maybe just messed up the time trial a bit. They did have a great race,
Yeah.
And they've ended up in a final that actually, you know, is not at the same level of which they're capable of.
Yeah, because then as we look towards the other times, it is 0.2 seconds between that Swansea and Warwick crew, and just under a second between Warwick and, is that the York crew?
It is indeed the crew from York, and yeah, I think you're right. Like, just looking at the other times, I think gives you a good perspective on how far Bristol are in front here.
Yeah.
And Bristol, you know, have been great in the intermediate events. What their top crew actually got a medal in today's intermediate A final of this event earlier on, alongside Oxford Brookes. They sort of spoiled the Oxford Brookes party and picked up a bronze medal behind them. So yeah, this is another good-looking crew here from the University of Bristol.
And this is their C crew.
This indeed is their C crew. So they'll have another crew. I think if we just take a little look through the other races, we'll be seeing the Bristol. I think we must have seen the Bristol B crew in one of the A or B finals as well as
That's
the A crew.
exciting then.
So yeah, they got 2 crews into the top 12, which is pretty awesome. But this C crew also doing them proud, very far out in front, an ocean of clear water. But look at this race behind between York, Warwick, Swansea. Still nothing separating them at 1,500 metres. York maybe just starting to get half a length out in front, but really nothing much to it. The other crew from Surrey as well, just slightly off the pace over in lane number 6, but blimey, from 2nd through 5th, this is some race we've got coming into the final 250.
Yeah, and what you were saying about you never know if a crew did mess up during that time trial, because Bristol are in lane 1, meaning that they weren't classed as the top 2 crews for this. So it's interesting to see that they have managed that 10-second lead over York currently. But as we said earlier, those times between 2nd and 5th position is very close. A couple of seconds in each boat.
Yeah, I would almost certainly think that something went wrong here for this crew from Bristol, because they've won this final by so much that their time trial result was obviously not reflective of the kind of speed that they are, and they've set out to win this final with as much distance between them and the rest of the field as they can. And we're going to have to wait a little while here before we start to see the York crew. Wow, what beautiful shots here of Bristol on our screens in the setting sun. But here come York, who will take 2nd, and a really tight race.
Between 3rd, I can't even call that. That was...
I think it was probably the near side, which for me was the crew from Warwick.
Yeah, that looks like Warwick.
But I think we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's just come through for the finish.
Yeah, Warwick over Exeter, but you can see 0.6 of a second there. So close.
That really is just that bow getting over the line slightly quicker. There's a bow ball, as they would say.
Just a bow ball in it, and it all comes down to that, doesn't it? So, yeah, absolutely.
And look at that,
awesome
between
stuff.
Bristol finishing that race in 1st position and the boat finishing in 6th position, which was the University of Surrey, it was a 26-second lead, which is incredible, because if you put that into the time trial, that could be the position from a B final to a G, like an F final even.
And they looked like a crew that was capable of being in one of those higher finals, didn't they? So yeah, that's unfortunate, but fortunate that they went out and did what they did. They controlled the controllables. Now we are back up to the start with the F final of the intermediate Fox 4s. This is King's College London in 1, Lancaster B in 2, Exeter B in 3, East Anglia in 4, Nottingham B in 5, and Southampton A in lane number 6. And that is from left to right on your screen as we're up at the start. So you can see them there lining up, getting ready to start that starting sequence with their blades square and buried in the water. And some spectators, very determined and very loyal spectators to still be here at this time of evening, 7 PM on this, second day of BUCS Regatta. I'm losing my mind
Feels
now.
like the
It
third.
feels like the third. Oh, what a wonderful start there from lane 2. That was Lancaster B, who absolutely shot out the blocks there in the yellow boat. And this camera here will catch them at 500 metres gone. I'm just having a quick look at who we've got in this race. That Lancaster crew that shot out at the start: George Rainbow, Jack Jolly, Ryan Kelly, James Walker and Isabella Boutwood in that crew. But as they settle onto racing rhythm, it's all very well and good to get a first few good strokes in, isn't it, Nadine? But actually, it's where you settle onto rhythm, I think, that makes the most difference.
Definitely. They always say you can't win a race off the start, but you can lose it.
I think that's a very good phrase, because I think that's very true. So start practice, something that lots of crews do.
Yeah.
Did you get out and did you practice your starts ahead of this weekend?
We did, but previously we'd focused on them much more and not made the finals, so it was really fun for us this year to actually put all those starts to use and make those finals. So for lots of us, it was the first time racing off a stake boat.
Wow, how did you find it?
I've done it before, but this time it was nothing like I remembered. But it was great, and it's different to the local regatta racing that some people have been used to before, where you just line up and hope that the umpire gets you in a straight line. It's a lot more, you know you're in a straight line, you know it's going to be an even start, and no crew is going to be slightly ahead. So from the get-go, it is, you've just got to give it your all.
Yes, and I think that is amazing to hear, actually, because stake boats you often see at bigger races, but not often at some of the smaller races. So for some of these crews, this will be the only opportunity this year that they'll ever get to race off stake boat.
Definitely. You just, there's not many races for the smaller clubs like us that we only attend the local races, that we think of BUCS as one of the most amazing events of the year, because it, like I said earlier, it gives opportunities that you wouldn't usually have access to.
And you know, 6-lane racing here in Nottingham, I think that it just goes to give off the gravity of this event, right? That we're filling these 6 lanes every single time in all of these finals. It's a big old event, the biggest student regatta in Europe, so I'm told.
Yes, I've also heard.
It's had that title for some time. Now, we've had 500 metres gone, and it was the crew from Southampton even over in lane number 6 that was leading out at that point, but really not by much, 0.5 of a second over Lancaster. And we're about to settle ourselves ready for the 1,000-metre times, because I think that might have changed here, because for me, I think it's X to B in the centre of this course here that just have their bow balls out in front in the green. They are, well, actually I can now spy over on the far side Southampton, so I think they are very close. Southampton might just roll through 1,000 metres in front, but on the angle here, no, Exeter currently leading this race, I think. And then on the near side, King's College London as well, right in the fight for that top 3 into the second half of this race.
And yeah, we've just had that first time through with Exeter taking that lead, but as you say, shortly followed by the University of Southampton.
And I think that just looking across this, we're going to see again some really close finishes, given the time trial results. Something that, shuffles all of these crews into the correct position, I suppose, for their level of competition. So into the intermediate 4s, we're currently on the F final, and looking across the board, indeed, it's barely anything between them.
Yeah, and there's always so many crews entered into these races. They are heavily contested.
We had 65 entries in this event.
Which is just insane.
We had to cut from 43rd downwards to be eliminated, who didn't even get a side-by-side race like you were talking about, which, you know, we've only got so many hours in the day, and the fact that these crews have made it into a side-by-side final is, excellent stuff. And it was York that were the fastest in the time trial, but only by 0.2 of a second ahead of Swansea. And then it was the crew from the University of Warwick that was again...
Is that the...
Oh, hang on.
The G final?
Oh, I was looking at the G final. That's my fault, sorry. In the F final, it was Exeter that won out, which was, they were only 0.7 of a second ahead of UEA, who were in the lane next to them. So yeah, that just goes to show you the closeness of these time trial results.
And just to think, to get into this position here as boats number 36, and you said there was 43 entered, that's nearly 30 crews that they've... 64. 65 entered, didn't you say?
64 crews entered.
64, so that's nearly 30 crews that they've had to beat just to get into this F final, which is an insane number. But most of these crews will have split down from their intermediate 8s, wouldn't they, into their 4s.
Yeah, they will have done. Exeter at 1,500 metres have opened out a bit more of a gap, a bit more breathing space for them here at the front of the field. But KCL have taken up the mantle of second place ahead of Southampton. Really not by much though, but Southampton were early leaders in this race. They went through the 500 metres in first position, so they're slipping back somewhat. But Nottingham still hot on their tail there. You can see Nottingham with the yellow oars, the yellow blades, right in the sort of, you know, one in from the left-hand side of your picture. But Exeter on the far right-hand side, they are your race leaders at the moment. They're in first place coming into 250 metres to go, but behind them it is a blanket of crews coming in for second place.
I just love hearing when everyone from the bank starts getting excited for their crews. It just makes everything suddenly so much more intense. And even from the boat, you can feel the pressure immensely more, and you just know how much more you do want to take that win. And right now, there's really nothing in it between each of those crews. That it really comes down to those last, what are we at, 100 metres for them to just really push out.
Well, I think Exeter will be pretty pleased that they managed to get themselves out of trouble and into the lead, because behind them it is all erupting for second place between Nottingham, between the crew from UEA and also from King's College London. Yes. These three bow balls coming right up towards the line and so close. I think KCL will take second. I cannot tell you who came third, because that was too close. It's then over on the far side, the crew from Southampton getting pushed right down into fifth. Amazing. Southampton were right up in first position right at the start of this race, and they came fifth in that sprint.
But really not by much. You can see it's just 1.7 seconds between that fourth position.
Yeah. Wow, that was a really closely knit final in that F final of intermediate Cox Falls.
But Exeter did sit comfortably with about a 5-second lead.
Durham, lane 1.
Well, we're right back up and underway, and I think we are running to time, because this race was due off at 12 minutes past 7, and we're actually only 13 minutes past 7, and we're already almost up to 1,000, I think.
Yeah, we've just gone past the 500 at least. Yeah, there's that 1,000 marker coming in.
Wow, so who's in this race for you? We've got Liverpool in 1, London B in 2, York B in 3, Manchester A in 4, UCLA in 5, and Lancaster A in lane 6. And speaking of Lancaster A, that is who we've got on screen at the moment, who I think is leading this race, if I'm not mistaken. They've put in a really good push in the second 500 metres, because they were down in third through 500 metres gone. Oh, we're looking at an 8 doing a warm-up, I think, ready for the women's intermediate 8s later on. They're warming up, ready for some action. I think that might have been St Andrews that we saw there. So we'll see them in the E final of the women's intermediate 8s in 30 minutes time or so. But back to this race, and Lancaster really taking the bull by the horns here, and despite being down in third at 500 metres, have pushed right on.
Yeah, they've managed to gain back on that lead, which, like we said earlier, you can't lose a race off the start. You can't win a race off the start.
Can't win a race off the start, exactly. Yeah. But still, look at those times there for York, Manchester, Liverpool, all very, very close indeed. And I wouldn't be surprised if that order changed coming into the final 500 metres. We're now at the 1,500 metre marker with this camera. This one is the one where really, I think, a lot of crews tend to choose to sprint from here, but you tell me, what's your strategy in your crews? Is it more to sprint from 500, a little bit later, a little bit earlier? Where do you tend to go?
Usually it's a little push at 500, then you keep going. You don't want to lose what's in your tank, because even though it's 500 metres, there's still a little way left. You've got to go for it. So we do those pushes at each marker, and then as you come into the finish, that's when you really try and take it up. Yeah. It's different for each crew though, as you say. It depends. They know their own bodies, how much they've got left, and how much they are able to give.
And I think sometimes as well, pushing at the markers can be predictable. Some people think, I guess, but then I guess if others think it's predictable, maybe it's unpredictable. I think 500 metres tends to be a really common place for people to try and start to at least put in a push, ready to sprint. Now York looking very smooth there on the right hand side of your picture, very rhythmical, and I'm sure consistency is often through the middle of your race what creates boat speed.
Definitely. Settling into that rhythm, making sure that your strokes are nice and long. And really, I guess for these boats as they are, Coxed is listening to the instructions that are coming through. And as those times through the 1500 metre mark have just come in, you can see that that Lancaster crew has taken an ever so slight lead from York, 0.4 seconds. Followed shortly behind would be Liverpool in position 3, which they are seen out in lane 1, which actually don't believe you can see on your screens right now.
No, I think Liverpool all the way over in lane number 1 you can't quite see, but York have done a great job of really eating into that lead that Lancaster had. I thought Lancaster were almost a length out in front, but it was just 0.4 going through 1500 metres. And if York can demonstrate a sprint like we've seen in some of the earlier races, this could be all to play for them.
Edinburgh.
And I believe that is a shot on the Lancaster crew over in lane 6.
So Lancaster have been our race leaders, but I think they've now been overhauled by York from the centre lane, and as we pan out you'll start to see York charging on the bottom of your screen. There they are, they've moved out into the lead of this race. So yeah, big push from York in that sort of 500 metre spell, which has meant that they've now moved into the lead position of this E-final of the men's intermediate Cox 4s. Lancaster having to settle for second for now, but they're going to have to watch out for Liverpool in lane 1, who you can't see on the screen. They're down in lane number 1 and starting to move as well.
It's going to be close between Lancaster and York, but from what we can see, it looks like York has taken that lead.
And over the line we go with the University of York, the leaders in that final. It will then be Lancaster. Liverpool sneak through ahead of UCL, and Manchester in that sort of purple-blue combination.
With their matching bucket hats.
The matching bucket hats. I love the Manchester matching bucket hats. They are wonderful. And that there are your race winners from York. Aaron Kirkcaldy, William McKenna, Robert Crowther, Alessia Doran, and Ben Thorpe. So if we quickly move on now to the next race, which is the D final of the intermediate Cox 4s. We've got in lane 1 Durham B, in lane 2 Birmingham, in lane 3 Nottingham A, in lane 4 Bath A, in lane 5 Durham C, and in lane 6 Edinburgh A.
Lane 2 Edinburgh, lane 3.
So looking at this lineup, I think we've got all crews here accounted for.
Yeah, and it looks very close currently.
5 minutes.
Does slightly look... Yeah, I was going to say that Bath crew in lane 4, it looks like they have taken a lead.
Yeah, Bath in 4. I'd also say Nottingham kind of moving now. They've settled down onto a pace in that middle lane. They did say they were third through the 500, but very close. And Edinburgh, they are over in lane number 6, over on the far side. They look a bit further behind to be. Dogs. Dog spotting. This is what I'm here for. I've loved the amount of dogs we've had here through the day. We've been sort of checking them off, trying to see which ones we can spot. So keep bringing your dogs here. If you're coming to visit us tomorrow, we love it on the commentary. We get the best view from the commentary tower of all the dogs in the area.
I love when they make an appearance on the Instagram socials as well.
So that's a shout out specifically to BUCS. More dogs, please.
More
on
dogs.
On the BUCS socials.
There was a good one last night. I believe it was on the BUCS Sport of, I want to say it was a lab or a golden retriever.
The Newcastle one,
yes,
with the little bandana with the stars. Liked that one.
Yeah.
No Newcastle crews in this race though, so we won't be seeing that supporting doggo in this particular event, but we might see some local support from Nottingham as they currently sit in second position behind Bath, who have made a really big effort to get themselves into the lead here. 3/4 of a length up on Nottingham, who will have lots of, as I say, maybe local supporters from their boathouse just at the bottom of this course after the finish line. We've also got Durham University up there in lane number 1. That's Durham B, and then Durham A. Sorry, my fault. Durham C, hot on their heels, just less than a second or so separating them as well. My brain's not working. That is just over a second separating Durham B and Durham C.
That camera angle we just had of all the up closes of their faces is great, because you can really see how hard those crews are pushing.
Yeah, because I think I've been out of rowing for a very long time myself. I've not been in a boat for some 6 years or so, but I think you do forget like just how painful and difficult it is when you're sat comfortably in the commentary box.
And the worst part is it never gets any easier, because you just keep pushing harder.
You just keep it, and you just get more and more tired, and it's the end of the day. You've already done one race at least. So yeah, you are absolutely right. It's only going to get harder. Now there's the Edinburgh crew on the left-hand side of the picture going up against Durham. 2 programmes that are very well regarded up towards the sort of north of England and into Scotland. 2 of the bigger sort of northern powerhouse programmes. But as we sort of zoom out, Bath there have done a great job in their mid-race pace to take a lead ahead of Nottingham, but more of that chevron that we would be expecting in this race.
Just a very close one.
A very close one, very close chevron, and actually we can see here at 1,500 metres to go, the ball very much in Nottingham's court to try and launch a sprint on Bath.
And I was just looking at the time, it being 7:22, and thinking most of these crews here have been here for over 12 hours, usually, arriving around 6:30.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They'd have come here for their breakfast and then been ready to boat. Some of the time trials start at 8 o'clock in the morning, so they've been on the water before 8 to row up to the start. Some of the 4s, luckily, were a little bit later, but that does mean that's why they're later in this evening's programme. But here comes the charge from Nottingham, who they're doing everything within their power and might for their last race of the day to try and push past Bath, who had a great second 500, and it seems like Nottingham are having a great final 500 here.
Lancaster, lane 3, Oxford.
You can hear the commentator for the site really getting into this race.
Yeah, I think we've got Alex Darby downstairs on the site commentary. And you can see why he's really getting into it, because look, here comes the bow ball of Nottingham University, and you can hear the screams. They've got so much support here on the bank for this race, and they're pushing past. They're moving into the lead of this D final of the intermediate Cox 4s. And Bath have nothing to respond here. They're trying as they might, but they're just having to watch Nottingham row past them, slice through them, and Nottingham will know that they can hear the cheers from home. This is a home lake for them, and it means that victory will feel ever so sweet on their home waters ahead of Bath. And then very tight finish between the 2 crews from Durham University. The B crew just winning out there ahead of the C crew. It will then be Birmingham ahead of Edinburgh, rounding out that final of the D final of the intermediate Cox 4s. So just one more 4s final to go in this category, and then we've got one more category to go. We'll have 4 races in the women's intermediate 8s to round off the day here at BUCS 2024 day 2. And straight onto it we go. So this is the last of the intermediate Cox 4 races for this year. This is the C final. In lane 1, Swansea A. In lane 2, Imperial. In lane 3, Edinburgh. In lane 4, York. In lane 5, Surrey. In lane 6, St Andrews. And I think we're in for another absolutely cracking race here, because look at the alignment here. York, who we just saw have a great race in the E final. Their A crew here just up at the front of the field alongside Edinburgh and Imperial. So Imperial in the yellow boat there, just striking out ahead of these crews at the 1,000 metre marker, so halfway done. York, it's saying actually, it just goes to show you we're not level with the timing hub, but it says here this is the York A crew in this C final, who look very composed, very long. Loving the way that York are rowing this, but they do have some hard hitters next to them. This is the Edinburgh B crew, who have made it actually into the C final ahead of their A crew, who we just saw in the B final. Letters sometimes mean nothing, though.
Letters sometimes definitely mean nothing.
And Imperial, another really big programme here. So if
Yeah.
you can continue this at this rate of pace, that would be a great victory for them to win out ahead of Imperial and Edinburgh. Two massive programmes.
But when there's really nothing in it, you have to push the whole way down, which shows it really becomes a mental game for each of these crews, really listening in and making sure that they're all in time, finding that rhythm. You don't want to go out too early and not have anything left. But you also don't want to sit there and watch a crew overtake you, so it really is a mental game for these crews.
Yeah, and especially in this third 500 metres, it's always the bit that I think people really struggle with is the first half. I'm not saying it's easy, but you're certainly more fresh. And the final 500 metres, you find something from somewhere because you know the end is coming, and the quicker you row, the quicker you get to the line. But this third 500 metres is a bit of no man's land. There's no spectators really. You've done your first half of the race. You're feeling tired. You're feeling a little bit, in need of some energy, and it really is the crews that continue to set their race pace and do well, and switch on the blinkers, that are the ones that tend to be put in a really good position for that final sprint.
This is a really good angle though, because you can hardly tell between those front three crews which one is slightly taking the lead, but by the looks of it, the times coming in, it is York still holding out in front in lane 6.
2 minutes.
Yeah, it is indeed, but only 1 second or so up on Edinburgh, who are pushing right back here, apparently. I'm taking a look at the Edinburgh blades there. They're in the centre in that baby blue with the launch behind them. The umpire in that launch following along to ensure that this race is fair and measured, and that it's run under the rules of racing. But Edinburgh are starting to make a bit of a move here. The Edinburgh 10 is the one on the finish line with all of their athletes who are still here at the end of the day to support. But yeah, this is the last little bit now as we come into 500 metres to go. Edinburgh trying their best to take the win ahead of York. Imperial also has been there the entire time like a shadow from lane number 2, and they've been haunting them the whole way down this track. 2,000 metres, Imperial still well and within a position here to sprint. But York are the ones that have ticked through the timing markers, and no matter what Edinburgh's thrown at them, they've seemed to be able to respond so far, and that includes in this final 100 metres, because actually they're extending out that lead once again. Edinburgh came close, but not close enough, because it's going to be the University of York here, I think, into this final few strokes, just 3 or so to go, and York will hit the line here ahead of Edinburgh University. Imperial will be 3rd overall in this final, the C final, and then a close finish there between the two crews from Swansea and Manchester, and finally over on the far side St Andrews in lane number 6.
They look like some tired rowers there, knowing that they've given everything they could for that race, and it's worth it to show that they've taken that just under a 2-second lead, or just over
a 2-second lead. Yeah, a really good finish from York, and very impressive, as you said, to beat 2 of those big programmes, Edinburgh and Imperial, who a lot of resources, a lot of coaching, big programmes, and yeah, the crews, Edinburgh B and Edinburgh and Imperial's only entry into this race.
So good effort from Imperial there.
Well, we're now on to the final 4 races of the day. This is the women's intermediate 8 now. This is the F final being set off ahead of schedule. It is 7:29, and this race was supposed to go off at 7:30. Yes, thank you.
They heard the dog content.
They heard us asking for more dogs, and what a lovely little lab that is. I hope you're still enjoying the racing. Dog owners, dog spotters, and I can see, actually, if I look out the window, that dog is right there, about 100 metres to go. Great view of the racing.
I've seen a few dogs take a swim today because it's just been so hot, they've needed that cool down factor.
They have, and yeah, it's been nice to have some warm weather. So in this race, we have the F final of the Women's Intermediate 8s, Bristol C in lane 1, Manchester in 2, Lancaster in lane 3, Oxford in lane 4, Leeds in 5, and Oxford D in lane number 6. One thing I should say about Oxford is it may seem like there are a lot of Oxford crews, but we also have the Oxford colleges here to take account for. So some will be development crews, some will be the colleges. I think in this case, actually, they might both be development crews. I think they're both in Oxford line crews. But Lancaster here, on the near side of your picture, they are the ones that are out in front. And some great... we've had some great beginners come through the Lancaster sort of provision, and this might be the result of that, in that, you know, more athletes stepping through into the senior programs to lead races like this by a length.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong lead that they've managed to gain over those other crews. It's just whether or not now, as we pass through the 1,000-metre mark, they can hold it and stay in front.
Oh, great shots of Bristol there on the near side. We've got Jasmine Vigar, Rosa Allen, Emily Strudwick, Eliza South, Rhiannon Price Wickenden, Georgia Tapman, Freya Cooper, Millie Crow, and Cameron Allen in the Cox's seat there for Bristol. Some great close-up shots of them. They run in third at the moment behind Manchester, who are on the left-hand side of your picture now, and then out in front still Lancaster there on the right-hand side of your screen. And we've still got the 500-metre times up. You can see how close it was at 500. Lancaster only with 0.5 of a second lead, but they've opened that out now. You can see that they're a little bit further ahead as we move into the next timing point, which I think will be the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, you can see a few eyes wandering us to the side to see where they are on that other crew.
So here we are. This is the 1,000-metre marker. This is the halfway point, and can Lancaster do their stuff? Oh, look, more dogs here still supporting. I think we've got a chocolate spaniel, a lovely dog. Thank you so much to our production team for keeping us with some light entertainment of some dog spotting here at BUCS. We expect more of the same tomorrow, but we're now at the halfway marker with this F final of the Women's Intermediate 8s. My maths is not good enough to figure that out at this time of day as to what crew numbers that we're on.
Well, we know it goes up to 36 for an F final.
So there you go, work backwards. 30,
we are crew 31 to 36.
Very good, Nadine. You're still switched on at least, and you've had a race, you know, this weekend. So,
yeah, I've had a day off though, so I've been able to recover.
Day off today. See, yeah, you're far more switched on than I am, and you've been racing. So there is Lancaster still, I think, out in front of this race in lane number 3, and they are the white boat there with the umpires launch behind it. You can see maybe they're just having a few steering difficulties in their lane, and I described this yesterday as actually some of the Coxes find steering these courses in straight lines much more difficult than steering a river course, because if you think about it, you're trying to hold it. It's a bit like that beat the buzzer game, right?
Yeah.
The more you kind of waver, and you can ping pong, you can overcorrect, you can oversteer.
Yeah. And you really want to use as little rudder as possible, because as we know, that just slows the boat down. Oh, you can see that Cox really going for it there.
Yeah, that's an amazing sort of enthusiastic response to moving into the final 500 metres from the Cox from Lancaster. And in this, that's Emma White that we've got coxing that crew. She's really giving it some when it comes to Alice Butler in the stroke seat, Ellen Sales, Olivia Dyson, Matilda Little, Miriam Stewart, Matilda Spellman, another Matilda in the crew, Kate Kenworthy and Olivia Halewood are pulling together, and I think have had a supercharge down this 2,000 metres because of the enthusiasm that Emma White's been giving, and they just keep extending this lead. But look at this for second place. It's almost a blanket finish. Bristol currently in second, but Manchester and Oxford University B right up in the mix here, and still overlap on the far side for Oxford University D as well. Leeds also in the mix. This is amazing stuff.
We're really embracing that chevron pattern here, as it looks like lane 4, which is the... Who have we got in lane 4? The Oxford University crew. Oh, that was a close...
Wow, what a finish there for second place between Bristol and Manchester. I really could not tell you who got that. That was a proper photo finish behind Lancaster, who arms in the air for them. They are so delighted with that win. But, wow, Manchester and Bristol, I don't know if I know who won. I think it was then Oxford, as you were saying, in lane 4.
Yeah, as I was just looking down to figure out where that position was coming, I looked up and they'd all crossed the line, so that was a very quick finish.
Wow, so there you have it. It was Manchester by 0.3 of a second. I don't think I'd have called that from my position where I am. So, yeah, Bristol 0.3 of a second behind into third, and on, the blink of an eye, that determined a place in that final. What an excellent little photo there from the Cox of the Lancaster crew. Well deserved. A cheeky winning, not quite selfie, but
probably like a
photo.
Yeah.
So now we are moving on to the E final of women's intermediate 8. Once again, we are early setting this crew.
We are
off.
doing well this evening.
They're doing really well this evening. In lane 1, UCL. In lane 2, St Andrews. In lane 3, Exeter. In lane 4, Durham B. In lane 5, Cambridge. And in lane 6, Sheffield. So as we look to now the crews in this race, I think we're on for another really close final. And actually, these are some of my favourite races of the day, because you do always get close racing in these minor finals, especially in the 8s, because they're closer by nature anyway. And it was Cambridge that were leading out, Cambridge C in lane number 5.
But really not by much.
Really not by much. And again, I think this is one of the Cambridge colleges we've got racing here under Cambridge over in lane 5. That's why they're not in the sort of distinctive light blue. They're in the red and black. And our camera now just kind of zooming in on that leading crew. And next place to them, nearer to us, that is the crew from Durham. That's the Senate crew. Talking of colleges, that's one of the college crews from Durham University. The Senate crew is actually on your screen now. This is a collective group of the college athletes that row on the weir at Durham University. So there are 16 colleges at Durham. These are representatives from each of those different boat clubs, the best of college rowing that they have to offer, and they've brought a crew here to BUCS Regatta to try and test their mettle against some of the other universities. So they're representing Durham here under the Senate banner, and wonderful to see them racing right up in the mix with, I think maybe, I've said this a lot, but maybe one of the best races of the day.
That is a very close race. I would not want to be one of those rowers right now. The anxiety and the excitement all at once.
Well, do you know what? I kind of would want to, like, weirdly,
at the same time,
I would love to be one of these athletes in this crew. This is Exeter that we're looking at here on screen, who are right in the thick of it. They're in lane 3, and you can hear all the noise going on around you. And if you listen carefully, you can hear the coxes, you can hear the shouts as they move away from us. But yeah, this is going to be an awesome race to be a part of, and the 54 athletes in this race across.
That was good maths.
Thank you. Still got it. It's up here somewhere at 7:30 in the evening. But yeah, these 54 athletes, you know, the 6 coxes, the 8 rowers, create a whole heap of noise when they're coming down this track. You can just hear it. But if you're right in the thick of it in those middle lanes, it can be quite thrilling, quite exhilarating. That's why people row, I guess, right? Because they want that close racing. They want that experience of being able to, you know, have a good time whilst racing others.
It's still looking very close going on now, and you can look at those times and see there's really not much in it.
I mean, 3 seconds separating the leading crew, which it says is UCL, but by 0.2 ahead of St Andrews, so that's really not much of a lead at all, down to Sheffield. And so then you can see that by the pictures we've got on screen. So just a reminder, lane 6 is furthest to the left of your picture, lane 1 is the furthest to the right of your picture, and look at this. This is going to be a real blanket finish. I've called a few things blanket finishes so far, but this one really does seem to me like it's going to be all crews, all 6 crews with overlap as they come into the final part of this race in this E final of the women's intermediate 8s.
Women's intermediate 8s.
And I think the lead will have been changing the whole time, and it's St Andrews that takes the lead into the 1500 metre marker for the first time in this race. You can see all the crews shuffled then as we came through to 500 metres to go. Exeter will still run in second, Durham will still run in third. UCL have dropped now, and in fact it was the UCL crew that were leading through the 1,000-metre marker, so they've now dropped to fourth. It just goes to show you how close this race is. You can go from first to fourth like that in that third 500. So as they start to kind of shuffle out, let's see who's got the best sprint.
Yeah, we probably expect a change now between all of the crew positions as we come into the final.
I think the only crew maybe slightly off the pace here is the crew from UCL, who have fallen back now even further, but the other 5 crews are still with overlap, and I think St Andrews in lane number 2 are holding their nerve here and seeing if they can go a little bit early as they're pulling away from the rest of the field. Early leaders over on the far side, Cambridge, they're also right up there alongside Sheffield over in lane 6 at the top of your picture, but St Andrews have had enough. They've decided to go. And they don't want to be in the mix. They don't want to be in this race for second. And here they are in their sort of light blue lycras, now starting to really notch on their first place in this E-final. But look at this race for second. This is absolutely incredible. Between on the near side, Exeter, Durham then one up, Cambridge one up from them, and then Sheffield, who I think is starting to pull out a bit of a canvas, but we better get the photo finish camera dusted off for this one because it's going to be needed.
And what you can't quite see in the video here is lane 2. They are also still contending for that race. And they could be coming in as they come across the screen now. So in lane 2,
UCL ahead of Exeter, ahead of Durham.
Lane 1, yeah.
And then Cambridge just ahead of Sheffield. Wow, that was some race, but a huge testament there to the University of St Andrews, who I think chose to go at the right time and held on.
And you even said for lane 1, that was, just correcting myself, for UCL, we weren't sure whether they were going to be able to be part of that blanket race there, but they crept back up. They join the finish.
I thought, given that they'd led to the 1,000 and then sort of backed off, they were in 4th through 500. I thought they were going to be dying, but actually they managed to rally themselves.
They were just taking some recovery strokes before they put that push in for the finale.
Oh, the ice cream van's going home. What a shame. I hope he's had a good day though, the ice cream person, because
I've seen
quite warm here
around with
in
ice
Nottingham.
cream, so.
Oh, well, there you go. Hopefully back tomorrow, but it might be in the rain. You can see lovely scenes of the Trent here. The River Trent runs just behind the course here at the National Water Sports Centre, and lots of the crews that are based here, Nottingham Rowing Club, Nottingham County, Nottingham Union, they all train out there on the Trent. It's a lovely bit of water. So looks very serene here with the sunset on it. But something that is not serene is the D final of the Women's Intermediate 8s, because there's lots of noise going on here, and we're well underway here. Liverpool in 1, Cardiff in 2, York in 3, Bath in 4, Birmingham in 5, and Cambridge E in 6. And just as tight a race here. I mean, as I say, I think in the finish tower they must think, what on earth is going on? They need to wake up.
Yeah, I don't even think we've had the... Oh, we've just had the finish positions come through the E-final now. So it was obviously taking a second, as you said, to deliberate those finishing positions. But it looks like, as you said, University of St Andrews took that first place.
And there you go, St Andrews, you can see there with a massive margin on the scoreboard. But look at those final results: 7:20 for Exeter, 21 for Durham, 23.29 and 23.61 for Cambridge and Sheffield respectively. So a really tight field across the board in that E-final.
But UCL, as you said, they crept up and took that second position.
Yeah, they really did. They went under the radar in the third 500 and they came right back. But there is Bath on the right-hand side of your screen. Very aggressive around the finish, trying to really push the boat, send the boat as far as they can with each stroke, and they are battling out at the front of this field with York University, who are similarly trying to hold their own up in this kind of blanket of the race. And if we look back to the 500 times, it was Cardiff that went through ahead of Birmingham and then York. So York have done a good job of getting themselves out in front. And Birmingham was still holding on at 1,000 metres gone. So this camera at the 1,500, in fact, my apologies, 500 metres to go, will get another timing point. But really, nothing much to choose between these crews at all. So that is Bath there, umpire Matthew Holland watching on to make sure that all of these crews are kept out of trouble. Bath and York are our two sort of 4th and 5th place sitters, but you could not tell it as we pan outwards because there is really nothing much. 1 second separating 1st through 4th.
That's crazy. We thought the last final was close, but this D final here is coming in even hotter.
It really is. And then just 1 second again separating York and then Liverpool 2 seconds back. So this is, you know, Liverpool are on the right-hand side of the screen. That gives you a bit of perspective on what that 2 seconds look like. But the rest of these crews are within 2 seconds, which is a third of a length, I would say. It's about the length of a single 3 seconds, isn't it? So
yeah,
this is really all to play for still.
Yeah, those times come through one after another, showing just how quick they're reaching it through that marker point.
Well, this has said to us that Cardiff is back out in the front of this field, so that's very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
If they've managed to pick themselves back up from third into first through 1500, we'll wait for that to be confirmed. But it says here for us, Cardiff ahead of Bath, and then in third, Cambridge. So Cardiff, lane number 2, you can see them there, red blades. They're one in from the left-hand side of your picture. They are alongside Bath there, who are in second, and I think Bath have realised that and started to move again into this sprint. They've left York behind. We saw that battle earlier on. They were really close, but they've pulled away from York, they've pulled away from Birmingham, and they're trying to get themselves into the race for the lead with Cardiff.
Southampton. Attention.
Oh, as you look right up to the start though, it's a really picturesque down here at the moment.
It is absolutely lovely. What a beautiful day at home Pierpont. Postcard perfect almost here with all of these 8s coming down. A stunning end to the day, and Bath here are going to have to race for 20 more strokes or so before they'll be able to enjoy it fully, having finished racing for the day by holding off this charge from Cardiff, who have been through the timing marker first on 2 occasions at 500 and at 1500, but it's the one at the finish that counts the most, and it's the one that Bath University are hurtling towards with some speed for the last 10 strokes or so. Cardiff give it everything they've got, and over on the far side the battle between Birmingham and Cambridge is also so tight, with Liverpool coming in right at the last moment. We'll wait for those times to be confirmed. We did promise you a good one in that one, didn't we? That was one to lose your breath. And look at those pictures. Look at that sun. Absolutely awesome in the evening sun.
I have a feeling there's going to be some really great photos taken today for these crews.
Let's hope that some of the photographers have hung around to these last races of the day, right? Because we've got some stunning shots that are up for grabs here of some of these crews in these later finals. And Bath, a great final half for them. They timed that to perfection, and lots of laughs there in the Bath crew, and quite rightly so. Enjoy yourself now that you're done for the day. You can go home, fuel up, and I'm sure.
And then, yeah, second place was taken by Cardiff University and followed shortly behind by the Cambridge E crew.
Well, I think we're on to the final race of the day.
That's come around rather quickly.
It really has, and well ahead of time. This race was meant to go off at 7:48, and we're already almost at the first timing marker, I think, and it's 7:48 exactly, so it would have set off early in this race. Newcastle C in lane 1, Bristol B in 2, Glasgow in 3, Edinburgh B in 4, Newcastle B in 5, and Southampton in lane number 6. So some big programmes in this: Newcastle, Bristol, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle again, Southampton. Some big rowing programmes, and for me it looks like it's the Glasgow University crew that are currently leading out in front.
Yeah, I think you're right there with the confirmation of the first 500 metre times.
Yeah, I think that Glasgow University, this looks like it's their only crew in this event, so they'll be trying to get as high a ranking as possible for their first 8. They won't have an 8 in the championship, or didn't have an 8 in championship, so this is the top Glasgow University crew going up against some of the B and C crews from the likes of Edinburgh and Newcastle. And interestingly enough, the crew next to them, the Edinburgh B crew, a programme that they've got a lot of rivalry with. They're the 2 crews that take part in the Scottish boat race, Edinburgh and Glasgow, year on year, that happens on the Clyde over in Glasgow, and that's where Glasgow University train. And what a great little shot there of them breaking clear water for the first time in this race at 500 metres gone. Edinburgh, this B crew will be trying to connect and keep that bow ball within touch as much as possible. Stunning scenes as the sun sets, as we've said so many times. This water just looks like it's a delight to row on.
Yeah.
But Edinburgh in shot there. This is the Edinburgh B crew that we've got. Elise Fawcett, Ali Steffen, Erica Watt, Anna Donald, Megan Bromham, Grace Chapman, Lauren Cole, Olivia Holdcroft and Isabel Knott. And they're out in front for Glasgow. We've got Kirsty McRobb, Gemma Collins, Laura McKenzie, Jessica Odell, Maisie Archer-Ditch, Rosalind Wilson, Emily Finch, Katie Broom and Frances Chorley. So a crew from Glasgow now looking to establish even more of a lead. I think 8 seconds now at the 1,000.
I wonder if that's enough to keep them through to the finish. It'll be close between Edinburgh and Newcastle, and that is the Newcastle C crew. So the C crew is just in front of that B crew, who I believe is yet to cross through the 1,000 metre mark.
Yes, I think that the C crew yet to trickle through, and we'll see them in just a few moments' time. We're now at the camera of our 1,500 metre camera, and shots now from overhead of Glasgow. And Glasgow looking very well together here, I think.
Very.
And you'd expect that, you know, this is their top 8 girls, I suspect, in this women's intermediate 8. They'll have been out training as a unit and in preparation for the Scottish Boat Race that takes place in May, I think, just after BUCS Regatta.
Yes, I think so.
I think it takes place in May. They won't be racing this Edinburgh crew, I wouldn't think, but yeah, a good rivalry for this last race of the day. So, who will take the honours of closing out BUCS Regatta Day 2 with a win? I think for me, currently, nobody is within touching distance of Glasgow.
They do look like they've just got that advantage on those other crews. Very tight between the crews just following them behind. But
Yeah.
as we say, everything can change in the last 500 metres, as we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that, you know, it's just the crews maybe in lane 2 that's trailing Bristol B. They're just a little bit off the back, and over in lane number 1, Newcastle C is in their own battle with Newcastle B over in lane number 5. But also up there with them, Southampton is attempting. They're only 4 seconds away from Newcastle and holding on. But look at this, what a performance from Glasgow University from start to finish. They've been the class act here, and I think would have been disappointed to miss out on those A-B semi-finals and finals.
Definitely, and it's probably a very heavily contested boat between their rowers there. Their females really putting up a fight to get a seat in that boat, and by the looks of it, I think you'd want one.
Yeah, and they have really demolished this field of the C final of women's intermediate 8s. I think they'll have seen this as a last opportunity to demonstrate how fast the Glasgow 8 really is. And look at that clear water. They've set out with a mission to win this by as much as possible. They look very well together
Very
as they
clean.
move through the line, very clean. And it's the second place up for grabs now between the Edinburgh B crew and the Newcastle C crew. What a great turnaround for Newcastle C to win out ahead of their B crew that's over there now, crossing in 4th.
Happy
They will
rowers
celebrate
there.
well. They are really celebrating. That's awesome from Newcastle. I would be happy if I was in the C crew and beat the B crew.
And taking 3rd place in that C final anyway. That's like a double win.
They seem very happy with that indeed. And the last crew there to cross the line, Bristol B. And that will conclude the day of racing here at Day 2 of BUCS Regatta. We'll just wait for those results to be confirmed and trickle through. But there is Glasgow. That must be a satisfying feeling to be in the last race of the day and to be the final winner.
It's definitely a good way to end the second day of BUCS Regatta.
Well, as we look now onto the sunset, setting over the River Trent here in Nottingham, big thank you from us, your commentary team. I've been Camilla Haddon-Horrocks and been joined here by Nadine Smith, taking you through the last of the minor finals here at the National Water Sports Centre. We'll be back again tomorrow. Do join us again for the live stream. We'll be going live from the repêchages and semi-finals tomorrow at around lunchtime, just before lunchtime I think, after the time trials. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. A big thank you again from us, and yeah, we'll join you tomorrow for the 3rd and final day of BUCS Regatta 2024.
BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught! Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronsport.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.